Simon & Schuster Audio presents Till Death Do Us Part by Lori Elizabeth Flynn. Read by Cassandra Campbell and Caitlin Davies with Jeremy Carlisle Parker.
For Astrid, Cullen, Delilah, and Briar, for deepening my writing and my heart, for your creative souls, your unconditional love, and your limitless imaginations, for absolutely everything. The past is never dead. It's not even past. William Faulkner. In vino veritas. In wine, there is truth. Pliny the Elder. Prologue. September 2012. He stepped out of the sea, the ocean pooling under his feet like a fallen cape, waves packing the sand into brown sugar. My husband, a phrase that still seemed foreign to me. Nobody had thought we would last beyond a month, maybe 2, once the lust started to flatline. You barely know him, friends had warned me after a diamond ring encircled my finger so much sooner than anyone expected. Everyone would hate that we eloped, but our spontaneous ceremony on the beach in Santa Barbara had been perfect. I'd worn a simple linen dress and held red-mouthed hibiscus flowers. Humidity had curled the ends of our hair, the crown of my head beginning to bleach from the sun. A day later, we had yet to tell our loved ones. We wanted it to be only us for a little bit longer. "You should come in next time," Josh said as he sat down and toweled off beside me. I straddled his lap, my fingers resting on his damp shoulders. "You swim too far. It stresses me out when I can't see you anymore." He kissed me, long and hard, his thumbs hooked into my hips. When he pulled away, his eyes were playful. "I love you for worrying about me, June Kelly." My new name felt like a novelty. "But you don't need to. Nothing bad is going to happen." I believed him. After all, he had been right about everything else. But 7 days after I was pronounced his wife, I became Josh Kelly's widow. Part 1. The Harvest. Harvesting, or picking, is the first step in winemaking. Ultimate precision must be used, and harvesting by hand ensures that only the best quality grapes make it to the next stage of the process. The harvest is all about the when. Pick too soon, and the physiology of the grapes will be all wrong. The acids too high and sugars too low. Missing the ideal window tips the scale the other way. The acids skyrocketing while sugars plummet. On the vineyard, as in life, timing is everything. 1. June. Prospect Heights, Brooklyn, August 2022. I know it's coming before it actually happens. We're underneath a sprawling elm in Prospect Park, eating a picnic lunch Kyle packed. Baguette and sliced pears and Comté cheese, the shade of caramelized butter, paired with a notoriously hard-to-find Australian bottle that I'd mentioned was one of the best orange wines I'd ever tasted. It's the wine that tips me off. From a small husband and wife-operated natural winery in Victoria, too special for a regular lunch. He doesn't get down on one knee, because I told him I didn't want him to. I wanted casual. Just us. No dimly lit restaurant, no audience of family and friends. His hand reaches behind his back, where he must have been hiding the ring box in his pocket all morning. The ring itself is not a surprise. We picked it out together. A 1-carat oval diamond on a thin gold band. Its design is simple and classic, something I knew I wouldn't question in 5 or 10 or 30 years. "June Emery, you know how much I love you. You're my best friend, and the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. I've never been so sure about anything, and I'll do whatever it takes to make you as happy and loved as you make me feel. Do you think? Will you marry me?" he says, his smile almost sheepish, as though he's afraid I'm going to respond with anything other than a resounding yes. We've been together for 6 years, and marriage has been on the table for at least 2 of them. It was a conversation Kyle was ready to have long before I was. Now, in the warm, late summer air, his question lingers between us. I pause for only a second. Yes, of course I will. My hand extends, and he slides the ring onto my finger. It's a perfect fit. My nails are buffed and polished a neutral pink. I suspected, when he asked me yesterday if I wanted to spend Sunday afternoon at the park, that he had something planned, and the minute I saw the wine, I was certain that this was it, that we'd leave engaged. Kyle embraces me tightly, my face embedded in his soft flannel shirt, which is his weekend casual uniform when he's not in suits for work. Tears burn my eyes, and when I pull away, he notices. I didn't think I'd cry, I say, holding my smile steady. They're happy tears, I promise. This just feels so right. And it does feel right. Me and Kyle. But the tears aren't simply those of happiness. My intense emotion in this moment has nothing to do with Kyle, and everything to do with a past he isn't part of. A version of me that preceded him. The other ring. The one I wore before, a tiny cluster of diamonds I'd thought was the most beautiful piece of jewelry I'd ever seen. The one I continued to wear for years after Josh was gone. Hey, Kyle says, brushing his thumb under my eye. This is different for you than it is for me. And I get it. You don't have to pretend otherwise. I nestle under his arm, grateful beyond words that he's this understanding, this forgiving. A lot of men in Kyle's situation might feel like they were perpetually competing against a ghost, locked in a comparison game they had no chance of winning. I half-heartedly dated a few guys in the years after Josh, but they never stuck around, either because they sensed my hesitation or because they didn't want to live under the weight of my trauma. Kyle has only ever been thoughtful and patient. He's so good to me that sometimes I fear I don't deserve him. You absolutely deserve him, my best friend Phoebe had repeated more than once. You of all people deserve to find love again. Again. Because this isn't my first time feeling that I've found the one. This won't be my first wedding. The happiest day of my life was followed a week later by the worst day imaginable. Until Kyle. I didn't think I'd get that second chance at passionate, true love. Kyle tips up my chin to kiss me, his lips soft and yielding. My fiancé. This time will be different, because everything is different, including me. I'm 39 now, Kyle 40 in November. We're more established. I own a natural wine bar. He's a vice president at a private equity firm. We've lived together in our Prospect Heights apartment ever since the start of the pandemic when our individual leases expired, and we've talked extensively about the future, mapping out what our lives might look like next year, 5 years, a decade from now. We discussed a short engagement, mostly because we both want kids. I've been off the pill for 6 months. We're not actively trying, but we're not being careful either, though so far, my period has still shown up every month like clockwork. From our spot in Long Meadow, we FaceTime Phoebe and then my parents, who still live in Connecticut, along with Kyle's parents in Pasadena. Pam and Richard, my future in-laws, are gray-haired but tanned and fit from years of hiking in the canyons. Pam has become like a second mother to me, perpetually warm and welcoming, the opposite of Josh's mother, so many years ago, whom I barely got to know. My own parents are thrilled, but not surprised. Kyle lets me know that he secretly asked them for their blessing weeks ago. It was really important for me to do things right, he says with a little shrug, and my love for him swells. My mom has tears in her eyes as I show her the ring. We keep the calls short, a flurry of gleeful congratulations. It was hard for my parents, after Josh. They didn't know what to say or how to act around me, my grief as raw as an exposed nerve. Every time I tried to tell them his death hadn't been an accident, they'd exchange a look, a quick flicker of their eyes that told me they thought I was letting the sadness destroy me. I knew they wanted me to find a way to move on. A stranger offers to take our picture, and I hold up my hand while Kyle swings his arm reassuringly across my shoulders. I said yes, I'll type underneath it later before posting on social media, and there will be so many comments from friends and coworkers and clients, people who have supported and loved us, who genuinely want the best for us both. I have one more surprise, Kyle says as we leave the park. You now have the night off work, and we have a reservation at a place I know you're going to love. But how? I say. The bar's going to be busy. He smiles, laugh lines creasing around his glasses. I might have told Trish about this and sworn her to secrecy, and she made it happen. Seriously? I can't believe Trish could keep that secret. Trish is the manager at Grape Juice, my wine bar. Even though she and the rest of my staff are very capable, I still find it difficult not to be there to oversee everything. I knew when I began to pursue the idea of opening my own bar that I'd need to pour all of myself into it to even have a chance at succeeding. It's notoriously easy for bars to fail in their first year, especially in Brooklyn, where patrons have seemingly infinite options to choose from. People advised me against it. Phoebe, my parents, just like they'd warned me against getting engaged to Josh so quickly. But I wanted the bar to consume me. In the absence of Josh, I ached for a distraction from my sadness, and I knew failure wasn't the worst thing that could happen. There was interest in Grape Juice from the start because of my existing connections through the wine bar I'd previously managed and increasing curiosity about natural wine. After the uncertainty of lockdowns and closures during the pandemic, business had picked up again, and I'm grateful to my small but loyal staff for sticking with me. Grape Juice is now a popular weekend destination for 20 and 30-somethings and a favorite dinner spot for couples, thanks to our careful recommendations for pairing natural wines with locally sourced food choices. You really thought of everything. I touched the stubbly skin on his cheeks. Tomorrow morning, he'll be clean-shaven for the office, but I like him this way best. We dress up for dinner, and our lift takes us to Modern Love, a cozy vegan restaurant where we'd had one of our first dates. Kyle's eyes meet mine, both of us doing a bad job at suppressing grins. Shortly after we'd started dating, I'd told Kyle I was a vegetarian, and he'd said he wanted to surprise me with the next restaurant we went to. I tried to act impressed when we arrived at Modern Love, but when the waitstaff greeted me by name and he realized I was already a regular there, we both burst into laughter. Even funnier was watching Kyle, a red meat lover, pretend to be enthralled by the menu options, but he grew to like the food, even teaching himself a few vegetarian recipes to prepare at home. After dinner, when it's just us in our apartment, Kyle undresses me carefully, trailing kisses down my body. He uses his mouth to make me come before he enters me, moving slowly, deliberately, taking cues for what I want. Our sex life has always been great, and I know how lucky I am that Kyle has my pleasure at the forefront of his mind. Some of my friends are married to men who do the bare minimum, men who expect them to be turned on after a long day without doing the work to get them there. After, he quickly falls asleep, his arms slung loosely across my chest. He doesn't notice when I get up and shrug into an oversized hoodie and retreat to the living room, tiptoeing across the parquet floor. I sink onto the sofa and, with a shuddering breath, stare at my ring finger. It's everything I wanted, the ring and the man who gave it to me. I have a beautiful life, and yet there's a life running parallel to it, threaded somewhere beneath the surface like an unfinished seam. A life where I'm celebrating my 10th wedding anniversary next month, where I already have children. We'd be living outside the city by now, on a property with a bit of acreage where the kids could run free, the kind of idyllic country childhood Josh had always wanted for our future children. He'd probably be graying by now, his dimples creased more sharply into his face, the skin around his slate blue eyes feathering. Would we still love each other as much as we did back then? Maybe we would have crashed abruptly after entering the real world together. Maybe we would have gotten on each other's nerves in that tiny studio walk-up. Maybe he would have hated how I crunched my cereal, and I would have hated how he left his clothes in a growing pile on the floor. I could imagine that. But in my heart, I know we would have still loved each other. That when we said, "Till death do us part" in our vows, we both meant it. till death do us part. I'd smiled when I said those words at the beachside altar, my hands knotted with Josh's, both of us jittery with anticipation that we were actually doing this. The elopement had been his idea, but I loved the romance of it and had been more than eager to be carried along with his excitement. But a week later, death would do us part, and now our love story is just that, a story suspended like an insect in amber, embalmed forever. I reach into my purse on the coffee table, pull out my phone, and open my texts to scroll past the new congratulations and well wishes to the very bottom of my message history, to a phone number that will never contact me again. I click on Josh's name and stare at the last text he ever sent me. Decided to go for a quick swim first. Be back soon. Heart emoji. I'd lost track of how many people I showed the message to after Josh didn't come back to our Airbnb that day. The police, the same officers who collected his belongings from the beach. His mom, his friends, my parents, my friends. My body twitching with sleeplessness, my eyes manic, my voice a feverish staccato. I told them how Josh hated emojis. He thought they were a lazy substitute for words and never used them. And how he was supposed to be getting us breakfast that morning, not going for a swim. I made everyone look at the message, but the general reaction was pity. Everyone just told me they were sorry for my loss and tried to change the subject. I wasn't ever able to convince a single person of the thing that was so obvious to me, that the text hadn't come from Josh at all.
2. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. Rows of grapes stretched into the distance. Vines full and clustered under a bronze sunrise that inched toward the western foothills. There was a bite in the air that hadn't been around a week ago, a chill imperceptible to someone without our bone-deep knowledge of the environment. It was harvest season, the chance to correct last year's mistakes and have a fresh start, a do-over. I crouched down in my rubber boots and held a plump green grape between my thumb and forefinger. Its skin was dusty and warm, its texture soft but firm. Most of the family-owned wineries around us, and they appeared so often lately, people with big dreams who craved a different lifestyle, used machines for the harvest, machines that shook the fruit from the vines and cut out the human element of the work. They prioritized quantity, but not us, never us. Last year, David suggested bringing in a machine. We can get the grapes chilling so much faster, but I refused. The physical part of the process was what I enjoyed most. The touch, the precision that a machine would never be able to achieve. We clipped the grapes by hand and let plump bunches fall into buckets. A machine would take everything, even the inferior grapes, blistered and sunburned and rotted, shearing bits of leaves and branches in the process. Every morning during the harvest, I was outside with the pickers, choosing only the best fruit. There was no substitution for human care, and our wines reflected the attention we put into them. David had disagreed, but hadn't pushed. Lately, his mind wasn't fully on the harvest. He had been distracted, a vacant quality behind his dark blue eyes. When I'd asked him what was wrong, he'd responded without looking at me. Nothing, just trying to get everything done before the wedding. The wedding that night wasn't ours. Our wedding was nearly 20 years ago, a ceremony and reception at this very vineyard. The location had been an obvious choice. We'd been in the process of taking over the golden grape from David's parents. And what better way to start the next chapter of our life together? I remembered David's hand, reassuring on my back, the heat of it radiating through my dress. I'd thought about how lucky I was. Our friends at UC Davis had all said from the start that we'd end up married. David had told me after he proposed that he knew from the night we met that he'd ask me to marry him one day. Tonight, We were attending the wedding of a friend's daughter who was from another family of vintners down the St. Helena Highway, a corridor punctuated by wineries. There would be talk about this year's harvest, about how all of us have been obsessively following the weather reports, checking sugar and pH and acid levels. Every day in September mattered. The picked date chosen is a winemaker's most crucial decision. Wine, like people, is notoriously unforgiving. To an inexperienced eye, the grape in my hand looked ready to eat. It was green and bulbous, straining with flavor. But I knew it would be too bitter, that it wasn't yet time. Of all people, I understood that appearances could be deceiving. David drove us to the wedding. In the back seat of our Escalade, our son Josh and his girlfriend Michelle were having a hard time not touching each other. I watched in the rearview mirror as his hand darted in and out of the lap of her short pink dress, a smile twitching at her lips as she crossed her legs and swatted him away. David and I had been like that so many years ago. We'd driven from our off-campus housing at UC Davis to Napa in his beat-up Oldsmobile, our meager possessions bundled into the trunk, his fingers lazily drumming on my thigh. As an only child, he was the heir to the Golden Grape, and our move here was inevitable. The winery had been in his family for over a century, passed down from generation to generation. He had learned the day-to-day operations as a teenager, never needing to find a part-time job of his own. His parents had been looking to retire, and David and I had freshly graduated. David from the viticulture and enology program, and I with a degree in art history that I was never quite sure what to do with. It was time. David had been forthcoming from the start that the winery was his future, a future he wanted me in, too. 45 acres, he'd said when he first told me about the Golden Grape, casting his hands in the air, with a house on the edge of the property. So it's a bit dated, but we can renovate. A huge vineyard, right in our own backyard. Imagine all the space for our kids to run around. And for us to just be a family. What more could you possibly want? His palm had migrated to my back, his grin as infectious as his perpetual optimism. He'd looked so hopeful and sure of himself, like he was when we first met. We'd been dating for less than 2 weeks when he confessed he was already falling in love with me. He had pulled me out of the most uncertain time of my life and had given me the one thing I was starved for, a feeling of safety. I loved the way he talked about parts of our life that hadn't yet happened, his certainty, the way his eyes fixated on me and only me. His enthusiasm was contagious. Only if you're sure, though, David kept saying. I know you wanted to work in a gallery. This is a different lifestyle. I can handle it, I assured him, brushing his floppy hair off his forehead, relishing how soft it felt in my hand. The handsome face underneath it, blue eyes and long lashes and strong cheekbones. We'd make beautiful babies, I found myself thinking out of nowhere. We'll still travel all the time, he promised me. We'd recently returned from Europe, where we'd stayed at hostels in Italy and Spain, and I itched to see even more of the world, to press colorful pushpins into the world map we'd tacked on the wall of our apartment. I loved the Golden Grape the same way I would later love our children, without trying to, without even truly meaning to, memorizing and marveling over every inch of rolling skin. I pictured myself in the screened-in sunroom of the old house, working in a sketchbook as sun seared the vines. I didn't know much about wine at first, but David was a good teacher, and in those early days, our teeth stained with Cabernet Sauvignon, we couldn't get enough of our new land, all of it ours, and each other, all of him, mine. Let's start trying, he whispered in my ear one night after a dinner he'd cooked for me. His warm breath tickled my ear, his hand migrated between my legs. We'd been the first of our friend group to do everything. Engaged at 21, married at 22. We were 25, and children were the logical next step. He waited for my response, his eyes trained on my face, the way only David had ever looked at me, like I was deserving of worship. My hesitation melted under that gaze. A thought fizzled in my head, like a snuffed-out fire. I'm not sure I'm ready. It was just nerves. Of course I wanted a family with David. It was something we'd talked about and planned for. That night, we started trying, and for the weeks that followed, I walked around with a newfound fragility, imagining the cells multiplying inside me. But the ensuing pregnancy test was negative, bringing with it a mixture of disappointment and relief. "We'll try again," David said, his lips finding my neck. We did, and when my next period was late, I peed on a stick and held my breath as 2 lines instantly formed. I surprised David by wrapping up the stick inside a tiny onesie I'd seen at a baby boutique in town. His expression had been one of awe. His mouth had dropped open, and his eyes had crinkled at the corners. Really? He'd pulled me into the tenderest hug. I'd dipped my chin into the crook of his shoulder. I have everything, I'd thought as tears filled my eyes. And I did have everything, until a few months ago, when it all started to come undone. When we arrived at the Oakery estate for the wedding, Josh and Michelle left to join a group of teenagers, other students from St. Helena High. I waited for David to lead me through the crowd. He was an extrovert, but had found ways to accommodate me when he sensed I felt shy or awkward. Tonight, his hands remained firmly in his pockets. "You look good," I told him. It was true. At 42, David was still sandy-haired and square-jawed, with no hint of the paunch that inflated the waistbands of other men cresting into middle age. If anything, he was only becoming more handsome with each passing year. "You too," he said quickly, without looking at me. My dress was pale green silk, the hem tailored perfectly around my high-heeled sandals. David had barely glanced at me since I'd put it on, even though I'd chosen it with him in mind. He'd always loved when I wore green, commenting on how it brought out my eyes. "I'll be right back," he whispered in my ear, before retreating into a well-dressed throng of men in black tie and women in elegant long dresses. I made small talk with some of the other guests, my fingers wrapped tightly around the stem of a champagne flute. When I saw Michelle's father, Rodney, and his wife, Jen, I waved. Jen made her way over and draped me in a hug. "You look beautiful," she said, patting at her tight-up do. "So do you," I replied. Jen was Rodney's second wife, and younger than me, in her mid-30s, if that. David and I had known Rodney casually before Michelle and Josh started dating. He'd been a winemaker for even longer than we had owned the Golden Grape. And when Michelle and Josh became a couple, David and I made an effort to get to know the family better. We went on a few double dates and learned that Michelle split her time between Rodney and Jen's home and her mother's, Sylvie's, house. Sylvie had never responded to my voicemails asking to meet for coffee. The few times I'd met her in person while dropping off Michelle, she had been aloof. Jen had drunkenly called her a snob once, and I wondered if she was right. "I feel like this hairstyle was a mistake. It looks like a goddamn helmet," Jen said with a tipsy giggle. "Where's David?" "Around somewhere," I said, a nervous laugh catching in my throat. over the last 3 weeks, I'd looked at David differently, studying his face for a truth he wasn't telling me. Ever since I'd found a receipt in his jacket pocket while getting our dry cleaning ready for a small, expensive restaurant in Sonoma we'd been to several times, but not recently. "We should go back to Sonoma," I'd said absent-mindedly, the receipt curled in my hand. We hadn't been for a proper date night since Kieran was born 9 months ago, and we'd both been strained over the summer, feeling more like co-workers than husband and wife. "Maybe a weekend away. We can get a sitter for Kieran. It would be good for us, don't you think?" David had been in the shower. The sound of the water pelting down exaggerated his pause before he responded. "Yeah, sounds good. I haven't been there in years." My fingers had closed around the receipt. Until that moment, I had assumed it was for a business dinner. Later, I would open it and analyze the dishes ordered. 2 appetizers, 2 meals, a shared bottle of Chardonnay, and picture David seated across from another woman, his foot bumping hers under the table. I almost confronted him, but I could already hear his excuse. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Memory must be going with my old age." Now, the receipt was in the beaded purse that hung at my side. I was afraid that if I couldn't find it, it would be as if I had imagined its very existence. It was ridiculous, the idea of David cheating on me, and something I'd never once considered in our 2 decades of marriage. It was ridiculous until I remembered what the last few months had taught me. That I didn't know everything about my husband. David sat beside me as the bridesmaids made their slow walk down the flower-strewn aisle, as the organ swelled in preparation for the bridal chorus. He rested his hand on my knee as everyone watched the bride approach her groom, her tawny hair covered by a long veil. The groom was who I focused on. How his expression changed as she neared, tears collecting in the corners of his eyes. His hands clasped in a knot in front of him. The rapid rise and fall of his chest. It was all there. So much bald emotion. Almost too intimate for a crowd. I cast a sidelong glance at David. He met my eyes, but his smile, so familiar I could have memorized it, down to the striations around his denim blue eyes, came a beat too late. We left the reception when the dancing began, the scent of sun-baked grapes filling the air. Napa's climate made the wine. The heat of day swelled the grapes with sugary ripeness, while the night balanced them with acidity. It was early in the season. The grapes for the sparkling wines would be picked first, followed by the whites a few weeks later. The reds needed longer to mature, and our Cabernet Sauvignon took the longest. Josh stayed behind with Michelle. He said he would get a ride home with a friend. I worried about him constantly, but what I never admitted was that I worried more about what he might do than what someone might do to him. Josh had a tendency to become sullen when things didn't go his way, his mood snapping like an elastic band. And he'd been quieter than usual ever since the last week of junior year, after the seismic shift in our family. David didn't speak to me on the drive home. It wasn't like him to have nothing to say, but it felt like we'd been in a stalemate for several weeks. Tension bubbled in my chest, tightening the space between my ribs. I wanted to ask him about the receipt, about all the other business dinners I was suddenly questioning. I wanted to ask him so many things. But once those questions were out in the open, everything would change. "Here we are," he finally said when we pulled into the long driveway leading up to our home, a converted farmhouse on the southeast corner of the Golden Grape. He got out of the car and headed toward our front porch, leaving me to follow. Once upon a time, he'd insisted on opening car doors for me, but it had been a long time since he had made those gestures. I trailed behind him, taking in the familiar white wooden clapboard and wraparound porch. This was the house David was raised in. He'd originally given me his enthusiastic blessing to renovate and make it our own, but whenever I tried, he became incredibly nostalgic, and I'd be left feeling guilty for wanting to change anything. As soon as the babysitter left, David came up beside me in the kitchen, his hand migrating to my lower back. His mouth dropped to my ear, his fingers tracing a trail up my spine. It was the kind of gesture that used to make me melt into his arms, but I stood stiffly. David didn't seem to understand that my affections couldn't be turned on and off like a piece of machinery. "We need to talk," I said. He didn't want to talk, so he did what he always did to avoid it. He snaked up the hem of my dress and reached for my underwear, which he tugged down as he braced my body against the wall, his lips dropping kisses down my bare shoulder. His fingers rubbed against me, creating an unpleasant friction that he somehow took as an invitation to slip inside. It would have been easier to go along with it, so that David went to bed satisfied and our stilted sense of equilibrium hummed along. But the less aroused I felt, the more enraged I became. The same nagging suspicion that had been collecting in my gut over the past few weeks felt impossible to ignore. Finally, I pulled away. "You said you hadn't been in Sonoma in years." "What are you talking about?" he said, genuine confusion in his voice. I turned to face him, pulling my dress down. "Sonoma, your last business dinner there. It was last month, but you said you hadn't been there in years." He wasn't expecting the confrontation. I saw the surprise on his face, the slight panic in his eyes. "Bev, I don't remember every single time I travel for work. I must have forgotten. What's the big deal?" "I know you better than anyone, David. I know when you're lying." "I'm not lying." He rubbed circles into his temples. "Why are you so wound up?" My voice trembled. "Are you cheating on me?" He turned toward the granite counter, hunching forward on his elbows. "Am I cheating on you? Bev, are you serious?" "Don't lie," I said. "Look me in the face and tell me the truth." For a long moment, he didn't turn around. But when he did, he wasn't rattled or upset. His expression was calm, completely unreadable. "We haven't had sex since, well, in months. You've pulled away from me and you barely talk to me anymore. It's like you're punishing me." "Don't bring that into it," I said, practically choking on my words. "This is about you and me. No, this is about you lying to me, and you pretending certain things never happened." "Why do we need to dwell on it? It's over, and I'm the one trying to move on. Bev, you've become totally unavailable to me. It's like I'm living with a stranger." "So you're cheating on me," I said, the force of it making the air leave my chest. David pinched the bridge of his nose. "Is it any worse than what you've done to me? I have needs too, and they haven't been taken care of in a very long time. I'm not even talking about sex. You've shut me out of your life." I mentally traversed the last few years of our relationship. David's heartfelt pleas for another baby, my arguments against having one. It felt like starting over from scratch, setting the clock back another 18 years, giving up on the plans we'd put in place, leaving the vineyard more often, spending more time overseas. We were only 42, and it was about to be just us again. Some people thought we'd given up our freedom by being young parents, but there was an upside. We would also be young empty nesters. Then we'd had Kieran. I had seen things from David's perspective. It was our last chance to have another baby before we were too old, And didn't I owe him that? I'd psyched myself up, convinced it was a good idea. My sister, Camille, and her then-husband, Paul, were trying too, and even though she lived in Santa Barbara, knowing we could be pregnant at the same time helped bolster my excitement. Camille and I talked daily about it. But then I conceived after only a month of trying, and Paul changed his mind about children. Now, Kieran was almost 9 months old, and things had been good, minus the fact that motherhood at 42 felt entirely different than it had at 25, leaving me constantly exhausted and forgetful and overwhelmed. My body had refused to snap back. And while David helped with Kieran when he could, sometimes it felt like he didn't understand how much I had to juggle to even function. My work at the winery, plus the invisible labor at home, the multiplying laundry, visits to the pediatrician, wake-ups at night, sometimes hourly. Parenting babies and teenagers required different parts of me. Parenting both at the same time required too much. "You can take some time off from the winery, you know," David had said. And he probably genuinely thought he was being helpful, but I didn't want to give that up. I wanted to feel productive. It wasn't enough to simply be needed. When he'd suggested we hire a nanny to help with Kieran, I balked at that too. Camille and I had been left with babysitters and family friends so often that our mother's retreating back, the bony knobs of her spine, was something I still pictured. I didn't want my own son to feel that too. But despite a few bumps, David and I still would have made it through Kieran's first year virtually unscathed. We would have looked back and missed the same chaotic days from which we longed to escape. Time would have erased the stress and fatigue. We would have made it, had Josh not come to us that day in mid-June, his lower lip wobbling. Something happened. Tear-blurred eyes, protestations of innocence, the heated arguments that followed, and David's obsession with preserving appearances, giving him the cold boulder of my back instead of snuggling into him at night. "Are you fucking someone else, David?" I said now, enunciating every painful word. He reached for my wrists, the anger leaving his face. "Let's sit down and talk rationally. We have a lot of things to discuss." "No." I yanked my arms away before he could touch me. "We're not talking about anything until you answer my question. Are you having sex with another woman?" In his silence, the slow ticking of the wall clock seemed too loud. "I slept with someone," David finally said, his blue eyes trained on mine. "I admit it. But only one time. It was a weak moment. You must understand why, the way you've withheld from me." "Oh, it's my fault?" I shouted. "I'm the one who made you do this?" David rubbed his eyes. "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we've both screwed up. Before now, I've been a good husband, Bev. I've given you everything you needed. And now you've taken it all away." My scream took us both by surprise. David looked like he was afraid of me, and maybe I was afraid of myself. As the full weight of the betrayal settled in, I wasn't sure whether I wanted to physically hurt David or sink into a sobbing heap on the floor and never get up. My family. David knew how much it meant to me. He knew what I had gone through as a kid. He knew I had done everything I could to stop history from repeating itself. "We can fix this," David said, putting out a tentative hand. "We can work on us." I turned away from him, opened the fridge, and pulled out a bottle of Chardonnay, momentarily, crazily imagining the meaty thwack it would make against David's skull. "Who is she? Do you love her? Does she love you?" When he spoke, it was practically a whisper. "Do you?" I dropped my gaze to the floor. which had been tiled neatly with marble, my only real mark on the home we'd shared for so many years. I'd insisted on replacing the worn hardwood, which David had said I could do, only to later grumble that the house felt like it lacked its natural character. "I can't look at you right now," I said, a ribbon of steel in my voice. "I think you should go. I need time to think, and I can't do that with you around." His hand hovered above my lower back, but he pulled it away before it touched me. "You want me to leave? I'll spend the night at a hotel." "No." I wrapped my arm around my chest. "I can't be near you right now." "But the harvest. I need to be here. And the kids. What will you tell them?" "The kids. Their questioning blue eyes. Then, the incident. The hurt in those eyes. David's own gaze, hard and stormy. My anger surged. "The harvest, David? That's what you're thinking about right now?" "It's our life's work," he said quietly. I couldn't find a way to put the crushing disappointment I felt into words, so I took another shot at David. "Maybe you should have thought about your life's work before fucking another woman. Who was she, David?" "Nobody you know," he said carefully. "I didn't know her either. I was there for work, but I stopped at a restaurant. I was hungry, and then I had too much to drink." The Chardonnay cold in my hand. The bottle of Chardonnay on the receipt. Had she chosen the wine, or had he? When we'd first started dating, I loved watching David taste wine. The way he closed his eyes, bobbing his head ever so slightly like he was listening to music only he could hear. I knew, rationally, that David wasn't more concerned about the harvest than he was about our marriage. But I had also recently learned exactly how far David would go to protect his family and the reputation of our vineyard. My voice was steady, even though I felt anything but. "You need to leave right now." "I'll go," he said, fear deepening his voice. "But Bev, you haven't been the same since what happened in June. You know we made the right decision, but I feel like you've been blaming yourself for it, and you've closed yourself off." "It has nothing to do with that," I spat out. "This is about you." "It's about us," he said. "We've both made mistakes. I would never have cheated on you." "There are worse things," he said. I watched him walk out the door. He paused briefly on the porch, like he wanted me to stop him. I waited for the tears to come, but they never did. Instead of sadness was deep regret. I'd trusted David to keep me secure, but I had never felt less safe.
3. June. Prospect Heights, Brooklyn, September 2022. Kyle and I act fast in the weeks following our engagement. Due to a last-minute cancellation, we can have our first choice of venue, the Wythe Hotel in Brooklyn, for the last weekend of October. I picture our reception in their elegant courtyard, with all that exposed brick and the twinkling lights we'll string over a long rectangular table. Our wedding will be small, only immediate family and close friends. It feels fast, but we've been together for so long that the cancellation seems like a sign that we're meant to be married quickly, surrounded by the people who have always been there for us. It's Phoebe's idea to take engagement photos for us, even though we don't have a wedding website or traditional invitations. Since the guest list is so small, we've reached out to everyone individually. "You'll still want to look back and show these to your kids someday," she insists. And the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of having this ephemeral time in our life immortalized. She also connects me with a local florist, and Kyle hires a DJ off a recommendation from one of his colleagues. My mom takes me shopping for a dress, which we find at the first boutique and buy off the rack, exactly my size. All the pieces click together seamlessly. The only item we still haven't figured out is our honeymoon, but we've discussed several potential destinations. I surprised myself when I suggested Napa as a possibility. Josh grew up on a winery in California, and he was the one who encouraged me to open a bar of my own. Maybe I'm finally ready to make new memories in a place connected to him. After the shock of Josh's death, I took solace in my ambition and poured myself into my pipe dream, scouting locations for the natural wine bar I was determined to open, daydreaming about the wine list and securing funding. Grape Juice, a small brick space with stained glass windows in Cobble Hill, finally opened 7 years ago and is one of my proudest accomplishments. But while I was thriving professionally, my sadness hadn't gone away. Phoebe gently suggested I needed a hobby and reminded me of how we'd met in our first year at Cornell during an ill-fated attempt at intramural tennis. We'd both been laughably bad and mutually decided to quit after a couple of weeks, our friendship permanent in a way our athleticism wasn't. I knew she was right. It was time for me to do something for myself. After a reluctant Google search, I decided to try out tennis lessons at the Prospect Park Tennis Center. Just like in college, I was terrible at first, but I enjoyed the aggression I could let off each week, the satisfying whack of racket against ball, the rewarding ache in my muscles afterward. I started doing weekly doubles matchups, and one evening, there was Kyle, with his curly brown hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and a soft-spoken voice that belied his blistering backhand. Josh had been gone for almost 4 years, and I was approaching 34. My dating life had gone nowhere, but I had also barely tried. With Kyle, I found I gravitated toward his quiet confidence, the way he listened instead of always talking about himself. After catching each other's eyes for weeks, we found ourselves paired up on the court, and I realized I was excited in a way that made me feel both hopeful and guilty in equal measure. After our game, we talked for almost an hour. He told me he had been an avid tennis player at a teen at camp, but had gotten away from the sport since then. When he asked if he could call me sometime, I gave him my number. On our first date, I learned that he was the same age as me, 33. He seemed too perfect to still be single, but I quickly gleaned that he'd been laser-focused on establishing himself in his career and that he wasn't a fan of dating apps or flings. He was a relationship person, just like me. I didn't tell him I was a widow until our third date, on a long walk through Prospect Park with takeout coffee. It was the first time I'd told the story without coming close to tears, reciting it the robotic way everyone else had told it to me. It was an accident, a tragedy, but eventually I had to move on. When I said it like that, I could almost start to believe it. I was miles away from the woman I had been at the funeral, wild-eyed, unwashed, practically feral. I could finally see myself how others must have seen me in the weeks after that awful day, as someone unhinged and broken down by grief. When I knew Kyle better, I told him about that version of myself, and how in the weeks and months that followed Josh's death, my brain often tricked me into thinking I saw Josh in random places. But I left out my theory about Josh's last text message, instead explaining Josh's death in almost painfully clinical terms. He drowned. Maybe it really was that simple. I was the only one who thought it wasn't. Maybe this is what it felt like to finally move on. Phoebe is waiting by the boathouse in Prospect Park when Kyle and I arrive, her camera bag beside her, the sun gleaming off her shiny black hair. She hugs me tightly. Kyle and I decided not to have a large wedding party, but his cousin Matt will be his best man, and Phoebe will be my maid of honor. I was hers when she married her husband, Peter, an investment banker she'd met online after dating a string of non-committal men in our years after graduating Cornell. Now they have their daughters, Brooke and Brody, who are 3 and 4, and during the pandemic, Phoebe quit her job as a dietitian to pursue her passion for photography. She specializes in milestone moments, weddings, maternity photos, and newborn sessions, sleeping babies curled up and blissfully unaware as their little heads are topped with crocheted hats and tiny flower crowns. "I'm thinking we take the photos on the bridge first," she says. "The sun won't be in your faces, and I think the way it's hitting the water, it'll look really beautiful." "You're the expert," Kyle says, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. "I'll try to have them touched up and sent to you before you guys leave," she says as we make our way to Lullwater Bridge. "You're heading out on Friday, right?" "Yeah," I say. For the past 3 years, Kyle and I have taken our annual fall trip to the Catskills, where we rent an Airbnb and spend our days hiking, the trees scorched with brilliant red and yellow leaves. But no rush. Seriously, thanks for talking me into this. I guess I didn't think of taking photos. Why not? Phoebe says. This needs to be celebrated. I know, I say. Phoebe meets my eyes and nods. She understands. Most of our friends who wanted to be married did so by their mid-30s. At almost 40, I'm the oldest bride in the group, and clinging to typical wedding rituals feels wrong somehow, even though it shouldn't. Besides, I've been married before. I didn't think of it either, Kyle says, but I'm not very photogenic. Phoebe, you have to tell me if I'm making a weird face. People always say I look like I'm cringing, including my own parents. Phoebe laughs. She and Kyle have always gotten along. Her reaction to Kyle was entirely different from her attitude toward Josh. We argued more in the 6 months Josh and I were together than any other time in over 2 decades of friendship. You barely know him, she'd said, and I don't know. There's something about him I don't trust. He came on so strong. You're just jealous, is what I couldn't say. Phoebe had been with Peter for almost a year by that point, and while she was ready for an engagement, he wasn't there yet. I wasn't even looking for love when Josh rocketed into my life, but our relationship became serious practically overnight. When we eloped, I didn't let her know beforehand. I kept telling myself I was waiting for the right moment, and when I did call her, she had been less than enthused. I knew she was hurt that I'd kept something so monumental from her and robbed her of the chance to be part of my wedding like we'd drunkenly promised in college. She'd given me the cold shoulder for days. And then there was another, even more difficult call to make. Josh was gone. Phoebe instructs Kyle and me to get into position on Lullwater Bridge. Beneath us, the green-tinged water is placid, a family of ducks scything a path to the shore. The trees around us are just starting to redden. Phoebe arranges us in the center of the bridge and tells us to forget she's there. I lean into Kyle, my hands pressed against the chest of his brown suede jacket, my ring winking in the sun. His smile goes all the way up to his eyes. I love you, he murmurs, like he's actively trying not to move his mouth. I start to laugh, pulling his face down to mine for a kiss. The photos are supposed to be candid, I say, linking our hands together. You're allowed to move your lips. We can talk. I look like a robot, don't I? He pulls me closer and gently dips me backward, his face relaxing. Is that better? I guess it's practice for the actual wedding. I don't want the cameras to catch me accidentally grimacing while we say our vows. I promise I'll try not to make my vows cheesy enough to make you grimace. I smile as my fiancé kisses my forehead. As Phoebe clicks away with her camera, I'm immediately swept back to my wedding day with Josh and the photos we took with his digital camera, his long arm outstretched to capture our sweat-shiny faces, cheeks flushed with sun and excitement. By the time I had them printed, he'd been dead for 2 months. They were so painful to look at that I left them in their envelope instead of framing them the way we had once talked about. Josh, handsome and alive. Me, the happiest I would ever be. At least until Kyle came into my life, proof that the universe wasn't as cruel as I'd once thought. We walk from the bridge to the cleft ridge span, my favorite archway in the park, and get into position at the mouth of the arch, its regal underbelly rising above our heads. We stand apart from each other, with our hands interlocking, and when I smile, it's real. It has taken me a long time to get here, but there's nothing in my life to worry about. I own an amazing bar, Kyle is the perfect fiancé, and I have friends and family who love and support me. Now, try standing back to back and reaching for each other's hands, Phoebe says. Just switch places so June's ring isn't hidden. We shuffle obediently, and I fixate on the greenery in the distance as Phoebe clicks, as my hands are warm in Kyle's, my back pressed against his. I watch a group of teenagers on the grass who are tapping on their phones. A little boy tries to fly a kite, but the anemic huffs of wind only let it hover briefly a few inches off the ground, despite his mother's fruitless efforts to help. Smile, Phoebe says, and look up, just a bit higher. I obey, and suddenly, Past the little boy and his mother. Past the lazy sprawl of teenagers. There's a man in a baseball cap, too far away to make out the exact features of his face. But for a split second, he's staring straight at me, his eyes boring directly into mine. I gasp, a panicked inhale so hard and quick that I almost choke on my own breath. I drop Kyle's hands, my body numb. The man turns away quickly, but not before I take in the sharp cut of his jawline and his familiar stance, arms crossed and chin tilted downward. If I were closer, I'd be able to see that cleft chin, those cheeks bracketed with dimples. Josh. My brain sputters, but his name gets stuck in my throat. It has been so long since I said it, so long since I've talked about him out loud. He's walking away, hands jammed in the pockets of his jeans. I'm vaguely aware of Kyle and Phoebe saying my name, but they sound far away. And before I can process what's happening, I start running toward the man, my heart pulling me in his direction, like the magnetized needle of a compass, even as my brain stumbles to keep up. It's not Josh, logically. I know it can't be him. But there he is, joining the foot traffic of joggers and rollerbladers and dog walkers, quickly swallowed up by a throng of students in NYU jackets. I lose sight of him, spinning in a dizzy circle, hoping to catch another glimpse. But he's gone. He was never there, I remind myself, trying to slow my hammering heart. It's never Josh. Not since he kissed me goodbye at an Airbnb in San Francisco and told me he would be back soon with breakfast. It was never Josh, even though after his death, every man over 6 feet tall with wavy dark blonde hair had me seeing things. Wild-eyed, I chased strangers down streets, grabbed sleeves, and tugged on jackets like a kid lost in a department store. "Is it you?" I'd say, drunk on hope and hysteria, only to find myself in the cold crosshairs of a stranger's eyes. Those days, the darkest ones, are behind me. I haven't seen Josh on the street in years, and I no longer leave my apartment both excited and terrified that I might stumble upon him. I stop and sit on a bench to compose myself, my breath coming in thready gulps, my blouse tacky with sweat. I remind myself of the mantra I learned in therapy: visualize and reframe the situation. I'm seeing him because my wedding is approaching, and subconsciously, I feel guilty, even though I shouldn't. A sliver of irrationality stabs back, but it looked just like him. They all do, I remind myself. "June?" Kyle says, rushing over to me. "June, what's going on?" His eyes are worried, and behind him, Phoebe's face is a mask of confusion. I'm so sorry." They're both waiting for me to come up with an explanation. My voice wavers, and I know I'm on the verge of tears. I don't want to tell Kyle the truth. There's no need to bring up Josh right now, when we've already had so many conversations about grief, the bigness of my emotions practically engulfing our relationship. I don't want to tell Phoebe either. Years ago, I would report my Josh sightings to her like scientific findings. He was in Whole Foods. He walked past the bar. I swear, I saw him in Central Park. Each time, she talked me down, her voice thick with sadness. "Junie, you know it wasn't him. I'm worried about you." "You look like you've seen a ghost," Kyle says, sitting down beside me, balling my hands inside his. And he doesn't know how right he is. I will the tears away, forcing what I hope is a placid expression onto my face. "Sorry, I thought I saw an old friend," I say, slipping quickly into the lie. I shrug, pushing away a stray piece of hair. "It wasn't her. I guess maybe I finally need glasses. We can be one of those married couples who start to look alike." Kyle might have bought the lie, but I can tell Phoebe doesn't. Her eyes probe mine. "I think we're done anyway," she says, thankfully moving on. "I got so many good photos. Kyle, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're extremely photogenic." Kyle gives her a sheepish smile. "Thanks. Only because you make me look good." His and my knotted fists swing like a pendulum between us as we leave the park, and Kyle and Phoebe carry on a conversation about where to go for lunch before I need to get to the bar. They're carefree, happy. I should be too. I huddle closer to Kyle, grateful for the warmth he gives off, While my love for Josh felt like a roller coaster drop I couldn't control, my love for Kyle has been a slow build where I can comfortably set the pace. I lean against his shoulder, knowing he'll plant a kiss on the top of my head, and I promise myself that I won't do this again, that the next time I see Josh, I'll stop my brain from playing tricks on me, from dwelling on what I used to obsess over. They never found a body. He's still out there. I let my fiancé's arm encircle mine and take several deep breaths. I no longer believe in fairy tales, but I also don't believe in ghosts.
4. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. From the sky, St. Helena is the slip knot in a long ribbon of land. The city is corseted tightly by mountains to the west and the east. The valley's warmth trapped like carbonation in our small bottleneck. It was because of geography that our wines were so ripe. Napa Valley was home to more than 400 wineries, many of them small family-owned ones like ours, and we each had our specialties. At the Golden Grape, we were known for our Cabernet Sauvignon, as rich and complex as the land itself. For the first few harvest seasons, we picked the grapes too early, the tannin grippy on the palate, its aftertaste arid. Wine doesn't forgive. Make an error, and an entire year goes by before the vines yield themselves to another chance. I had finally learned the trick, which was not unlike the key tenet of parenting: patience. I had to resist the temptation to pluck the grapes from their vines so that the sugar and the tannin could collide and ripen to create lush velvet on the tongue. I also resisted the temptation to tell everyone what had happened and sully the perfect reputation David had worked so hard to uphold. The reputation wasn't just his, it was ours, and as much as I hated to admit it, I was just as unwilling to crack its veneer as David was. I told only one person about what David had done, an impulsive phone call in the wee hours of the morning when my lips trembled with sadness and rage. Camille arrived on Monday, suitcase in tow, even though I hadn't asked her to. I wondered, had I not made the call, if she would have sensed my emotional turmoil and shown up on my front porch anyway. It seemed to be the way with us, as it had been all of our lives. We could somehow intuit what the other was thinking. Just before she'd called to tell me she and Paul were getting divorced, I'd had an uneasy feeling in my stomach. The news had come as a shock, but only a partial one. "You're not going to be able to do all of this yourself," Camille said, wrapping me in a hug. I sucked in the familiar scent of her, sunscreen, mint gum. "I can watch Kieran while you do what you need to do on the vineyard." She pulled away and shook her head. "David, for God's sake, I never would have imagined." "I know." Her eyes, so similar to mine but less feathered in fine lines, were trained on me. Camille had always liked David. She and I had lived the same tumultuous childhood. Sometimes I could still feel her sweaty hand tentacled to mine, both of us in my bottom bunk, breath hitching in our chests, as the voices rose up from downstairs in angry peals. When I was at UC Davis, Camille was at NYU studying psychology, a brief stint she'd soon abandon for a less conventional life of travel and random jobs to fund it. Apparently, a lot of women subconsciously end up with somebody like their father. She'd told me on one of our calls, and I'd laughed, even though the idea chilled me. Our father, Walter Jameson, a renowned judge in Minneapolis, known for being calm and fair and methodical. My mother was the reason he was so placid outside the household. He took out all his anger on her, and sometimes us. The last thing I wanted was to marry someone like our father, someone who yelled and swore and spanked our tiny bottoms, spittle flying from his mouth like runny egg whites. Someone who stormed out, who slammed doors, who made the people inside his house tiptoe around his destructive temper. Someone who cheated. It was like I'd let Camille down by telling her the truth about David, and I almost wished I'd never called. "I feel bad that you came all this way," I said. "I'm sure you're busy." "I'm not," she said, following me into the house. "I could use the distraction. There's only so many times I can rearrange furniture in the apartment before I lose my mind. I need someone to buy the goddamn place so I can get the hell out." I scooped Kieran out of his playpen. He hated napping, and his cheeks were blotchy and red from the promise of new teeth. I placed him in Camille's arms, and he seemed to settle into her. My sister was a natural with children, which made what happened with Paul even worse. "No luck on the job search," I said, even though I knew if there were, she would have let me know. "I didn't come here to talk about me," she said, taking a seat on the couch with Kieran in her lap. "But no luck is an understatement. I've done a couple home staging gigs, but I'm starting to feel like maybe I don't have a good enough reason to stay." She knew what I was thinking, that she had gotten lonely traveling. She'd taught English in South Korea for almost a year before backpacking through South America, staying in hostels with people half her age. "I'm ready to settle down," she'd said. And the universe had given her Paul. It was serendipity, we'd thought. But really, it was a cruel trick of fate. "I know," I said. "But it's been nice having you a drive away instead of a very long plane ride." She leaned back, her green eyes, the very same shade as mine, but rimmed with her trademark dark eyeliner, analyzing me carefully. "Bev, you don't need to pretend. It's me. I know when you're lying." "I know," I said, "but I'm just trying to keep it together. Everything is such a mess." The tears started to fall, running down my cheeks in thin rivers. "Maybe it's my fault. We aren't having sex, and after what happened with Josh..." "That wasn't your fault. None of it's your fault. Don't go to that place where you blame yourself. You wouldn't let me go there after Paul, so I'm pulling you off that ledge." She fingered the ends of Kieran's downy blonde hair. "That was different," I said, blowing my nose into a balled-up tissue. "Paul changed his mind without telling you." "So did David," she said. "He had an affair." "He said it was just one time and not an actual affair." Somehow there was a difference. I could maybe understand a slip, but an affair, the lying, the sneaking around, the coordination to make that happen, was a different type of unforgivable. And it was so out of character. David was as renowned for being a wholesome family man, devoted to me and the boys, as he was for his aversion to any sort of risk-taking. Our investment portfolio was conservative. He didn't even like to branch out with what he ordered at our favorite restaurants. He was in the stands at every lacrosse game Josh ever played, and he insisted on hiring tutors outside of school, wanting our sons to have the best education possible. He made annual donations to a number of charities. But I was starting to wonder if he did all that because he felt it was important, or because it was important for other people to see and hear about it. "And you believe him?" Camille said. I could tell she didn't, just like she didn't believe our father. I shrugged. It was impossible to articulate, even to my sister, how much of a guiding light David's certainty about us and our decisions had been over the years. I had seen his face when he confessed to cheating, the panic, the remorse. It had hurt him to hurt me. "If you're serious about staying," I started. "I'm staying," she said. "I've been wanting to visit anyway. I haven't been here in, 2 months? Kieran looks so much bigger already. I feel like I'm missing seeing him grow up." She kissed the top of his head. "You're a lifesaver," I said. "Josh is at school right now, but he has a new girlfriend, Michelle, so usually after school she comes here, or he goes to watch her play tennis. They're pretty inseparable." "Wow," Camille said. "Another girlfriend. He's growing up, too." "I was thinking of going to see—" I closed my eyes. He's growing up, too. I felt a hand ensconced in mine, a small hand, never the one to let go. The one to let go was always me. Before she could finish speaking, I interjected. "I need to go run and shower. I'm sure David had appointments booked. I have to cancel them, or figure out what to do. I didn't think about it before kicking him out. I was just so angry." "Okay," Camille said. "Do what you have to do. I'll be hanging out with this little man all day." I walked away, guilt making my steps heavy. Lately, Kieran had been frustrating. I struggled to manage any sort of routine with him, and found myself counting down the hours until he was out of my arms, after which I would miss the feeling of him there like an ache. Sometimes he looked at me with his enormous blue eyes, and I wondered if he wished he had a better mother. My supply was drying up. I no longer woke up with my breasts like cement boulders, milk dotting my nursing bras like Morse code. Kieran was too young to realize David was gone. But what would his life be like if I didn't give David a second chance? He would never remember having two parents happy together. David and I had been happy together, legitimately happy and in love for more than 20 years. Didn't we owe our baby that experience? As I stepped under the shower head, I trained my focus on the more practical aspects of marriage, which were less painful to think about. Once upon a time, naive and clueless about wine, the suburban Minneapolis household Camille and I grew up in had giant $6 jugs labeled white or red, consumed almost solely by our mother. I'd asked David how we would make money living on a vineyard. He had laughed. That beautiful sound that never failed to bring a smile to my lips. "We don't make money. We make wine," he'd said. David had largely been the face of our business, maintaining relationships with restaurant clients and dealing with our sales and marketing. He made casual appearances on tours and wine tastings, the everyman in a baseball cap, handsome and self-deprecating. I remained largely behind the scenes, raising the kids, quietly studying the grapes like they were my own personal religion. David was right. We did make wine, but our wine also made us a very solid amount of money. Our sons had only ever known privilege, and as much as I hated to admit it, I'd grown accustomed to a certain way of living. If David and I got a divorce, where would it leave me? The vineyard was in his family, and the idea of leaving it was a dull pain in my chest. This was the place we had been happy. This was where we'd made a family together. I was good at my job, and I loved it. David was right the other night. This was our life's work, in so many ways. I stepped out of the shower, shivering under the steam. I wished I'd never found that receipt. I wished I'd torn it up and said nothing. By the time I made my way out to our tasting room, a woman was seated there, her back to me. She was wearing a pale silk blouse, her hair down in loose caramel-colored waves. She turned when I entered the room, stood up and smoothed her pencil skirt. Her eyes were dark brown, her lips full, and she looked familiar somehow, like I'd seen her before, but I couldn't place where from. A glass of red wine sat on the table behind her. To most people's naked eye, red wines might look indistinguishable, but I could pick out a Merlot from a Syrah without a second glance. The woman was drinking our Cabernet Sauvignon. across the heavy teak table from Marcel, our manager. "Bev," Marcel said, "I just called the house. Do you know where David is? I can't seem to get a hold of him." "He must have forgotten to tell you," I told Marcel as I strode over, my voice more confident than I felt. "David's gone to San Francisco for a few days to meet with some restaurant clients." "During harvest season?" he asked, surprised. I shrugged. It was last minute, and a good opportunity. The blonde woman watched us with poorly concealed amusement. "Nobody is worse at communication than a man. It's the same everywhere in the world." A small laugh escaped my lips. The phone rang, and Marcel excused himself to answer it, leaving me with the woman and her wine. "Are you enjoying it?" I said, gesturing to the glass as she sat back down. "Or would you like to try another varietal?" She swirled the glass gently, then brought it to her lips. "Once I know what I like, it's hard for me to branch out. I'm old-fashioned that way." She closed her eyes while she sipped. "This is robust. I'm getting hints of cedar, black currant, and plum. No, not black currant, black cherry. I'm guessing you didn't just stumble in here by chance." She smiled and offered me her hand. "You don't remember me, do you, Bev Jameson? We've drank wine together before. Not like this, though." She had used my maiden name. I squinted, as if that would help me see her more clearly. Suddenly, I knew exactly who she was, and wondered how I hadn't known instantly. "Amelia," I said, the nerve endings in my hands sparking as I took hers in mine. My mouth went cotton dry. "You do remember," she said slowly. I nodded as it all flooded back. Davis, with its extensive greenery, its bike trails and zigzagging creeks. The vineyard, the arboretum. The laid-back pace of my life there. Amelia's throat, layered in chunky necklaces, tilted back in a laugh. Her fingernails, painted black, resting on the knee of my frayed jeans. The echo of our voices in the dorm bathrooms. "Did you know," I finally managed, "that this was your winery?" "Of course. I know you and David got married. It wasn't exactly a secret. Everyone knew you'd end up together. You're welcome, by the way. If I recall correctly, didn't I introduce you?" She didn't sound mad. I realized she hadn't let go of my hand, so I slipped mine away. "I've wondered about what you ended up doing," I said, dodging her reference to David. "You always loved wine so much. I mean, you taught me what I knew about it back then." I laughed, which we both know was very little. Amelia smiled. "You were a good student." The skin on my neck heated up. "I'm a buyer now," she said. "That's what I'm doing here, actually. Hopefully, I'll bring something very special back to my clients." I pushed down a bristle of irritation. David hadn't told me that Amelia Rosser was a potential buyer for the Golden Grape. Buyers worked with restaurants all around the world, helping them find wines that matched their requirements. Usually, he kept me informed about new ones. Had he left me in the dark for a reason? No. He had no idea about the history between me and Amelia. He only ever thought we were friends. "And what do you think of our wine so far? Is it special?" "I think it's tricky," she said, leaning over the table. "As far as food pairings go, it would overpower a lot of dishes. It's too full-bodied for the restaurant client I was considering. They serve mostly seafood. Maybe with a meaty fish, grilled swordfish or tuna. Otherwise, it'll just be too overwhelming." "Yes." I stared at the pink dip of her Cupid's bow. There was something mesmerizing about how she spoke, and in her face I saw her 19-year-old self, the girl whose dorm room was across the hall from mine. She had been beautiful then, with her waist-length hair and peasant blouses, but time had only enhanced her appearance. I felt frumpy and plain in my t-shirt and jeans and pulled-back dishwater ponytail, my threadbare postpartum hairline. "Which one's your favorite?" she said. "Which one means the most to you?" "Nobody's ever asked me that," I said. "I mean, I've been asked which one is my favorite, but not why it means the most to me." She bit her lower lip. "I want to hear Bev Jameson talk about wine for a change." "Well, you probably know David and I took over the winery from his parents when we got married. We've been here ever since." I paused. "I know what you're probably thinking. How could I end up making wine my life when I used to hate how it tasted?" Amelia laughed, like I knew she would. We unearthed the same memory in silence, me pouring her Dixie cups of different red wines, indistinguishable to me but intimately known to her, Amelia blindfolded as she sniffed and sipped from each, identifying the characteristics and country of origin, the variety and the year, me checking marks off a sheet, my heart pounding through the thin fabric of my halter top. Her wine-stained lips, dark red feathering in the corners, the way I memorized the elegant shape of her mouth. "People change," she said. "I'm not surprised at all that you ended up loving wine. To answer your question, I hate picking favorites with the wines because, this is going to sound stupid, I know, but it's almost like being asked which one is your favorite child. I've helped them all turn into what they became. The decisions I made created them. But if I had to choose, we make this Viognier that's really beautiful." I didn't tell her why I decided to grow the Viognier grapes in the first place, because it was the only permitted wine grape for the French wine Condrieu in the Rhone Valley, a famous wine region in southern France and somewhere I'd long wanted to visit. It was my way of being there without actually being there. She pushed away the Cabernet Sauvignon, a lone red drop trapped in the divot where the glass met the stem. "In that case, I think it's time we moved on to the whites." I poured out 3 whites to start, our Chardonnay, Viognier, and Pinot Gris, putting a finger's width in each cup and watched Amelia pull the Chardonnay. She picked up the glass by the stem, looking first at the appearance, the pale yellow of caramelized sugar. Next, she swirled the glass, releasing the scent, then brought it up to her nose and inhaled deeply. I found myself breathing with her. "This one surprises me," she said after her first sip, pursing her lips together. "It's big, but not too buttery. I can taste the hint of pear. There's just enough sweetness." Her eyes locked onto mine. Usually, I find Chardonnay so contrived now. The care just isn't there. "We're very specific," I said. "The process? We only age it in certain oak barrels. I can show you later if you want." "I'd love that," she said. "Look at us. Now you're the teacher." I felt my cheeks redden and suppressed a smile as I sat down across from her. The Viognier was next. It was a small batch wine, one we sold out of quickly every fall after people came for tours and unexpectedly fell in love with it. "You're right. This one is very special," she said, easing forward. "It's almost spicy. The honeysuckle is beautiful. This is what I'd drink on a date. You know, the kind of date where you really like the person and everything feels like it's full of possibility." Between sips, Amelia told me about what she'd been up to since graduating from UC Davis. Like David, she'd been a student of viticulture and enology, but unlike David, she'd set her sights on becoming a sommelier rather than a winemaker. Once she found out that becoming a buyer would allow her to travel constantly, she knew she had found her calling. She was based out of New York, but claimed to live out of a suitcase most of the time. I'm on the hunt for smaller wineries, hidden gems, like this place, she explained. My clients are discerning. They don't want their menus full of factory wines or wine made with some formula instead of simple human care. I guess I'm the opposite of mainstream. I'm always looking for something different. I got into natural wine when I was in Jura, and I'm very interested in anything biodynamic and organic. It hasn't caught on as much here yet, but I'm hoping it will. She talked quickly, gesticulating often, the same as she did 20 years ago. I wrinkled my nose. David hated the idea of natural wine, its funky taste, its volatility. He believed additives were necessary to create a high standard and a consistent drinking experience. I don't know about natural wine, I said. It just looks like cloudy grape juice. That's exactly what it is, and it's amazing. I'll convert you, Amelia said with a wink. I wanted to keep the conversation going. It felt good talking to somebody who knew me before I was Bev Kelly, before I was a winemaker and a wife and a mother. Somebody who'd seen me at my most raw and uncertain. Somebody who had been a listening ear as I unraveled the pain of my past. David had always tried to fix everything, but Amelia had let me unload, not offering any solutions, just her reassuring presence, sometimes a messy anecdote of her own that never failed to make me laugh. What have you been up to besides work? I asked, pouring myself a glass of Viognier. Her slim ring finger was bare, but I asked the question anyway. Did you get married? Amelia shook her head. No, I'm not sure I'm the marrying kind. Do you have any kids? I wanted her answer to be no, which didn't even make sense. No kids. My ex wanted them. It was a deal breaker. So what happened? I asked. She broke it off. It was the best thing for both of us. Amelia leaned forward, propping her chin on her hands. A curl hung beside her cheek, and I resisted the urge to push it back behind her ear. You have kids, though? I nodded, wondering why the truth felt like a lie. She didn't ask for details, names, ages, boy or girl, for which I was grateful. Most mothers loved talking about their children. I heard the other winemakers' wives tell stories, their eyes shining with joy. I used to be the same way, collecting the compliments that seemed to follow us wherever we went. You have your hands full. You have a beautiful family. My hands had been full, but I had never felt less useful, less productive, less myself. Now I felt panic instead of pride when I thought about my sons, when I considered who I had been as their mother. I took a long sip of wine and changed the subject. We really fell in love with this land, and we were lucky since David's parents owned the winery. They'd already made a profit and a name here, so we didn't have to struggle. But we had struggled, of course. We picked too early. Our Cabernet retained the scent of unripe green peppers. We picked too late. The wine's cloyingly sugary, a perfumed blast on the palate. We put too many additives in the wine, too much water, acid, enzymes. We failed to protect our wines, leaving them vulnerable to oxygen and yeast and bacteria. Still, I had good memories of those early years, of the possibilities, the late nights of conversations, the meals over candlelight. David's arm puckering against my skin in bed, his fingers resting against the huge dome of my stomach. Things didn't feel perfect back then. There had always been a new problem to fix, but David lived for the challenge. The struggles seemed to bring out the best in us, highlighting how well we worked as a team. "And you were in love," Amelia said, running her index finger along the stem of her glass, trapping my gaze like a butterfly between clasped hands. "With the land, I mean." I nodded, and she leaned in closer. "Can I tell you a secret?" she said. "This Pinot Gris might be my favorite. It's more subtle at first taste, but the longer it's on my tongue, the richer and more complex it gets." There was a stirring in my stomach, like strings being plucked. We were close enough that I could see the golden flecks in Amelia's eyes. My breath was clenched in my throat like a balloon. It was only when Marcel waltzed back in that I tore my gaze away. "I'm obsessed with your wine," Amelia said, standing up and straightening the hem of her skirt. "I'll be in touch. Or, if you want to call me, here." She slid her business card across the table toward me, but leaned over before I could pick it up, jotting what I assumed to be a personal number on the back instead. "You never came back," I blurted out after she started to walk away, scratching the embossed surface of her card with my fingernail, grappling for something to say to keep her there. "You said you would when you left, but you stayed in France. Why?" She turned around, a tiny smile on her lips. "You know me. I go with my gut, and with the wine, of course. It wanted me to stay." "Wine can't talk," I said, suppressing a smirk. "Maybe not," she said with a shrug. "But wine has always loved me back." It wasn't the first time I had stared at her departing back, wanting to run after her. But there had always been a critical difference between Amelia and me. She was the loudest voice in a room, the most certain, and I was too afraid to speak up.
5. June. Catskill, New York, September 2022. The second time I see Josh is outside Grape Juice, when I'm standing behind the bar, going over the details of an upcoming order before Kyle and I leave for the Catskills. I glanced up by chance, and there he was, with his baseball cap and stubbled chin, peering inside the window. I'm certain it's the same man from the park, same height, same sandy hair under his baseball cap. Trish calls after me as I abandon my tablet and dart outside. "June, is everything okay?" But I'm already gone. Our stamp-sized patio is full of lunch patrons. In front of them are pastel-hued orange wines and sparkling pet gnats in glasses, along with the remnants of our locally sourced farm-to-table lunch fare on oversized plates. When I first dreamed up Grape Juice, I'd pictured this very scene, intimate, casual, people enjoying each other's company and the unadorned beauty of the wines I loved so much. My care flushed into every detail and decision, but today I don't feel the same pride in the scene, in my dream realized. I don't notice or care that this will probably be one of the last weeks it's warm enough to sit outside. I don't want to be here at all. The street is packed with people. I look in every direction, not knowing which way to run, so I stay put, squeezing my eyes shut and pinching my thighs, hating my brain for this emotional subterfuge. Visualize and reframe. I remind myself that I'm allowed to be happy, I'm supposed to be happy, and that I don't need to feel guilty for moving on. Visualize and reframe. Josh isn't here. Josh isn't anywhere, and he hasn't been for a very long time. The 2.5-hour drive to the Catskills in our rental car goes by quickly, the scenery out my passenger side window transforming as we get farther away from Brooklyn. I'm grateful for Kyle's hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, his out-of-tune voice as he attempts to sing along to 90s rock on the radio, the sun glinting off his slightly smudged glasses. I'm grateful for 2 days of just us and the woods, filled with hikes and the hot tub, touring quaint Catskills wineries, and Kyle cooking us dinner in front of a flickering fire in the adorable 400-square-foot A-frame we've been renting on the third weekend of September for the last 3 years. I rarely want to stray from grape juice for longer than a weekend, and the trips Kyle and I take are always carefully planned ahead of time. A lack of spontaneity is something we share in common, leading me to wonder if I was only ever spontaneous with Josh because he was too. Most of all, I'm grateful for the distance, for the change of place. This cabin is something that feels solely ours, mine and Kyle's, with no other memories attached. As much as I love New York City, I have nearly 20 years' worth of memories there, ever since Phoebe and I moved to Williamsburg together after college, where she was an art major and I studied viticulture and enology at Cornell's College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, imagining myself on a vineyard someday. The pace and bustle of New York City was a far cry from the Connecticut suburb I was raised in, from the homey Tudor where my parents still reside to this day. I think they assumed I'd go into academia or education. Like them, my father taught high school math, and my mother was a professor at Trinity College, but I'd been fascinated by the hospitality industry since high school. As an only child of 2 self-professed foodies, I'd often tagged along with my parents on their dinner dates, and I loved being at restaurants, with their constant low buzz of chatter and beautiful flatware and clinking glasses. I was drawn to the romanticism of wine, the way it brought people together, the way it felt like the perfect fusion of fantasy and practicality, science and art. My parents had been surprised when I applied to the program at Cornell, but they'd supported me regardless. I went straight from Cornell to managing wine operations for an upscale midtown bar, and while there, I became interested in natural wine through a group of coworkers who had become fast friends. It was a movement that was gaining traction worldwide, and although I was dubious about the foggy appearance and unconventional aromas, I immediately loved the taste and how it made me feel, with its absence of additives. "It's basically the definition of grape juice," my friend Miriam had said, "like what wine was supposed to be before all the interventions." "Grape juice," I'd repeated. "That would be a cool name for a bar." 2 years into my job at the Midtown Bar, I met Josh at Miriam's engagement party. He was cradling a scotch on the rocks in his palm, his eyes never leaving mine. When I got up to get another drink, he followed me and stood behind me at the bar. "Can I get an orange Pinot Grigio, please?" I said to the bartender. When I turned around with my drink, Josh was there, fixing me with a sly smile. I gestured to the bar. "I'm done, if you're ordering something."
"I have a drink already," he said. "I'm not usually a scotch guy, but they don't have any real wine here. That stuff smells like a barnyard."
I laughed. "And what exactly is real wine?" He put his free hand on mine, his palm cold from the ice at the bottom of his glass. I wasn't sure what to think. He was cocky, almost too confident, but I couldn't ignore the electricity that crackled between us.
"We could get out of here and I can show you,"
he said. "I happen to like this barnyard wine, actually," I said.
"You must not have had the good stuff before,"
he said slowly. "Or maybe I need to show you," I retorted. "When you're hungover tomorrow morning and feel like garbage, I'll be up at 7 on my way to the gym." He nodded, biting his lower lip, his gaze moving across my face.
"I'm Josh."
"June." 2 drinks later, it felt like we knew all about each other. I learned that Josh was an associate at a family law firm, working under divorce lawyers, hoping to make partner, and one day open his own firm to focus on helping low-income families. His initial cockiness was explained. He'd grown up on a winery, and living in that environment had never fully left him. He was handsome and smart, and hung on my every word. I even got him to sip from my glass of orange wine and admit that it wasn't entirely unredeemable. To my shock and delight, he pulled me into a corner for a kiss that took my breath away, a kiss that never stopped but continued into a cab, into the tiny walk-up he shared with a roommate who gratefully wasn't home. I was no stranger to one-night stands, but immediately this felt different. We fit perfectly together. There was no awkward fumbling, no hesitation, no doubts. Only later did I find out that Josh had come to the party with another girl, but left with me. I never learned her name. It didn't matter anyway, not in the face of what we had. The next morning, I called Phoebe and told her I thought I'd just met my husband.
"That sounds a bit crazy," she said, and I sensed both skepticism and bitterness in her voice. "You don't need to rush into anything." I knew she was sensitive to seeing our friends get engaged at a practically alarming frequency, especially since Peter wasn't showing any signs of being ready to take the next step with her. But Josh and I felt almost chemical, our connection equally strong in mind as in body. We started spending every night together, and after 3 months, when his lease was up, he moved his meager belongings into my cramped Bed-Stuy studio. His impromptu proposal on a random weeknight in that very apartment was both surprising and not. Phoebe thought we were rushing, but we knew.
"I was thinking we could do Giant Ledge today," Kyle says, pulling me out of my trance. "There's still plenty of daylight left." "Definitely," I say. The trail's 5 rocky ledges offer spectacular views of the Hudson Valley, the treetops scorched a brilliant vermilion. I reach for Kyle's hand, blinking away the image of Josh in the park, Josh in front of my bar. I push past the thought of telling Kyle about it. Maybe he'd understand. He knows that, once upon a time, I'd imagined that the man buying fruit at the bodega across the street was my long-lost husband, but the conversation would taint what's supposed to be our romantic escape. 2's company, and 3 is a crowd. I force Josh out of my mind, focusing on the relief that here, Kyle and I are exquisitely alone. Here, nobody can find us. After we're settled in at the Airbnb, we lace up our hiking boots, pack our day packs with water and snacks, and head out to the starting point for Giant Ledge. The parking area is busy. This is one of the most popular hikes in the Catskills, and for good reason. The climb will take us about 4 hours there and back. Our shared love of the woods is something Kyle and I bonded over, and hiking became an activity we pursued as a couple, at first seeking out routes closer to home, but also making a bucket list of hikes we wanted to complete together. Giant Ledge is one we love enough to revisit every year. We pass by other hikers, Kyle letting me take the lead and falling into place behind me. At the first ledge, tents are pitched and people are talking and laughing, an easy hiker's camaraderie. By the time we make it to the 5th, the sun is an orange solar flare, and we're the only 2 people here. Kyle wraps his arms around me and kisses the chilly edge of my ear, then pulls a small bottle of champagne from his backpack for us to share. "We could have our honeymoon here, you know," he says as he pops the cork. "It feels like we're the only 2 people in the world." I soak it in, his arms around me, the rolling red-topped hills below us, the slight sway of the trees in the breeze. It does feel like we're the only 2 people in the world, and the urge is there. To move on, to keep forming new memories together. But on the hike back, my brain begins to self-sabotage, the visuals of Josh at the park, Josh in front of the bar, running through it like ticker tape. I can't stop picturing Josh in the trees, baseball cap obscuring his face. It doesn't even make sense. Josh never wore baseball caps. I'd joked with him when his face became ruddy with sunburn in the California heat that he'd look like a leather suitcase unless he started taking better care of himself. "You need to take care of me," he'd teased, and somehow it was the sexiest thing imaginable, Josh leaving himself in my care. But I didn't take care of him. I never really had the chance to. After dinner, creamy Parmesan risotto with shiitake mushrooms, accompanied by a bottle of Colfondo Prosecco, we settle down next to the crackling fireplace, my feet tucked underneath Kyle's legs, both of us with our laptops out. When we were getting to know each other, we bonded over our mutual ambition, Kyle on a partner track at his private equity firm, and me with grape juice, which was still in its tenuous first year of operations. "I'll be about a half an hour," Kyle says, stroking my ankle with his thumb. "Then I'm all yours." My cheeks are warm from the alcohol and the fire. Truthfully, I'm supposed to be doing work right now. I should be tracking the numbers for last week or checking in on the online rostering system Kyle set me up with to monitor the profit situation, and there are a few vendors I need to follow up with. But I find myself opening a new tab on Google and typing in romantic honeymoon destinations,
not wanting Kyle to linger on the idea of honeymooning here in the Catskills. As much as I love it here, I want to do something new for us as a couple. We fall into a comfortable silence. Kyle's thumb works in a circular motion around my ankle as I add Napa to my search and click through wineries, taking in pictures of happy couples strolling through green rows of vines. I've been to Napa several times before for work, but there are so many wineries. Most of the ones I've been to specialize in natural wine, and we stock some of their products in the bar. Looking back, I got into natural wine at exactly the right time. The natural wine movement was hitting New York with a practically cultish force. Everyone suddenly cared about pollution, in the environment, in their own bodies. They wanted less interference, fewer ingredients, to know where their drinks were coming from, and I liked the immediacy of natural wine, the lack of pretension. It doesn't need to be aged. It's meant to be enjoyed right away, something Josh and I disagreed on. As impulsive as he was in life, he was traditional when it came to wine. Josh and I didn't make it to Napa together. We were supposed to go. We were freshly married, and it was his idea to go there so I could get inspiration for the bar he was sure I would open someday. He wanted to show me where he'd grown up, even though the vineyard had long since been sold. But we made it only as far as San Francisco. That little Airbnb was the final place I would ever see him. I cast off the thought of Josh. This is about me and Kyle, our first time in Napa together. It makes sense for us as a destination, as wine lovers. Generally, any vacation spot involving wine and hiking is a win for us. Just as we connected over our mutual love of the woods, we found out early in our relationship that we were both passionate about wine. The first time Kyle ever cooked for me, there had been an array of natural wine bottles on his countertop. "I didn't know which kind, so I got them all," he'd said timidly. "I hope one of them goes with this casserole." "You didn't have to do that," I'd said, although I was touched by the gesture. "I don't just drink natural wines. I still like regular wine, too." "I have to be honest, I didn't even know what natural wine was before we met," he'd admitted. "I mean, I'd heard of it, but not what it really was. I Googled it, but I got confused." I loved talking about natural wine, educating people who were new to it. I told Kyle the same things I'd told so many curious new customers at Grape Juice, that what they were drinking was essentially fermented grape juice, that the grapes are grown without pesticides, with no additives, and with very minimal intervention during fermentation, that it is often unfiltered, leading to its sometimes cloudy appearance, and that its taste can be more volatile than conventional wine, that while more homogenized wine has become the standard, natural wine is technically the traditional way to make wine, dating back thousands of years. Kyle had listened intently, and we'd taste-tested each bottle. The next morning, when he was clear-headed and hangover-free, he called himself a convert. I smile at the memory, clicking through each winery that comes up on my screen. None of them feel quite right. As I keep scrolling, a timeline snakes through my mind. We'll go on the honeymoon directly after our wedding, and hopefully, soon after, I'll be pregnant. I've downloaded a fertility tracking app on my phone. The idea that I could become a mother within the next year is both exciting and terrifying, but I'm ready. We both are. I try to look at each potential location as a newlywed, rather than a wine bar owner. I'm looking for something romantic and special, not necessarily anything for the bar. I scan the search results, seeing many wineries I've heard of, but also plenty that are new to me. I click the next one on the list, the Backyard Winery, and notice the photos of the beautiful inn and spa on site, immediately connecting to the intimacy and attention to detail, the way everything looks small yet perfectly maintained. I navigate to the About Us section. We're family-owned, and anyone who visits will feel like part of that family. Our winery was founded on the idea that wine should be accessible to all, and being here, we hope you feel as at home as you do in your own backyard. These rolling 45 acres are meticulously harvested with our own hands, which produce the wines that come from this land and reflect its special terroir. Come for a guided tasting with Sadie and Andrew Smith, and you'll never want to leave. The photos show lush columns of vines, with metallic foothills rising in the distance. I'm about to abandon the backyard's photo carousel and place it on my list of potential destinations
when the next image appears. A man and woman standing in front of a wall of wine barrels, presumably giving a tour. They must be the owners, the husband and wife team, Sadie and Andrew Smith. Sadie is petite and blonde, wearing jeans tucked into rain boots, smiling widely. It's the husband's face I notice second. The slideshow moving quickly enough that I almost don't see him at all. He's in his late 30s or early 40s, handsome and angular, hair graying at the temples under his blue baseball cap, eyes creased with the effort of his smile. I close my eyes, reopen them. No, there's no way. It's my brain playing games again. The carousel moves on to a new photo, but I frantically click back and freeze the image on my screen, pausing on his double-dimpled smile. If he frowns, but he rarely ever did, the crow's feet would still be there. Those lines are my doing, according to him. It's your fault I already have wrinkles, he'd said, his fingers mapping my cheekbones, thumbing the bow of my top lip. I can't stop smiling when I'm with you. Over my keyboard, my hand goes numb. My vision starts to blacken at the edges, my breath coming in quick, uneasy waves. I've had so many panic attacks over the last decade that my body has found its own efficient way to process them. Silently, with almost no physical evidence of the mental turmoil bubbling under my skin. Kyle is still rubbing my ankle absent-mindedly, his attention focused on his own laptop. He has no idea that not even inches away from him, I'm about to drown. Drown. The same way Josh did, almost exactly 10 years ago. His body was never found, so there was nothing to bury, nothing left behind but his wallet and cell phone and keys for the rental car sitting neatly inside his well-worn Chuck Taylors. His mother, Bev, hadn't even been able to look at me during the funeral, her face a messy watercolor of tears and runny mascara. She didn't believe my theory about the last text I received from Josh. None of them did. There was nothing to suggest foul play, nothing to suggest anything other than my husband deciding to take a swim on a balmy morning at Mile Rock Beach. A few witnesses had spotted him at the beach, pacing back and forth, staring at his phone, but no one saw him enter the water. Eventually, I had to admit to myself that it wouldn't have been the most out-of-character thing for him to take a swim. Josh loved doing things spur of the moment. Was our recent elopement and road trip honeymoon not proof of that? Maybe he'd accidentally clicked the heart emoji, or had spontaneously decided to add it. Over time, I looked back on the day of the funeral, mortified by my behavior, and I accepted that I had to move on, that I'd been through the kind of tragedy people aren't built to endure. My husband, the love of my life, was dead, drowned, his body lost, and I had to accept that. But it's his face I'm staring at on my computer screen. It's his image I frantically attempt to enlarge, his features blurred by pixelation. Not the Josh I married, 30 and lanky, still endearingly baby-faced, but an older version. The man he would have grown into, the one I would have had children and a home and Christmas traditions with. My husband passed, I got used to saying, absorbing the "I'm so sorries" from strangers without even hearing them. My husband is dead. A statement I had finally accepted. But here he is, with a different woman, with a different name. Here he is, undeniably alive. Part 2. Crushing. After the harvest, the grape clusters are sorted for quality, and a decision needs to be made, whether to remove the stems or leave them on, depending on the structure of the grape. For white and sparkling wines, the skin and juice are gently separated by a mechanical crusher, the grapes minced finely enough to release their liquids. With red wines, the grapes are usually kept whole to create color and body. In either case, the result is the same, called the must. Squeezed grape juice, ready to be made into wine. Crushing, like its name implies, is a breaking apart to come back together. 1. June. Catskill, New York, September 2022.
I mumble an excuse to Kyle before shutting down my laptop and stretching my arms over my head. I think I'm going to head out for a run. Right now? After the big hike we just did and all the wine? He's confused, and rightfully so. I should have come up with a better reason to leave, but we're in the middle of nowhere. I shouldn't be coming up with a lie at all. It's getting dark, he adds. Dusk presses against the A-frame's huge glass windows. We chose this place for the unfettered views of the woods and open skies, but now panic sets in as I consider how exposed we are. Someone was watching me in Prospect Park. Someone was outside grape juice. Someone who looks uncannily like Josh. He could be anywhere right now. I know. I just feel like I need to get out for a bit. I pull on a hoodie. The food is sitting so heavy in my stomach. He motions to close his laptop. I'll come with you. I shake my head. No, stay and finish your work. By the time I'm back, you'll be done, and we can go in the hot tub. At first, I don't think he'll listen, but he nods and squeezes my hand, giving it a quick pulse before returning to his screen. I suck in a grateful breath, even as I feel like the worst kind of liar, the one who deceives by omission. But the last thing I want to do right now is explain to Kyle what is unexplainable even to myself. I slip into my shoes on autopilot, and when I'm outside, I break into a run, darting down the trail until my lungs feel like burning bags of fire. The wind whips my face. The temperature is dropping, this afternoon's warmth receding, and the air I'm breathing in feels like something I could choke on. I wish there were someone here with me who knew Josh, who I could ask for a second opinion. Maybe Andrew doesn't look that much like Josh, and it's my grief playing another cruel trick. I hold my breath and let it out slowly, trying to steady my heart rate and stop my imagination from careening away. They say everyone has a twin out there in the world, someone whose features look uncannily, inexplicably, like our own. Yet Andrew Smith is a winemaker in Napa Valley. Andrew Smith, identical, at least in that photo, to my dead husband. Josh grew up on a winery in Napa and knew lots about wine. It was a mutual passion of ours, even though it sometimes felt like we were at odds. He hated the very thing I loved most about natural wine, that no two bottles were ever totally identical. He liked knowing what he was getting. Mostly, I didn't mind our little debates. Inevitably, we'd end up tipsy and in bed together. "How can you drink something that leaves this behind?" he'd once said, holding my glass up to the light, where sediment blotted the bottom. "They're wine diamonds," I'd said, referring to the nickname for the tiny crystals of sediment. "They're a sign there was very little intervention." "You and your intervention," he'd said. "Wines need help to become better. They were designed that way, same as people. The right person comes along and then..." He lunged for my waist and his hands roamed up my ribcage as I giggled uncontrollably. The winery where Josh grew up had been called the Golden Grape, and I'd Googled it after we met, but it hadn't turned up any discernible results. There were several wineries worldwide that shared the name, and it had been sold before having a web presence was the norm for wineries. Andrew Smith owns the backyard, a different place, but also in Napa. I don't know what that means, or if it even means anything beyond a coincidence. As I run, my feet thudding on the trail, I mentally collect more pieces of information. Josh's mother, Bev, didn't approve of me. I only met her once before we were married, and she'd called Josh away into the kitchen, leaving me in the living room with Josh's brother, Kieran, who had been around 13 years old at the time, lanky and metal-mouthed. I could hear slices of their argument. I can still feel the teacup in my hand, the way I'd gripped the delicate handle for dear life. "I love her, Mom," Josh had said. "She's the one." Bev's response hadn't been warm and flowery. They'd gone back and forth, their voices lowered so that I could hardly hear. I made out a snippet. "Barely know her, and she barely knows you." I hadn't expected her disapproval. Usually, I got along great with parents. I'd been excited to meet Josh's mother. He had told me shortly after we met about the shock of his dad's death, and I'd felt his heartbreak acutely. I got the sense that he was holding something back, but I chalked it up to his sadness over losing a parent unexpectedly. It was clear how important Bev was to him. I was near tears as we drove away, certain I'd blown it with my future mother-in-law. Josh had fed me reassurances, his fingers creeping up my leg. "She's just protective," he'd insisted. "She'll come around." She never did. It was the only time I ever saw her while Josh was alive. That day, we decided to elope, and a week after that, he was dead. My eyes are fixed on the ground, my feet dodging the tree roots that curl up like bony knuckles. Endless questions and theories race through my brain. The night Josh and I met, he'd come to the party with a girl. She was blonde, and he'd told me she was just a friend. I never knew her name and can't recall her face. I sense myself spiraling again, reading too much into one picture on the internet, trying to create a connection that isn't there. I consider sending the photo to Phoebe with a lighthearted caption, "Doesn't this look a bit like Josh?" But Phoebe had been there for my darkest moments, my middle-of-the-night phone calls when I insisted I'd seen Josh on the street. She was so worried about me that, at one point, she broke down in tears and called my mom. Now she thinks I've finally moved on, and I don't want to make her return to the pitch-black place I used to live in any more than I want to go back there myself. There's nobody I can ask. I haven't spoken with Bev in 10 years, not since the funeral. My behavior there erected a brick wall between us. My wild, guttural sobs were expected, as were my gaunt face and wrinkled black dress. But when the empty coffin was lowered into the ground, I lost it, launching into a long, rambling speech about Josh not being dead, about the fact that he was still out there. I lashed out, leveling accusations at the people around me that they'd given up on him. My mom rubbed circles on my back as the sky swirled above us, but I still remember the horror on Bev's face as she hugged Kieran, shielding him with her body, like I was somebody she didn't recognize and couldn't contain. I stop and lean against a rock, my body pressing into its coldness, and open a new window on my phone, then type Andrew Smith, Backyard Winery, as I wait for the internet to chug to life. The winery comes up in several search results. Family-owned wineries in Napa Valley, boutique vineyard hotels, wine-tasting wedding destinations, but there are no image results for Andrew Smith himself. Social media doesn't yield any results either. It's the same for Sadie. Like neither of them exists outside this one picture. I became obsessed with drowning cases after Josh was classified as a drowning victim. In most cases, a body is found within 2 or 3 days. In almost all cases, a body is found at some point. It was a thought that haunted me, the idea that a swimmer or boater could come across Josh's body in an advanced stage of decomposition, a gruesome picture that flashed through my brain in nightmares. The police didn't consider anything about Josh's death suspicious, because to them, it was a tragedy, a man who'd got caught in a riptide. The sea had been rough that day, the waves churning up sand like browned butter. Under those circumstances, nobody thought it was unusual that Josh's body wasn't found. Nobody except me. The concerned faces in the crowd at the funeral were just a blur. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to take myself back to that day, the small gathering of family and friends who came together for Josh. An image invades my memory. A woman on the fringe who I didn't recognize, standing just apart from everyone else, slight and blonde, hands in the pockets of her black trench coat. When she saw me looking at her, she'd turned and walked away, and she wasn't at the visitation afterward. I tried to conjure her face and see only the face of Sadie Smith, the smiling winery owner. Had it been her? Had she been there that day? My therapist has talked to me about this, about the ways I project my guilt. I convince myself of things that had never happened. I feel responsible for Josh's death because I let him leave that morning. "I know you're loyal to your Eggs Benedict," he'd said, pressing me against the white duvet, his hands clamping down on my wrists. "But I know this little cafe that makes these homemade donuts that'll melt in your mouth." It was so early. The sun was only on the verge of rising. "Stay here," I'd mumbled, trying to pull him down on top of me. "They'll be all sold out unless I go early," he had said, before kissing me on the cheek and hopping out of bed with a devilish smile. "Stay hungry. I'll be back soon." But he wasn't. And in the weeks and months after that terrible day, I found new ways to torture myself, coming up with new theories about what had really occurred. But eventually, I knew everybody else had to be right. Josh's death was a tragedy, not a mystery. Now, all the doubt comes rushing back. Maybe his disappearance was neither a tragedy nor a mystery. Maybe it was a carefully laid plan. I dial the number for the backyard and press the phone tightly to my ear, but the call doesn't connect. I walk up the root-gnarled hill in front of me, holding my phone up to search for a connection. Finally, a bar of service appears, and the second time I call, a woman answers, her voice clear and light. "Backyard Winery. How can I help you?" I pause, my throat dry. Now that someone is on the phone, maybe even Sadie Smith, I have no idea what to say. "I'm looking for Andrew Smith," I say quickly. Once I hear his voice, I'll know. There's no mistaking Josh's deep, almost slumbery baritone, the way it made all my nerve endings vibrate. "I'm sorry. Andrew isn't in right now. If you'd like, I can leave him a message." "No," I blurt out. "Do you know when he'll be back?" The woman pauses, and when she speaks again, her voice has a slight edge. "I'm afraid I don't." A crack sounds behind me, and I whip around, expecting a hiker or possibly an animal. There's nothing in sight. Not even a squirrel. Josh, I think suddenly. Just like it was Josh in the baseball cap, Josh on the website, Josh so many times before today. Josh, who loved me so forcefully that I could feel it in every fiber of my being. He wouldn't do something like this to me. He never would have left me. "There you are," comes Kyle's voice as he appears on the trail behind me, making me jump and quickly end the call. I got worried. He surveys me, concern in his brown eyes. "Are you okay?" I force a smile as I pocket my phone. "Sorry," I mumble. "I ended up having to take a work call. We were supposed to get a shipment of orange Pinot Grigio for a party, and it didn't arrive on time, so Trish was freaking out." I don't know where the lie comes from, or why I feel compelled to tell it. I've always been honest with Kyle. He has the kind of face that makes people want to tell him things, the same way he's truthful with everyone around him. I've told him all about Josh, and he has listened without pity or judgment. That's a quality I appreciate about Kyle. Unlike most men, he can simply listen without feeling the automatic need to fix. "No worries," Kyle says, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. "Should we walk back?" I nod, falling into step next to him, hating myself for being stuck in the past. He's content, worry-free, and I don't want to spoil everything until I know exactly what's going on with Andrew Smith. This is Kyle's engagement, too. Kyle's upcoming wedding, the first and only time he wants to do this. He has been patient with me for years, taking every milestone at my slow speed and never guilting me over it. If I show Kyle the picture of Andrew Smith and mention that there's even a chance he could be my presumed dead husband, I know he will listen with an open mind, but I also know what he'll say, albeit gently. "It can't be." And I don't want to hear that right now. Not from him. The only way to figure this out and move on is to meet Andrew Smith in person. Up close, I'm sure it will be clear he's not Josh. Then I'll be able to fully let go of the past and focus on my fiancé and the life we've built together, the one full of easy laughter and hikes and wine on patios and cheesy reality dating shows. Kyle brushes a piece of hair off my forehead. I want to put the past behind me as soon as possible, but I can't exactly leave Kyle here to hop on a plane to Napa right this second. I need to come up with a different excuse, something that buys me time. When we get home, I need to head out to a few wineries on the Finger Lakes, I say, the lie gaining shape as I recall the unanswered emails in my work account, a few winery owners who wanted to set up meetings. I'll just be a day or two. It's a really underrated wine area, but I think it's about to have a moment. My body tenses as I wait for Kyle's reply. "Sounds good. We're supposed to have that meeting with the caterer on Wednesday, but I'll see if we can push it off till when you get back." I feel a small pit of dread start to open in my belly, the idea that I may be risking my own wedding to take this trip. I tamp the panic down and try to sound casual. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I should be home in time anyway." "It's no big deal," he says, simple and sweet. Hey, let's get back to the cabin so I can kick your ass at Scrabble. That is, if you're up for a rematch after last time. If you're ready to get crushed, I say, managing a laugh. Kyle and I are far more competitive when it comes to board games than we ever were on the tennis court together. I melt into his arms as we walk in sync, but I can't stop thinking about Andrew Smith on a winery in Napa with his beautiful wife. I picture them holding hands and walking down endless green aisles, popping grapes into each other's mouths like baby birds. My brain whirls like a broken compass. Do they have kids? Josh had wanted to be a young dad, young enough to kick a soccer ball and hoist giggling toddlers onto his shoulders. I nuzzle into Kyle's jacket, not wanting him to see the deceit written all over my face. The truth is simple. I'm not over Josh, and never will be. I'll always be a widow first, and a wife second.
2. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. I spent the next couple of days distracted by the business of the harvest. The Chardonnay grapes were days away from being ripe, their tiny window of time approaching. David usually made the call on when picking began, but in his absence it would be my decision, a fact that must have been eating him alive. 5 or so years ago, when we'd made a wrong call on the Cabernet grapes, it had somehow been my fault. "You insisted they were ready," David had said quietly, our mouths souring on the overly tart wine, a wine we'd never be able to bottle and sell. In his planner at home, I found his appointments for the week, meetings that I called to reschedule. Every female voice who phoned the winery asking for David made me suspicious. "Is it you?" I wanted to shout. "Are you her?" The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if he was with the other woman in Sonoma. If I'd kicked him out and sent him back into her arms. He hadn't attempted to call me, and I had no idea where he was. Camille had so many questions about David. "You're sure it was only the one time?" she said. Her eyebrows arched as she poured me a coffee, at home already, like she knew my kitchen better than I did. "That's what he said. But I don't know if I believe him. I keep torturing myself thinking, what if this has happened since the start, and it's only now that he got caught?" I reminded myself that he didn't get caught. I exploded on him with hardly any proof, and he confessed. He could have lied, and maybe I wouldn't have confronted him again. Did one slip mean he deserved to lose everything? At my insistence, Camille went out for the day to check out some restaurants in town. She had been a foodie since college, and she used to have an active social life in Santa Barbara, where she and Paul had settled, but most of her friends had started as friends of Paul's, and he had inherited them after the split. I hadn't given up hope that she'd still meet somebody who wanted the same things she did, children, a family. But we both knew her window of time to become a mother was narrowing. "I can take Kieran with me," she said. "He's my little buddy now, aren't you?" Kieran looked up at her with a drooly smile. "Probably has better manners than most of the dates I've been out with, too." "That's okay. I need to nurse him anyway," I said. "But tonight, let me make you dinner, and he can eat with us. If you consider it eating, it's mostly just tossing pureed vegetables across the room." "Perfect. Food fight. It's a date." When she was gone, I bundled Kieran into his stroller and walked down each corridor of the vineyard, plucking grapes and using a refractometer to test their sugars. "They're not ready," my instincts said. The same instincts I'd ignored so many times when they applied to myself. After quickly nursing Kieran, I deposited him back in his stroller and kept walking. I walked to the far southwest edge of the property, where the vines gave way to a pond, its surface a dark bronze under the midday sun. It was easy to overlook the thin black hoses that wove through the trellises like veins, easy not to see the practicality under the romanticism of winemaking. Before winemaking became my life's work and the vineyard my home, I didn't understand its mechanics, nor did I stop to think how the vines would be watered in the arid summer months. The pond was, in many ways, the golden grape's source of life, and the way we remained self-sufficient, storing the winter water for summer. I fixated on its calm surface before I even noticed the girl sitting at its edge, her feet dangling in. "Michelle? What are you doing out here?" She turned around, offering me a warm smile. "Hi, Mrs. Kelly. My practice got canceled, so I came over to see Josh. He wasn't at the house, so I took a walk and ended up here." I knew Michelle was a talented tennis player. On one of our double dates with Rodney and Jen had drunkenly bragged about Michelle and how disciplined she was. "When I was her age, I was out smoking pot at parties," she'd shrieked with her signature hyena laugh. "Not Michelle. Never Michelle." "Oh," I said, my brain spinning. "I haven't seen Josh this afternoon. I figured he was with you." I paused. "And please call me Bev." A frown crossed Michelle's face. "Must have been a misunderstanding. Sorry, I'm randomly out here on your property. I can go if you want. There's just something about this place that I love. My dad's winery is a lot smaller. There's nowhere to hide." She laughed. "Not that I'm hiding. I don't know why I said that." I sat down beside her, leaving Kieran sleeping peacefully in his stroller. Lately, he only slept on wheels, in his car seat, in the stroller. All the baby books heralded the importance of routine, of wake time windows and consistency. The same parenting books I'd meticulously studied the first time around were collecting dust somewhere in our basement. I had no idea what to talk to Michelle about. Josh's last girlfriend before Michelle was Abby, a petite brunette he'd been completely enamored with until the end of the school year, when everything that happened made it impossible for them to remain together. "I hope you know I had nothing to do with it," Josh had said matter-of-factly. "You know I'd never do something like that." I'd wanted to talk to David about it alone, the way we always did, making decisions together. But David had spoken before I could even open my mouth. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." And he had, with such efficiency that I wondered if I had imagined it all. He had called in favors, his voice cordial and calm on the phone in his office. He'd made things go away. He had protected our family. But he had never once asked me whose side of the story I believed, or considered that he might be defending the wrong person. The boarding school brochures, my protestations, David's inability to hear me. He didn't see, didn't care that the small, unquestioning little boy hand had fallen out of my grasp, no longer trusting me to protect him. I had wondered what would happen when Josh and Abby saw each other at school for senior year. But then I heard that Abby had decided to do her final year from home, and picturing her there, alone, not surrounded by friends, made my guilt go from heavy to suffocating. It wasn't until I found out the real reason for Abby not going back to St. Helena that I understood she didn't have friends anymore. And David's voice became even louder in my head. "She played a part in this too, didn't she?" I'd watched Josh closely for signs of heartbreak that never came, and the very lack of it angered me in a way I couldn't articulate. Because how could I want my own child to suffer? Then Michelle had entered Josh's life. A fresh start, with somebody who was a better fit. Abby was out of sight, out of mind, almost like she had never been there at all. "He's moving on," David had said when I tried to talk to him about my concerns. "He's moving on too quickly," I said. "He should be alone for a while. He's 17, Bev. You want to try keeping him away from girls, good luck." "You were so quick to believe him," I muttered, just loud enough for him to hear. His eyes lit up. "And you were so quick not to." David didn't have a temper. He rarely lashed out, but his voice had all the fraught tightness of a tendon about to snap. He didn't want to talk about the incident. It was almost like he wanted to pretend it had never happened. Even when it was just the two of us, he refused to be candid with me or deviate from the story we were telling the public. "How are you?" I asked Michelle now. Whenever I asked Josh that question, he gave little more than a shrug. "How's tennis going?" "Good," Michelle said. Her eyes were wide and pale blue, fringed by dark lashes, her blonde hair shimmering across her strong shoulders. "Really good, actually. I got picked for this specialized training program next summer in Florida that starts after my regular camp. So I'm excited for that. I'm hoping for a scholarship to college, but we'll see." "That's amazing," I said. Josh hadn't mentioned the extent of Michelle's involvement in tennis, which was slightly surprising, except when I considered that he was 17 with his own life and barely talked to me at all. It was almost like there was frosted glass between us, a fogged-up wall through which I could no longer see the tow-headed little boy who once insisted on curling up in my bed because he was afraid of the dark. Michelle's lips curved into a smile. "Yeah, it's exciting, but I don't want to get my hopes up. My stepmom thinks I should dream big, but my mom keeps telling me I need to have a backup plan." "Your mom sounds a lot like mine. I wanted to be an art historian when I was your age, but she didn't think it was practical. I wanted to study abroad in Europe and see more of the art up close." My mother, Dorothy, had been a beautiful woman when her face wasn't pinched in an angry skull. She was a self-taught painter, but had stopped making art when she had me and Camille, and as I aged out of the little kid years, I often wondered if she resented us for the choice she made to be a stay-at-home mom. I never knew my parents' relationship was dysfunctional until I went to the houses of school friends and saw the small gestures of affection between their mothers and fathers. A hand on the waist here, a kiss on the cheek there. Walter and Dorothy barely touched. They were two cold fronts who became nuclear in close proximity. Walter had treated her poorly. At first, their arguments had been well concealed, but as the years went on, they weren't as concerned with shielding us, and we learned to walk on eggshells to keep the peace. I wished I hadn't overheard Dorothy confronting him about a woman from his office. At almost 9, I was barely old enough to know what that meant, and could only crouch on the stairs, hands balled into sweaty fists on the balustrade, as he unloaded on her over the same avocado-green countertop where she prepared all his dinners. I hated her for taking whatever he doled out. Verbal tirades that twisted everything into being her fault. Walter's anger trickled down, and Dorothy was often its messenger to me and Camille. Her frustration spilling over the smallest things. I hated him for taking our mother and turning her into somebody who scared me. I didn't want to end up with a man like my father, but I wanted to become my mother even less. "Study abroad, that's cool," Michelle said, pulling me back to the present. "Did you end up doing it?" I shook my head, managing a weak smile. "No." Amelia had left to study abroad, not me. "That's not a practical use of money, Beverly," Dorothy had said. "We've already paid for you to go all the way to California for school." So I had stayed. For a while, Amelia had sent postcards of endless lavender fields and picturesque hilltop villages, of paintings by Van Gogh and Picasso and Cézanne. "Greetings from Provence. Wish you were here." I still had them somewhere, but hadn't looked at them in decades. A dimple appeared in Michelle's cheek. "Maybe I'll do something like that." "You should," I said, trying to sound encouraging. "Oh, there's Josh," she said, standing up and brushing off her denim shorts. I craned my neck and shielded my face from the sun, and spotted him walking toward us with his familiar gait, confident, assured, just like his father. I saw so much of David in Josh. As much as Josh would never admit it, he was a hopeless romantic, always happiest when he was doting on a girlfriend. And I'd seen how he treated his girlfriends, bringing them flowers and taking them on dates. I wondered, again, what had really happened with Abby. I shivered, despite the heat. I could tell that Michelle was stopping herself from running toward Josh, the same way he resisted kissing her in front of me. Instead, he fiddled with his puka shell necklace, the one he always wore. "Sorry, I am late. I stayed at school for that group project thing." "I need to head back," I said awkwardly, standing and rocking Kieran's stroller forward. "Michelle, you're welcome to join us for dinner if you'd like." "That'd be great," she said. "Thanks, Mrs. Bev." "Is Dad back yet?" Josh asked. "No," I said quickly. "He's still in San Francisco." "Cool," Josh said. And the way his jaw tightened was almost an exact facsimile of his father's. How would he react if David and I were to get a divorce? Would David spin things to make me look like the one at fault? And would that be the truth? I had pulled away from him over the past months, our arguments more and more frequent. "Maybe we need to think about this," I'd said, only to have David stare at me like he had no idea who I was. His rebuttal had been terse. "You're upset that I protected this family? What did you expect me to do?" He never seemed to take Abby into consideration at all. Maybe the most chilling part was that I felt like he didn't care what had really happened, as long as it could all be swept away. But the last thing I wanted for our sons was the tumult Camille and I had grown up within, the bombed-out shell our house became after every argument. I had been determined never to yell, never to physically discipline. My boys wouldn't live in fear. Walter and Dorothy's divorce when I was 14 should have been a relief. It was Dorothy who filed, citing irreconcilable differences. Walter accused her of tearing our family apart, but I was old enough to know he was more worried about his reputation than he was about me and Camille. It should have been a relief. 2 conflict-free households. But the war hadn't been over. It had only changed arenas. "He might be there a few more days," I said. Josh nodded, and he grabbed Michelle's hand, his large knuckles covering her small ones. When I returned to the house, the phone was ringing. The caller ID said it was an unknown number. I closed my eyes, picturing David on the other end, with all the right words, begging to come home, desperate to repair. But David only ever knew how to mend surface-level cuts so that they didn't leave scars. He had no idea how to fix the bones broken underneath.
3. June. Napa County, California, September 2022. It's just past 2 p.m., California time, when my flight lands at the Napa County Airport. A flight I charged to my business credit card. It's technically a business expense for the bar coming here, and serves the dual purpose of concealing the trip from Kyle. Guilt chewed away at me the entire flight. I'd lied to both Kyle and my staff at Grape Juice, leaving everything that mattered to me on a whim. As soon as I'm off the plane, I fight the urge to call Kyle and admit to where I am and what I'm doing. At the airport, I rent a car to drive myself to the backyard winery. My only mission is to see Andrew Smith in person and figure out exactly who he is, and I want to get it over with as quickly as possible. I plug the address of the winery into my iPhone's GPS, which tells me the backyard is a 34-minute drive, mainly down the St. Helena Highway. My palms are damp and nervous sweat is forming in the armpits of my blouse, making it tacky against my skin.
I open my phone and send Kyle a quick message, letting him know I've arrived. He kissed me goodbye this morning, thinking I was renting a car and heading upstate to Kettler Ridge Natural Winery. And here I am, multiple time zones and practically an entire country away from him. Anxiety clenches my stomach like a fist as I start driving, and I watch the clock on my GPS as the number gets lower. 20 minutes to the backyard, then 15, then 10. I drive through Napa itself, the grape-studded sign greeting me. Welcome to this world-famous wine-growing region. Vineyards crop up on both sides of the highway, green vines and stone buildings and rolling foothills in the distance. Normally, I'd be excited, but my nerves have made it impossible for me to notice much of anything. It would be so much easier if I hadn't seen the picture of Andrew Smith, if his resemblance to Josh weren't so undeniable. I've revisited the photo almost hourly. My wedding to Kyle is on the horizon, my future finally ready to begin. But I'm feeling every emotion at once. Apprehension, terror, and, perhaps most frightening, the smallest amount of hope. The hope that I was right, and Josh is somehow alive, even though that would totally upend my life, because it would mean that Josh left me on purpose, that he'd knowingly caused me a decade of pain. My GPS tells me I've reached my destination, and even though I'm nowhere near ready for it, I ease the car into the driveway of the backyard and pull into a vacant parking spot in the lot. The main building, as I already know from looking at photos online, has a stone front and a sun-baked path leading to the boutique hotel and spa. Behind the main building with the tasting room is a stamped concrete patio with a small fountain and several circular tables repurposed from wine barrels. There are people milling around, laughing and having fun on what looks like a guided tour being led into the vineyard. I have to force myself out of the car on numb legs. I stride into the tasting room, which is beautifully antiquated with stone walls and low tables, its earthy smell inviting. There are 3 women at one of the tables, and an older man pouring wine into their glasses. He flashes me a smile. "I'll be right with you," he says as the women look at each other and sniff their wine glasses gently, then break out into giggles. A memory creeps unbidden to the surface of my brain. A date with Josh at a tiny Italian restaurant in the village. He'd told me to swirl the wine, then sniff it, and then he'd put his hands over mine on the stem of my glass, the mere contact sending electricity down my spine. "Your nose can pick up thousands of flavors," he'd said, dipping his lips to my neck. "Your tongue, only 4. I knew that already, arguably. I knew as much about wine as he did, but I kissed him, letting him believe he was teaching me something new. He's here, I think, the hairs on the back of my neck raised, like those of an animal picking up a particular smell. Any second now, Andrew Smith could emerge from the vines. It's harvest season for the white grapes. Does he pick them himself? The backyard's website spoke of the winery's dedication to traditional hand harvesting and machine-free processes. It sounds like they're careful about the interventions they use. Josh never came to appreciate or understand natural wine, despite my best efforts, but he knew so much about conventional wines that I can easily picture him on a winery, on this winery, gently tending to the grapes. "How are you real?" I once asked him, because it felt like I was living in a fairy tale, and I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He had laughed it off, silencing me with a playful, "I'm not," along with a wolfish smile. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting," the man in front of me says now. He looks to be in his late 60s, with gray hair and deep laugh lines. "Welcome to the Backyard Winery. My name is Marcel, and I'm the tasting room manager. Are you interested in having a tasting? We also run tours here. Usually sign-up is required, but today isn't very busy, so you can certainly join the next one." He glances at his watch. "It starts in half an hour." I return his smile, trying to match his friendly demeanor. "Thank you. Actually, I was hoping I could meet with Andrew Smith. I'm an old friend of his." Marcel hesitates for just a second before answering. "I'm afraid Andrew is out of town on business right now. Is there something I can help you with instead?" I shake my head. feeling both dread and disappointment. "No, I'm just here checking out wineries, and thought I'd drop in and say hi. Do you know when he'll be back?"
"Unfortunately not. He was only supposed to be gone for a few days, but I believe he extended his trip."
I want to ask Marcel exactly where he is, but the question sounds too intrusive. Is he in Brooklyn? Was it him I saw in the park and in front of grape juice? "No problem," I say. "Is his wife here? Sadie?" The idea of meeting Sadie Smith is, for some reason, almost more terrifying than seeing Andrew in person.
"She left to pick up the kids from school, but I'm sure she'll be back before too long."
The kids. He says it casually. An afterthought. But the effect is shattering. "The kids," I repeat robotically. I haven't seen them in years. How old are they now?" Marcel gives me a quizzical look.
"Declan is 14. Ariana's 8, and Mila, she turns 3 in a couple months." "How did you say you know Andrew and Sadie?"
My legs are fixed to the ground, my body in a state of gluey paralysis, where I have no idea what it will do or what words will come out of my mouth. It's almost a relief. Andrew can't possibly be Josh, because it would mean he had children before he even met me. That would mean every conversation he had had about wanting to be a young father was something that had already happened, which is impossible. "I'm just an old friend," I say, my voice trailing off. Marcel is looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something else, and I manage to mumble something about wanting to go on the wine tour. "I'm actually getting married soon," I add, making sure he sees my engagement ring. "My fiancé and I are considering Napa for our honeymoon."
"Wonderful," Marcel says. "I hope you love it here."
I busy myself before the tour starts by looking around the tasting room, at the bottles of wine on mahogany shelves, at the backyard's sophisticated black and gold label. I take notice of the dates on the wine bottles: 2014, 2015, 2018. Years I spent practically numb. On a small gallery wall are framed photos of the vineyard throughout the years, a few featuring Sadie and Andrew. But even when I stand on my tiptoes and squint, they're not close up enough for me to make out Andrew's facial features with any degree of certainty. In fact, the more I stare, the less Andrew looks like Josh at all, and for a panic-soaked moment, I realize the earlier resemblance was likely just another cruel trick of my brain, and this entire trip was probably a waste of time and money. As I fixate on the framed photos, the winery's sun-warmed stone buildings, the verdant hills in the distance, I recall conversations where Josh had described the place he grew up, the Golden Grape. I can't think of any specifics that would tie that place to this one. I glance over at Marcel, trying to figure out a way to ask him without seeming suspicious, but he's pouring a flight of wine for a young couple, and the ornate wall clock lets me know that the tour is about to start. The tour is led by a woman named Nadia, who has curly black hair and a ponytail and flawless dark skin, and is probably in her early 30s. She leads our small group into the vineyard, pointing out the grapes and how the winemakers know they're ripe. She's charismatic and knowledgeable, and I nod and smile with everyone else, playing the role of wine neophyte. "What are these for?" one of the other people on the tour, a short blonde woman in a denim jacket, asks, pointing to the black irrigation lines. "Great question," Nadia says. "They're a crucial part of the irrigation system. We need to store our winter water so that we can irrigate the vines during our hot, dry summers." I turn around, using my hand to shield my eyes from the sun. Every trellis is meticulously maintained, and maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel Josh here. It's easy to picture him crouched in the vineyard, his hands on the grapes. "We'll continue along. Feel free to take as much time as you like. Our next stop will be to the fermentation room and the barrel room, and you'll get a glimpse of the lab, too." On the southeast corner of the vineyard is another building, a house, a yellow-sided 2-story with elegant pillars and a white fence that closes it off from the rest of the land. "Is that part of the winery?" I ask Nadia. "Oh, not exactly. That's where the owners live." "Andrew and Sadie?" I blurt out. She nods. "Yes, their family lives there." My pulse quickens, my stomach twisting. I stare at the house, picturing the beautiful family that inhabits it.
and as the sun hangs low in the sky, burning a hot trail across my vision, I see a curtain flutter in one of the upper windows, a fast enough movement that I can almost convince myself it didn't happen. I've spent 10 years trying to convince myself that something didn't happen the day Josh disappeared. And now that I'm here, I'm more unconvinced than ever.
4. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. I shared something in common with my husband. I was good at pretending like things had never happened. I tried not to think about Amelia Rosser and how I had felt seeing her again. I had no idea if she'd contact me, but I carried around her business card in my wallet, every now and then pulling it out to study her embossed name, the phone number she'd jotted above the work one. I considered what would happen if I called the number. Had she put it there because she wanted me to? Was she here for another reason besides wine? I pushed away the thought. I let myself be distracted by Camille, by her booming laugh and dry humor. She often followed me into the vines as I took measurements leading up to the pick, toting Kieran around and burying kisses into his chubby neck. She knew I didn't want to be alone. It had happened before. The first time I'd given birth after David and I came home from the hospital. I had no idea what I was doing, and I sensed I was about to screw it all up. Camille had been living in New York at the time, and she flew to Napa and slept in our guest bedroom, cooked meals, and even washed my hair as I recovered from my C-section, my incision itchy and inflamed. She sat in silence with me as I cried, free-flowing postpartum tears I didn't even fully understand. Tears that frustrated David, who seemed to always be working on the vineyard, unhelpful for anything he couldn't immediately fix. When Kieran was born, Camille was living in Santa Barbara, and having her closer was an immense source of comfort. She'd been there at the hospital, rubbing my shoulders and applying pressure to my back while I was in labor. At home, she dropped in with coffee and meals, offering to hold my colicky baby so I could get some sleep. David and I had been to Santa Barbara to visit with her and Paul numerous times before their divorce, and those were some of the happiest times in our marriage. The way he tended to me in public, the way his hand always seemed to find the small of my back, his fingers humming with electricity. But things were different after Paul told Camille he didn't think he wanted kids anymore. Before they were married, they'd had discussions about family, especially because they met in their late 30s and didn't have the luxury of time. Paul had been open to it, even though he'd spent much of his life indifferent. He said Camille had changed his mind, that he'd wanted a family with her. But then, when the time actually came, he balked. I knew Camille felt betrayed by his admission that he wanted a child-free life after all. I assumed that after her divorce from Paul, Camille would return to her nomadic lifestyle. She had no roots in Santa Barbara, but she seemed stuck. He'd given her the apartment in their divorce settlement, and it had become her albatross. "Don't worry about me," she often said, a joking tone in her voice during our calls. "I'm always going to be fine." I'd admired how she...
Amidst the flow of words, stillness is the most important bridge. Now let Anapos. Listen to a relaxing meditation piece together. Gently close your eyes, turn your attention inward, and rediscover your own inherent balance.
handled everything, but I saw the joy in her eyes when she played with Kieran, engaging him in a way I never seemed to have the energy for. She would have been a better wife, a better mother than I ever was to David and the boys. Camille got down on the floor with them the same way David did after a day of working on the winery. They both made it look so easy to sink to their level, to lose themselves in the tumble of the kids. I could handle the baby phase, its mundanely predictable rotation, eat, change, rock, sleep. It was the stage that followed that I struggled with most. Preschool, childhood, play, watch me, watch this, watch me, Mommy. I rarely crouched down to become part of their world. I realized too late that I was subconsciously waiting for them to grow into mine. "There was a woman here looking for you," Camille said when I came into the house after being in the vineyard, helping the pickers with their haul. She was kind of wandering around. Really pretty, blonde hair. Amelia, she said her name was? "Oh, yeah," I said, offering one of my grape-reddened hands to Kieran, who turned away from me and into Camille's arms. "Who is she?" Camille asked. "Why does that name sound familiar?" "She's a wine buyer. I wonder if she came back here to put in an order. I know she liked what she tried." I paused. "And she sounds familiar because I knew her in college." "Wait," Camille said, pushing her hair, the same light brown shade as mine, but cut in a tousled bob, whereas mine hung listlessly past my shoulders, behind her ear. "You don't mean the Amelia who you—" I nodded. "Yes, that Amelia. She just randomly showed up here? After all this time?" "She and David have been in touch about wine. He was supposed to meet with her the other day, but obviously wasn't here to do it." "And David doesn't know about you and her?" I shook my head. "No. I never told him. I didn't feel the need to." I thought back to my conversation with Amelia in the tasting room. I felt invigorated, like I had been taking a holiday and was being the best version of myself with the change of scenery. I stood up, reached into my purse and grabbed my wallet, Amelia's business card inside. I wanted to call her. If Amelia placed an order for one of her clients, it would be something to tell David about when he returned. Proof that things could run just fine in his absence. "I'm going to call Amelia," I said. I brought the business card into the kitchen and dialed her number from the landline before I could talk myself out of it. For some reason, the throaty cadence of her hello when she picked up made me forget what I was about to say. "Amelia, hi. You left me your business card, and my sister said you were here looking for me today. Is there something I can help you with?" I cringed at the overly formal tone of my voice, and a pause stretched interminably on the other end. "Who is this?" she finally said. My cheeks heated up, and I tried to stammer out my own name, but then her soft laugh filled the air. "I'm kidding, obviously. Of course I know who it is. Hi, Bev Jameson." "Do you want to try out any more of our wines? Because I'd be happy to set up a tasting." "I was actually thinking you could taste some other wines with me," she said. "I came back looking for you, but I met your sister instead." "She's staying with me for a bit, to help with the kids while David is away." "That's nice of her. Anyway, I'm in Stag's Leap, staying at the Blossom. I was just about to get some dinner." I paused. "So you want to eat dinner with me?" "Yes," she said matter-of-factly. "Why?" I asked before I could stop myself. "Because I'm hungry," she said with a laugh. "And we have a lot to catch up on, don't we? I mean, if you're game for cheating on your own wines with a different winery." I swallowed, silence lingering between us. I'm hungry too. I'll see you soon. I hung up and went to ask Camille if she could watch Kieran, a question I already knew the answer to. The Blossom, the nickname for Blossom Estates Winery, was palatial, with thick walls hewn out of grey stone and turrets designed to give it the look of a medieval castle. I instantly felt out of place when I showed up in their tasting room. I was wearing a wrap dress with my hair in a high ponytail, but my clothes didn't fit me the same since having Kieran, loose in some places and tight in others. I'd nursed Kieran before leaving him with Camille, and my breasts felt shrunken and deflated. I saw Amelia first from the back. Her blonde curls were fanned out across her shoulders. A black leather skirt hugged her hips. She turned around when I entered the room and closed the space between us, grabbing my hands. "Look at these," she said, rolling my wrists so that my palms faced up, my fingertips inky from touching the grapes, from bringing them to my mouth to check for ripeness. "I noticed them the other day. I pictured you using them. All the magic you've made with your wine hands." She cocked her head. She ran her index fingers along mine as if they were seams, and I fixated on her manicured nails. "My hands? They're for presenting bottles with a flourish, pulling corks, pouring perfectly." She paused. "Enough about hands. I don't know why I'm even talking about this. Am I nervous? Please tell me to shut up." "Don't," I said with a weak laugh. "I've always hated my hands, how they never look clean. I have all these calluses, and I'm sure I'll get arthritis from all the vine pruning work." 2 garnet-colored glasses appeared on the bar in front of us. I followed Amelia to a pillared patio and sank onto a stone bench across from her. At least 200 acres of vineyard stretched until it disappeared into the spiny haunches of the mountains. "We all have flaws," she said as her blouse slipped down her shoulder. "My scar from falling out of a tree when I was 8. Remember? I tried to tell you I'd been in a bar fight." "Ha! And I told you mine was from a bike crash, and you assumed I meant a motorcycle, not a Disney princess bike." I tipped up my throat, knowing that the tiny milk-white scar was almost imperceptible unless someone was really looking. "My badass biker chick. Your throat has so much character." I laughed. But really, it bled a lot. The whole thing was very dramatic. Camille was screaming, and I was just gushing blood from my throat, thinking I was going to die. Well, thankfully, we both survived. And now we're here together. I want to know everything about living on a winery. Waking up with the grapes right there. Tell me about it. She leaned forward, her brown eyes fixed on me. I told her first about the climate, which was almost perpetually warm and bright, besides the occasional fog that the sun burned off as it crested the foothills. I talked about Napa, its Michelin-starred restaurants and abundance of festivals, especially around harvest time, always something to do and see. I explained how my favorite work was my interactions with the environment itself, the hands-on parts, the testing of grapes, collecting fruit samples, checking pH and sugar levels. The hush over the vines when it felt like I was the only person in the world. Amelia seemed to hang on to my every word. "I always knew you'd end up with an interesting life," she said. "The way you used to talk about art. Remember all those conversations we had? I'd teach you about wine and you'd teach me about art. We'd be up till like 3 a.m. Now you've taken over my role." I laughed, but my cheeks started to flush. Now this place? It's really legendary. A lot of people say it put Napa on the map. Its Cabernet defeated the top Bordeaux at the Judgment of Paris, 1976. Although maybe you know that already, I said. I did know that, she said. A real David versus Goliath situation. Her smile wavered. David. So he's still on his business trip? I swirled the wine around in my glass to release the aromas, then brought it to my nose and inhaled deeply to avoid answering her. When she showed up a few days ago, she'd said she kept in touch with David over the years. Why hadn't she kept in touch with me? Black currant, I said. Black cherry, and I can smell plum. Amelia mimicked my sequence, but it was imbued with her own grace, her movements precise but artful, almost like I was watching a dancer complete a familiar routine. I used to love watching David sniff wine, but over the last few months, I'd been fixating on the clinical way his nostrils flared when he inhaled. Watching Amelia was practically hypnotic, how she gave her whole face to the act, closing her eyes and pressing her lips together. I was suddenly 19 again in a dorm room, trying to make sense of my feelings. Ripe plum, not baked, and there's a hint of licorice in there, too. Something else. Blueberry. She brought the glass to her lips. Sometimes I think it's ironic how you wouldn't have met David if not for me. I wasn't expecting her to take us back into the past. But she wasn't wrong. Amelia and I had lived in the same dorm freshman and sophomore year, and she and David had been in the same viticulture and enology program. The fall of junior year, before she left for study abroad in Provence, she'd invited me to a party one of her classmates was hosting, and it was there that I met David. By then, I knew my feelings for Amelia were more than friendly, but I'd never acted on them until the night before she left. I was afraid to. My sexuality confused me. I'd had boyfriends before and had never thought of girls as more than friends, but Amelia was different. I had pictured how her lips would feel against mine. I'd imagined us going further. I'd wondered if she imagined it too, or if that version of us only existed in my head. Me too, I said. My attraction to David had been instant. He was handsome and flirtatious, with his shaggy hair and twinkling eyes, the kind of person who vibrated energy and charisma. I hadn't expected him to notice me, but he came over immediately and introduced himself. He spoke with his hands, always gesticulating. He liked to touch. It seemed like part of him was always grazing part of me, and the way he clung to my every word made me feel singularly important. When he left to get us drinks, I watched him, not wanting him to touch anyone else, to give his undivided attention away. I think he likes you, Amelia had said, bumping my hip with hers. The smile that had played on her lips looked weird, like she wasn't happy at all. I mean, maybe you would have met anyway, Amelia said now. The universe has a way of pushing people together when it's meant to be. I drained the rest of my glass, the wine going straight to my head. Why are you really here? I asked Amelia, raising my eyes to meet hers. Why now? Because I had an appointment with David, she said. That's the truth. That's all, I said, my voice practically a whisper. Her silence answered for her. And maybe it was the wine or my rage toward David or my anger at myself for driving him away. But on the breezy patio where Amelia and I were the only two people on a Thursday evening, I closed the distance between us and pressed my lips against hers, petal light, as if my mouth were an open O against a mirror. It felt like a homecoming, a wormhole to the past, another life I could have lived. She responded, slow but urgent, her lips circling mine. And the place I felt it most was in my chest. Like my heart was splitting into pieces, splinters of it exploding like shrapnel from my rib cage. I squeezed my eyes shut. Her hands migrated to my hair, her fingers light spokes against my scalp. I pulled away, forcing myself to end something that I wanted to last much longer. I was afraid to look at her. But when I opened my eyes, I saw that she was still fixated on me. "I'm sorry," I said, even though I didn't mean it. "You said that last time," she said. "You weren't sorry then, either." I'm married," I said, looking around to see if anyone had noticed us. What was I thinking? People knew me and David. They knew the Golden Grape. Napa was a lot of land, but it was small in many ways. How many people already knew about David's indiscretion? He would be humiliated if people thought our happy family was broken, but it would kill him if we actually were. "You don't kiss other women or cheat on your husband?" I soured on her use of the word cheat. It shouldn't be cheating when David did it first. "Both," Amelia whispered in my ear, sending a shiver down the knobs of my spine. "I won't judge, and you know I won't tell." The two of us in her dorm room as I helped her pack for Provence. All the words unsaid. I wanted to tell her to stay. I wanted her to ask me to go with her. The tears that had leaked out of my eyes in the dark. Her fingertips on my cheeks. I pushed away thoughts of the past. Regret wouldn't change a thing. "I want to see you again before you leave." I reached for her perfectly manicured hand and watched it twine between my fingers, my ruddy wine hands. I've thought about you so often over the years. I wondered if you thought about me." She paused. "I did. Of course I did. But I thought if I reached out, you might not want to talk to me. I couldn't take the chance." I didn't respond because I didn't want to lie to her. Would I have risked unburying all the old feelings had David not cheated first? "I'm not a cheater. David slept with someone else," I said, the shock from hearing the words out loud reverberating through my body. "He confessed recently and I kicked him out. He said it was only once, but now everything is such a mess." Amelia's mouth twisted into a grimace. "So this is about getting back at him?" No, that's not it at all. That has nothing to do with you." I couldn't articulate the complex emotions David's betrayal had wrought. She smiled sadly. "I can't be your revenge, Bev. Just like back then, I couldn't be whatever you needed me to be. I thought you and David were happy." My face was flaming. "Did you?" Again, she was silent. I stood up. "I'm sorry. I need to get back. You know, the harvest and all. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here." I turned around and maneuvered through the other tables, not wanting to look back. "Bev," she called. "I'm just trying to be honest." My vision was tear-blurred as I ran away, as I got into my car and drove back to the vineyard and the beautiful life David and I had built and destroyed together.
5. June. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 2022. Most wine tours end in the tasting room, where the people who've stuck around get to sample the wine they've just learned about. I stand with my companions, swirling a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon under my nose before sipping. It's the kind of big, bodacious wine Kyle adores, the tannin swelling perfectly under my tongue without being chalky. If I weren't pretending to be somewhere else, I'd bring him home a bottle, I can taste the care in this wine. With a shiver, I think about the man who might have made it. I don't savor the wine, or spit what I don't want into the spittoon so that I can safely drive back to the airport. Instead, I down the contents of my glass and ask for another.
Are you enjoying this? Marcel asks. It's our most popular blend.
I nod. It's delicious. It has been a while since I drank conventional wine at a bar, but this one leaves a silky aftertaste. A smile fights its way onto my lips. The backyard would be Kyle's idea of wine heaven. But when I think about Kyle, I feel incredibly guilty. I need to tell him where I really am, but I'm terrified he'll see this as a sign that I'm not ready to get married, or that his proposal sent me careening back into the past. He has been patient to an almost impossible degree, and I think I've always been secretly afraid that, eventually, his patience would run out. I watch the entrance to the tasting room like a hawk, desperate for any sign of Sadie Smith, but terrified to actually meet her face to face. If that really was her husband in Brooklyn, did he tell her he was going all the way to New York for his business trip? My phone starts to vibrate on the table beside me. It's an incoming video call from Kyle, and panic sets in instantly. It won't flag any suspicion if I don't answer it. He would just assume I'm busy working. But I want to hear his voice, to be anchored to the feeling of home. I pick up the call and hold the phone close, reminding myself that he's not going to know that the tasting room in the backyard isn't the same as the tasting room at Kettler Ridge. "Hi, sweetie," I say as his face fills up my screen. His chin is prickled with stubble, his hair partially obscured by his Dartmouth hoodie. He's sitting on our sofa, the gray sectional we picked out together. The tears spring to my eyes unbidden. If I were there, we'd be drinking wine together, and a board game might be scattered on the table in front of us. Or I'd be nestled under his arm as a reality dating show played on the TV, which we'd barely be able to hear over our running commentary about the contestants, whose lives and journeys we became embarrassingly invested in. I miss Kyle's dry humor. I miss the well-worn hoodie I tease him about, that he refuses to get rid of, and the way his hair curls on his neck when he misses a haircut, and even the indents on his nose that his glasses leave behind.
"Hey, Junebug," he says. "How's it going there?"
I shrug and paste on a smile, holding up my wine glass with my free hand. "It's going well. I know I said I might be back tomorrow, but there are a couple more people I'm talking about meeting with. I might be an extra night here."
"That's cool," he says, leaning back into the sofa. "All good here. I even cooked tonight. I made that gnocchi recipe you got from Phoebe, and look what I'm drinking with it."
He holds up a stemless glass filled with a hazy liquid I recognize as a natural Riesling. "Nice," I say, trying to stop the tears from welling up. Kyle loves testing out new recipes, even when they end in burnt disaster. He's always doing considerate things for me, things that bring us closer together, and I'm doing something that will push us further apart. "I miss you so much."
"After one day? I must be pretty great," he says, forcing me to smile.
"I guess you're okay. I was just thinking about our honeymoon, and that we should plan the details soon." Now it's his turn to smile.
"That sounds perfect. Now that most of the wedding stuff is taken care of, it's a good time to figure that out. Are you still thinking Napa?"
I nod, wondering how he would react if he knew I was there already. "Yeah, I think so." I chew my bottom lip. "I should get going, but I'll call you tomorrow, okay? I love you."
"I love you too. I'll try not to have too much fun without you. See, this is why we need to get a cat. Someone to listen to me when you're not here."
"We're not getting a cat," I say with a grin. "A dog, maybe." It's an ongoing debate between us, not being able to decide on a pet. But we still send each other links to shelter animals we see on social media and dream of adopting them all, despite our busy work schedules. When we hang up, I look around the room with renewed motivation. Wherever Andrew Smith is, if he was looking for me, he's going to know I'm here. And his wife can't stay hidden for long. Somebody was in that house, and even though I didn't see her face, I bet it was her. Nadia is behind the sleek bar area, retrieving clean wine glasses for a trio of women with blonde hair and bridal party sashes. I wait until she turns around before asking my question. Do you know if there's any vacancy at the hotel? The boutique hotel at the backyard, I'm told, is a new addition, only 5 years old, affectionately referred to as the barn. Nadia lets me know that it was Sadie's idea to convert an old barn into an area to accommodate guests, with 6 units spread out over 2 floors. All the rooms are occupied except one, on the ground floor, which has a 2-night minimum stay. I swipe my credit card, hoping the second night won't be needed. The room itself is small but chic, all bleached wood and minimalist design, with sliding doors leading onto a small terrace overlooking the vineyard. When I comment on the decor, Nadia tells me Sadie designed it herself.
She has a real eye for this stuff, she says. She's very creative. I sometimes wonder why she's a winemaker when she's so good at other things. But she loves this place, this land. She loves it like one of her kids.
Her kids, I repeat. Yes, from what I've heard, they have 3?
That must be a real handful.
Nadia shrugs, rocking from one foot to the other at my door as she passes me the key.
Yeah, I have no idea how she balances it, but she does. She's a great mom.
She really sounds like it. I pause. I'd love to meet her. I actually got engaged recently, and I'm here in Napa to check out possible wedding venues. Her forehead furrows slightly.
By yourself?
I know I need to cut back on the questions. Maybe the desperation to find answers is laced in my voice, making me sound manic instead of casual, but I can't afford to waste any time. My fiancé is working, so I'm here scouting a few places that might work for us. We love the idea of a smaller venue and something family-owned.
We do beautiful weddings here, Nadia says. It's another thing Sadie is passionate about. She loves love.
She and her husband, Andrew? I say, trying to make his name light on my tongue. Have they been together for a long time, then? She nods, her springy curls bouncing on her shoulders.
Yes, basically forever. From what I've heard, it was love at first sight. I swear, they have entire conversations without even opening their mouths. They're that in sync. I don't know. I mean, between you and me, I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years, and he still has no idea what I'm thinking most of the time.
I spare a polite laugh, but my stomach sags like I've been punched. It sounds exactly like what I had with Josh. Love at first sight, our own unspoken communication. But if Andrew is really Josh, have I stalled my life for the past decade mourning a man who didn't even exist?
I need to get back, Nadia says, but you can call the front desk if you need anything at all, and Marcel will be in the tasting room at the bar until around 10, in case you want a drink.
I sink onto the bed when she leaves, my pulse drumming erratically. As much as I want to close my eyes and fall asleep, I force myself to stand up and fix my hair in the bathroom and head back to the tasting room. Maybe Marcel will be able to help me piece together whatever puzzle is struggling to take shape in my head. Dusk has settled in, and the vineyard is almost eerily quiet, the blackened foothills standing in the distance like watchful sentinels. The walk from the barn back to the tasting room takes less than 2 minutes, but I spend the entire time thinking someone is watching me, my body and brain as jumpy as a spring. What if Andrew, in his baseball cap, were to emerge from the shadows? I'm sure he knows every hiding place this land has to offer. Marcel is rinsing glasses behind the bar when I enter, the block heels of my boots scuffing on the stone floor.
"Hello again," he says. "Miss Emery, is it?"
I nod, my neck suddenly hot. When I checked in, I had to use my business credit card, my name in ribbed gold, June Emery. Now I'm relieved my name has no tie to Josh. I never legally changed it after we got married, and I was June Kelly for only that one ephemeral week. I'd love a glass of Chardonnay. I didn't get to try it earlier.
"Of course."
He pours the pale liquid, which is the shade of clarified margarine, into a delicate glass and passes it across the bar to me.
"Let me know how you like this one."
I swirl the wine and give it a quick inhale before letting the first sip touch my lips. It's not a traditional Chardonnay, overly oaky and dry. It's complex, with teasing hints of butterscotch and lemon peel, almost like a hard candy that would dissolve on my tongue if I let it.
"You drink that like someone who knows wine,"
Marcel says, watching me with curiosity.
"Are you a winemaker too?"
No, I say quickly. I actually own a natural wine bar in Brooklyn. I regret telling him as soon as the words are out of my mouth, but since he has my name anyway, it would be easy to look me up and find grape juice. As easy as it is to find Josh's obituary online, the one where he's survived by his loving wife.
Natural wine. That's wonderful, he says, looking genuinely impressed. I love the stuff myself, although Andrew would disagree. You're friends with Andrew, you said? Did you meet him through wine?
Through wine, as if it were a matchmaker, bringing us together. Andrew would disagree, just like Josh, never appreciating the taste. Something like that, I say. He might not even remember me, though. It's been so long. I almost forget what he looks like. I laugh, hoping it sounds casual. I don't suppose you have a photo of him to jog my memory? Marcel narrows his eyes.
No, I don't. I'm one of the last dinosaurs who doesn't have a cell phone.
How long have you worked here? I ask.
Too long, he says with a dry laugh. My whole life, it seems.
I'm grateful for the easy segue into the next question I want to ask. I was noticing the different awards earlier. I was under the impression that the backyard had been family-owned for generations, but the awards and photos only date back a certain number of years. Did I get that wrong? He looks surprised, but recovers quickly.
Well, it used to be a different winery before Andrew's time. Back then it was called the Golden Grape.
My breath catches in my throat. The Golden Grape. The winery where Josh was raised. I can still hear Josh's voice in my head, telling me that it shut down when his parents retired. Josh never talked much about what his dad was like before he died, and I never pressed the issue.
Did you know of it?
He asks, obviously noticing the shock on my face.
It's probably before your time.
No, I say with a shrug. Doesn't ring a bell. There are so many things I want to ask Marcel, but there's a heaviness in my chest, a panic threatening to overtake me. I don't want to explain how I know the Kelly family. I don't want to say that, for one short week, I was one of them. I'm really hoping I'll get to see Andrew before I have to leave. I press gently. Do you have any idea when he'll be back? This time, when Marcel shakes his head, I get the sense I'm not the first person who was asked.
Andrew has to travel a lot for business. I'm not sure when we can expect him back, but Sadie, she's usually out with the grapes in the morning, especially during the harvest. She's very hands-on, I suppose you'd say. A perfectionist.
It's a quality Josh had liked about me. One he jokingly needled me for.
You never let anyone help you, he would say,
pouting his full lips, when I got out of bed in the morning and instantly hopped onto my computer.
You should come back here and play hooky.
Occasionally, I'd had to bite back my annoyance that he didn't understand my dedication to my job, but I knew it was because he wanted me so badly. Maybe I'll get to see her tomorrow, I say, raising my glass to drain the remaining wine. Marcel nods.
She loves to greet guests. Andrew, he's a bit more soft-spoken, as I'm sure you know. So smart, but very quiet.
I smile in return and nod, but he sounds nothing like the Josh I married. If something had happened to Josh, if he had had to disappear and become Andrew because he was in trouble with the law or on the run from someone dangerous and he couldn't tell me, it would make sense for him to hide from guests on purpose, letting his wife be the face of the winery. Or, a deeply unsettling thought, I'm not the first woman he has done this to. Maybe he was afraid someone would recognize him, someone from his New York life. Or maybe I'm spiraling again, and there's an explanation that makes sense besides Josh faking his own death to hide out in the very place where he was raised. I might not be able to meet Andrew Smith, whoever he is, tomorrow, but instead, I'm going to make sure I meet his wife.
6. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. Camille was still awake when I returned home, sitting on my sofa wrapped in one of my robes. Karen was asleep on her chest, and a bud of annoyance flared through me. She never wanted to put him down, even though I made it clear he needed to get used to sleeping in his crib. I couldn't hold him all the time the way she wanted to. Maybe it was less that I was annoyed and more that I was jealous. Being with children brought out the best in Camille. Her tenderness, her joy, it brought out the worst in me. My impatience, my irritation. I loved my sons, but I suspected that I was a better person when they weren't around, and that they'd become better people without me. The thought used to storm my brain in the early years of my marriage. I imagined the horror David would feel if he knew what I was thinking. I pictured him leaving me, moving on with somebody who was a natural mother. "What's wrong?" Camille said as soon as I stepped into the kitchen. "Did it not go well?" I couldn't lie to Camille. She always knew when something was wrong. I didn't even bother trying. "It was fine, but I did something stupid," I mumbled, pulling a bottle of Chardonnay out of the fridge. The same bottle I opened the last night I saw David. I was equal parts heady and humiliated. The kiss, the electric softness of it, the way it felt like taking my first breath after being starved for air, was blunted by what had come after it. And I couldn't blame Emilia for rejecting me, especially after what had happened in college. "What did you do?" Camille asked as I sat down beside her, handing her a glass of wine. "I accidentally kissed Emilia. Except it wasn't an accident. I wanted to kiss her, not because I wanted revenge on David, but because I just did. Maybe I have for a very long time." Camille nodded. "Oh," was all she said. But she didn't look the least bit surprised. I realized in college that I was attracted to both men and women. But it was the one thing about myself that I'd never told David. I'd been honest with him when it came to everything else, including my parents, even though I was embarrassed by my dysfunctional family when his parents had been happily married for almost 30 years. I couldn't bring myself to be totally open about my sexuality. Aside from Emilia, my friends were all straight, and I was scared I'd push David away if he knew I wasn't. Camille was the only person who knew what happened between Emilia and me the night before she left for Provence, when I'd gone to her dorm room to help her pack. Emilia had opened a bottle of red wine, a Malbec, she'd said, and we finished the entire thing as she tried on bell-sleeved blouses and corduroy miniskirts, deciding what to bring. We'd both been laughing when I flopped down on her bed beside her, and my hand automatically curled into hers, sadness suddenly unfurling in my chest. We'd been friends for 2 years. We'd been almost inseparable, and now she was leaving. Maybe it was the wine, or maybe it was the flirtation that had always underscored our friendship, or maybe it was the fact that she was leaving and this might be my only chance. Our heads were both on her pillow, and it was I who leaned in, I who kissed her first, the plushness of her mouth igniting my nerve endings. She kissed me back. I climbed on top of her, sucking in a breath, and let my hand rove up her shirt. But just as quickly as it began, I ended it. There was Provence. She was going, and I was not. "I'm sorry," I said, but I wasn't. "I'll be back, you know," she said, propping herself on her elbow. "This isn't goodbye forever." A few weeks after she left, her absence a persistent knot in my stomach, I ran into David while I was out grabbing coffee. "Bev, right?" he said, later confessing that he hadn't wanted to sound like he'd remembered more than just my first name, even though he'd been thinking about me. We ended up talking, which turned into a walk around campus, which turned into a late dinner. Emilia's words echoed in my mind. "I'll be back, you know." I convinced myself that what I felt for David was stronger. When I was with him, Life felt safe and uncomplicated, like I could jump from any height and land softly. David had made sense as a boyfriend, and I'd felt immensely lucky to have him. The physical attraction was immediate, and we shared an equal degree of emotional chemistry. His moods were stable, he had a plan for his future. We had entered each other's lives at the exact right time. David had dated a few girls in college, but nothing serious. I'd dated a couple of guys, but had questioned everything after that night with Amelia in her dorm room. David almost felt like a sigh of relief. He had won my heart, yes, but also my lungs, and that was somehow more important. He made it easier to breathe. David and I were asleep in bed together in my dorm room when the landline on my desk rang. It was 2 a.m, and Amelia was on the other end, tinny and far away. She had been in Provence for 3 months, and I'd been hearing from her less and less. "Bev?" she said. I hadn't heard her voice in so long. My chest capsized. She was supposed to return in April. "Hey," I whispered. It was the whisper that must have given me away. She knew I wasn't alone. "Look, Bev, I'm sorry for not saying anything sooner, but I really love it here. I've decided to stay. I'm going to put my degree on hold and work here for a bit. I'm learning so much, and just being immersed in everything, it's truly a dream." "Wow," I said, a lump in my throat. David stirred in my bed, his arm reaching for where my body should be. "You could come, you know," she said. "The school year is over soon. Why don't you fly out here and I'll introduce you to my friends, and I just think you'd love it here, Bev. All the art, it's just so you." I squeezed my eyes shut, tears collecting in my lash line. Part of me wanted to be frivolous and impulsive like Amelia. I could book a one-way ticket. I could choose to go. But I knew I wouldn't. My parents wouldn't approve, and I couldn't afford the trip on my own, and most of all, because of the man quietly snoring on my pillow, his face bathed in moonlight. He had given me everything I wanted, and he deserved a girlfriend who did the same. "I'm sorry, I can't. I'm seeing someone. It's serious." I didn't tell her it was David. She didn't ask. "Oh," she said. The hurt in her voice pained me, too. "That's great. But if you ever change your mind, I'll be here," she said. And those were the last words she spoke to me until 3 days ago in my tasting room. "That's it?" I said to Camille now, my pulse still racing. "You don't have anything else to say about it? Just, oh?" I could tell she wanted to roll her eyes. "Look, Bev, I just think you should be careful. You haven't seen Amelia in like 20 years, and you have a family. This isn't like you. I think you and David need to figure out what's going on before you move on to someone else." "Well, he didn't afford me the same courtesy," I muttered. "I know," she said, "but that doesn't make it right." Her lips grazed the top of Kieran's head. "And don't take this the wrong way, but have you considered that part of this might be about punishing David?" "No," I said, even though I wasn't so sure at all. Kieran burbled in Camille's arms, stuffing his fingers in his mouth. "He called here looking for you," Camille said, "tonight. I told him you were out. When I answered, he thought I was you. He sounded miserable." I pictured the scene. David in a dark hotel room, the phone cradled to his ear. I tried not to care, even though part of me was on autopilot, instinctively wanting to comfort him. "What did he say?" I asked. "Just that he'd try back again later," she said. I could picture what would have happened had I been home to answer the call. David would have pleaded with me not to hang up, to hear him out. His voice would have been thick with emotion. "Bev, I screwed up. he'd say, a proclamation of his guilt. Things will change if you let me come home. And if I relented, if I told him to come back, nothing would change. David's indiscretion would be glossed over, and our marriage would be improved for a while, our issues invisible beneath the surface, buried far enough down that we could convince ourselves they didn't exist. David would pull the same magic tricks he'd used with the school administration to make the problems go away, and sweep the evidence off our pristine floor. Until another argument summoned them out of the depths. To keep the peace, I'd swallow my resentment until I was too heavy with it to move or fight back. Camille's face softened. Look, if you and Amelia reconnect and decide you really want to pursue things, I'd fully support you. You know that. I know how much you cared about her. But you have to work through things with David first. I know. And anyway, I doubt I'll see her again. A shiver crested my skin as I remembered the look on Amelia's face, a mixture of longing and apology. Camille stood up slowly. I'll go put Kieran down, okay? Then I think I'll head to bed. Turns out this whole taking care of babies thing is pretty tiring. They're needy, huh? I smiled with a rush of gratitude that it wasn't all as easy for her as she made it look. Yeah, it's not always what it's cracked up to be. Oh, she said, pausing at the stairs. I told Josh it was okay if he used my car to take Michelle out on a date. He was dressed in a button-down shirt and had some flowers for her. It was adorable. That's fine. Thanks for letting me know. I normally would have smiled at the image, but it made me uneasy. Michelle by the pond, talking about her future, so certain about where she fit in the world, so much like me at her age. Josh, never used to hearing the word no. I was afraid one of them would end up hurting the other, the way most teenage relationships played out, the love so intense that neither party saw the end coming. And Abby was in the back of my mind, Abby, who had changed everything for our family, and who had been irrevocably changed by us. Not just changed, but broken. I wouldn't give Josh advice about Michelle. What had I said to him when Abby hadn't been at the house for a few days and I'd asked him how she was doing? She's been busy, he'd muttered, dropping his voice, a rare moment of vulnerability coming out. Maybe too busy for me. I'm sure that's not true, I'd said. Can you do something to show her you care? You know her so well. Girls like it when you show them you've been paying attention. His eyes had lit up, a smile crawling across his face. Maybe you're right, he'd said. I know her so well. I shook off the memory, how his words had almost sounded like a threat. He had never indicated how close they were to the edge. Was it possible he had twisted my words into a weapon? Or was it just another example of me saying the wrong thing at the wrong time? And one other thing, Kieran said Mama. Camille could barely suppress her grin. I mean, he probably thought I was you, but I swear my heart cracked in half. That's great, I said, taking in her smile, which looked equal parts elated and guilty. I watched her ascend the stairs with my sleeping baby, whose first word hadn't even been directed at me. Camille had spent a lot of time with him over the past few days, more quality time than I had in weeks. Maybe he was just babbling and finding his voice, not assigning meaning to his words. Maybe he genuinely did think she was me. I waited to feel the gut punch of regret for not being there, but it never came. Instead, I felt happy for Camille. She had been talking to him nonstop. She had worked for it. She'd made Kieran the focal point of her days. And how many times had I thought of him as an obstacle instead? When I was pregnant with Kieran, I did everything I could to get excited for a new baby. And sometimes it worked. David painted the nursery pale green and put the crib together himself. We'd chosen intentionally gender-neutral decor. "I think it's going to be a girl," he had said, because he thought we'd finally be having a daughter. Thinking of that version of David, soft, excited, his eyes crinkling at the corners, weakened my resolve. And I fought the urge to find out what hotel he was at and tell him I was ready to talk, ready for him to come home. Maybe it would be for the best. We had so many memories between us from the past 2 decades. Who would gain custody of those if we were to separate? Would everything we had built be for nothing? But I had missed his call, and I convinced myself it was for a reason. The landline rang just as I closed the fridge door, the sound of it making me jump. I raised the phone to my ear, pressing my hand into the counter, expecting it to be David calling back. But it was Amelia on the other end. "I'm sorry about tonight," she said, her words coming out in a tumble. "I feel bad about where we left things. I didn't mean to be so harsh." "Don't worry about it." I managed a small laugh. "I got caught up in the moment. You were right. It's all too complicated." "Maybe," she said. I paused. "I should get going." "What would you say if I told you I was in your vineyard right now?" she said. "What do you mean?" I held my breath in my throat like a bubble. "I was thinking about when I left for Provence, how much I missed you. It's totally insane, but I once considered getting on a plane to fly back and surprise you. What did I think was going to happen? Anyway, obviously, I never did, but I always wondered. Would it have changed things?" "I don't know," I said, my mouth dry. I had imagined going to Provence and seeing Amelia, walking hand in hand with her as we explored cobbled streets. Sometimes I could have sworn I saw her in a crowd on campus, her blonde hair streaming down her back. I'm sick of wondering. I took a cab to your place, and I'm walking back by the pond. It smells amazing out here. I think the Chardonnay grapes are ready to be picked. I don't know if they're ripe yet, I said. Maybe you should come outside and find out, she said. I sensed there was nothing left to say, only something left to do, a decision to make. I knew that if I did go outside, I'd be crossing a line I could never come back from, a line David had already blown past. I can't, I said. The receiver trembled in my hands as I put it back in the cradle and drained the rest of my wine glass. Everything was moving in slow motion. I headed up the stairs, but paused as a memory came flooding back. David shrugging into his oversized flannel jacket and heading out to tend to some business, forgetting to say goodbye. The same excitement he'd reserved for me, now given solely to our vineyard. Or so I'd thought. I rushed back down the stairs. Amelia was probably gone, but that didn't stop me from slipping into my shoes and pulling the front door closed behind me, then breaking into a run when I reached the vines, their green tentacles stretching into the distance. David and I had broken the family we'd created, the one we'd sacrificed so much for. David wanted my forgiveness, my love, but I wasn't sure I could give him either. I didn't see Amelia, but there were a few pickers who remained stationed at the vines, shearing the excess from the trellises. Their heads followed me as I ran down each aisle as my legs burned with the exertion. Amelia was gone, and the moment had passed, almost like a dream. But there she was, striding toward the pond with her shoes dangling from her fingertips, twilight fuzzing around the ends of her hair. "You're still here," I said when I caught up with her. "The grapes are ready," she said, gesturing to one of the trellises. "Look at how perfect they are. This beautiful yellow-green." "On this side?" I said, taking in the grapes, the swollen softness from the vines that had pumped them full of sugar, the process of verasion transforming them from the hard little berries they were less than 2 months ago. "These ones get the most sun." She closed the gap between us. Her hands were instantly all over me, on my face, in my hair, on my waist, and in the same spot where I'd taken Brick's measurements 2 weeks ago with my husband, I sank to the ground with the woman who'd introduced us. "Someone could see us," I murmured, aware of the remaining pickers preparing the vines. "Then we better be quiet," she whispered, her lips soft against my clavicle. It felt different but the same, kissing Amelia. But as she unwrapped my dress, my skin broke into goosebumps in the cool night air. "I've never, with another woman," I said. "You're the only woman I've even kissed." I didn't tell her how often I'd thought about doing more with her, how I'd touched myself as I imagined it. Amelia pulled back briefly, and I put her hand on my stomach, her fingers just above my C-section scar, which was silvery and white. "I've thought about the night you kissed me so many times," she said. "Me too. It was the last time I felt that sure about anything. It was a truth I was afraid to even admit to myself, and I didn't allow it to linger long between us." "We should go somewhere before we get caught," I said, my eyes searching out somewhere we could be alone. The barn near the edge of the property, the tall wooden structure where the boys sometimes hung out with their friends. "Follow me." She trailed behind me, and we both broke into a run. Suddenly, I felt as giddy as a teenager again, overrun with hormones and excitement. Maybe we were being watched, but in that moment the anticipation was so intense that I didn't care. As soon as we were inside, Amelia's hands snaked under my dress and up my legs, where her thumb pulsed against the outside of my underwear. I leaned back against a bale of hay and stared at the vaulted ceiling, then let my eyelids flutter shut as darkness pressed softly against them. Amelia moved slowly. She pulled down my underwear gently, and her fingers made contact with my skin and unfurled inside me. When I opened my eyes, I was brought back to my last conversation with David. The way he had yelled that he was never even allowed to touch me anymore. I forced myself to stop thinking about David. I didn't even think I was capable of being aroused like that, my body being played like an exquisite instrument. Amelia's fingers worked faster and faster, her thumb rubbing against me, and when she brought her mouth down to meet her hand, I caught fire, crying out. I didn't know how long we stayed there after, my body trembling, and I was desperate to touch her, to make her feel the way she'd made me feel. But a sound, a crackling from outside the barn, made me leap up. "That was—" I started as I pulled my dress down, my legs still shaking. "I know," she said, preempting my sentence. It all felt so reckless, letting my body govern my brain, and shame threatened to flood over me. But in the muted gray of the barn, Amelia's own face looked peaceful, even though there was a hint of sadness in her dark eyes. "I know this can't go anywhere," she said. "But maybe there's a reason we met again after all this time." I nodded, lacing my fingers through hers. I let myself believe what she did, that we were temporary. It was what I had told myself so many years ago, whenever the thought of her flared into my mind, disrupting the stability of my life. I had forced myself to believe it then, but I wasn't so good at pretending anymore.
7. June. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 2022. My phone starts to ring when I'm still asleep. I didn't set an alarm, and outside my window, the sky is dark. Yesterday's events crash into me like an anvil. The knowledge that Andrew Smith is a father, and the fact that the Golden Grape is the backyard, and I almost want to bury my face in the pillow and not have to confront the truth. But the ringing doesn't stop, and when I reach for the phone with sleep-fogged eyes, I see that the caller is Kyle. It's a FaceTime, which I pick up, blearily rubbing my face. "Hey, Junebug," he says. "Sorry to bother you. I just wondered, the caterer called me back and said she doesn't have any availability this week outside of our appointment tomorrow morning. Do you think you'll be back by then?" I can see that he's at his office, his meticulously organized bookshelf behind him. "Tomorrow, that should work, yeah. Sorry, I'm just waking up. It's so early." The words are out of my mouth before I can take a second to think. The clock on my phone says it's just past 7 California time, which means it's already 10 in New York. His brow furrows slightly. "I guess you had a late night?" It's not suspicion in his voice, but something akin to confusion. I'd messaged Kyle after getting back to my room last night, only around 8 California time. At home, Kyle knows I'm a night owl. The nature of my job has made me one, along with the years of nightmares and insomnia after Josh's death. "I couldn't sleep," I say. "Just being somewhere new and away from you. I tossed and turned for hours." His expression mellows. There's a slight shadow on his face, which tells me he didn't shave this morning. I picture his morning without me, and how quiet it must have been. Kyle is a person who likes the rituals of a relationship, the small, everyday moments. He loves drinking coffee together on the sofa before work, both of us scrolling through the news on our phones. He never forgets to kiss me goodbye before leaving for the office. "I had a crappy sleep, too," he says. "I figured I'd like having all of the space, but turns out I like it better when you sprawl all over and take up my side of the bed." He laughs. "Your room looks nice. What's that picture of on the wall behind you?" I turn around quickly, the air leaving my lungs. It's an aerial photo of Napa Valley, one I'd stared at last night, picking the backyard out of the patchwork and marveling over exactly how much space there is in the world for a person to hide in plain sight. "Just a view of the wineries," I say, moving the camera back to my face. "Hey, I should get going, but I'll call you later, okay?" I do the math. If I'm out of here by dinner time, I'll be back in New York in time to sneak into bed with Kyle. His mouth forms a wide smile. "Sounds good. Go do your thing. I love you." After we hang up, I'm not sure whether I want to laugh or cry, but I have a renewed motivation to find Sadie Smith and learn more about her, and I need to find out when her husband is coming back. I can't wait around for him forever. Sadie isn't out in the vineyard communing with the grapes like Marcel had suggested she might be. The woman at Josh's funeral enters my thoughts. I remember her black trench coat and how it was tightly tied around her small waist. I'm sure she hadn't been at the visitation, and I wish I could better trust my memories from that day to determine whether it had been Sadie or someone else. I walk the rows of vines in my leggings and sneakers, past pickers shearing plump clusters of grapes into collection baskets. The sun is yolk yellow in the sky overhead, the morning chill starting to dissipate. It's going to be a beautiful day, but I won't be out enjoying it. I wander toward the tasting room, but it's not yet open for the day. I pull on the locked door, then back up against it, staring into the distance. That's when I see the house, with its wraparound porch and ivied siding. I realize, as I take in the details, that it's the exact kind of home Josh had described when we talked about our future. He'd even mentioned a wraparound porch, a recollection that makes my stomach curdle. I hadn't realized he wasn't just daydreaming. He was describing the house he grew up in. The man I'd married was kind and generous, his charisma rendering him larger than life, yet it felt like the two of us were nestled inside our own little nucleus. Now I'm forced to grapple with the truth. Josh didn't want me to know about the rest of his world. I watch the windows, confusion gripping my stomach in a vice. Are Sadie and her children inside right now enjoying breakfast? Josh used to flip pancakes as theatrically as possible, without the use of a spatula. I loved how playful he was. It was part of what made me know he'd be a great dad one day. If he is Andrew Smith, he was already a dad the whole time. I start heading toward the house like I'm a marionette being pulled by an invisible string. I know it's ridiculous. It's not like I'm going to knock on the door and demand that my husband come out. But I need answers, and my time is running out. I'm passing by the brick structure that houses the barrel room when I hear a muffled voice. It sounds like a woman. Nadia, maybe. But when I walk around the side of the building, nobody is there. I try the door, not expecting it to open. But it does. And I'm inside the dimly lit room, the thick, humid scent of fermenting grapes swelling inside my nostrils. The barrels are stacked to the ceiling, narrowing from the base like a cheerleader's pyramid. Natural wine isn't aged in a cellar, so in many ways it's the opposite of what the backyard is doing. The wines I serve at the bar are all about immediacy, while the wine in these barrels needs to mature before consumption. "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" The sharp voice pulls me out of my trance and I jump back from the barrel I'm standing beside. A woman emerges from the shadows, her blonde hair in a perky ponytail, her petite figure obscured by a knit sweater and loose jeans tucked into rain boots. I'm face to face with Sadie Smith. Her eyes don't leave mine. She looks around my age, maybe a bit younger, one hand resting on her slim hip with an iPad in her other hand. She doesn't look old enough to be a mother to a teenager. But I suppose if Josh and I had gotten pregnant, I could have a 10-year-old by now. "I'm sorry," I sputter. "I'm staying at the barn, and I guess I was just exploring. I had a tour yesterday and got to see this place, and the door was open. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come here." Sadie studies me, and her posture relaxes, her gaze softening. My nerves defray along with her. She believes me, that I'm a guest, that I'm excited about wine. "It's okay, I get it. You just wanted to see where the magic happens. I don't blame you. Do you want a sample, since you're here? Are you sure?" I know that the wine in those barrels is gestating like a baby, and that every time the barrel is opened, the wine is exposed to air. But Sadie extracts a wine thief, a tube-shaped tool that lets her dip into the barrel and injects a small pour into a glass. "This is the Chardonnay," she says. I'm sure Nadia would have mentioned this on the tour, but we still use oak barrels for several of our wines. We've moved into some stainless steel for the wines that require less complexity, like our Riesling, wines that don't need the addition of the oaky flavor, or in the case of reds, which don't need the softening effect oak has on tannin. I sip from the glass. "It's delicious," I say, the simple answer from someone who doesn't know wine. I won't tell her the truth, that at first it's a bit astringent on my taste buds, but the longer I hold it in my mouth, the more the flavor mellows, releasing its sweetness like a caramel apple. "I'm Sadie," she says warmly, extending her hand. "Hopefully you're enjoying your stay so far. What brings you our way?" "I actually got engaged recently." I flash my left hand in front of me, as if the ring is the proof I need. "I was in Napa visiting friends and thought I'd check out some wineries that do weddings. I saw some beautiful photos on your website." I bite the inside of my cheek, waiting for her reaction. "That's wonderful," she says. "Congratulations. That's a beautiful engagement ring." "I like your ring too," I blurt out, and instantly wish I'd said nothing. She's not wearing an engagement ring, but a plain gold band. "This?" She waves her hand. I can tell she's a bit confused. I have a nicer ring at home, but I work with my hands so much that it's not really practical for me to wear it. "Have you been married for a long time?" She nods. "Yes, 16 years actually. It's crazy how the time flies." I seize the opportunity to bring Andrew into the conversation. "And you run the winery with your husband, right? I love that it's family-owned. Those are the kinds of businesses I like to support." She gives me a tight smile. "Yes, it was Andrew's idea for us to take over this place. I actually knew almost nothing about wine before I met him, and he introduced me to it gradually until I really fell in love." "With him or the wine?" I joke, but she doesn't laugh. "Both, I suppose," she says with a shrug. "I feel like I'm always learning something new. About the wine, that is." "You mentioned you took over this place.
Did you buy from a previous owner? I say, pressing the subject, but unsure if I trust Sadie enough to say the rest. I can't imagine anyone wanting to give this place up. We took over from Andrew's parents, Sadie says, her face expressionless. Sometimes change is a good thing, and sometimes there's no other choice. I suck in a sharp breath. Andrew and Sadie inherited the winery from Bev and David Kelly, the same winery Josh told me had changed hands long before we met. There were so many things I want to say to Sadie, but none of them even make sense in my own head. Where is Andrew now? I settle on saying, my words coming out blunter than I intended. I mean, is he working here today too? He's out of town on business, she says. But anything you need as a guest, I can help you with. The edge in her voice is unmistakable, a thread of steel wool under her friendly smile. All the questions I wanted to ask her dissolve on my tongue. I consider what would happen if I spilled everything to Sadie, brandishing the screenshot I'd saved from the Backyard's website. I saw your husband's picture, and he looks identical to my former husband. Do you see the resemblance? Was it you I saw at his funeral? But it's too insane to say out loud. I'm sorry, but I need to get going, Sadie says. I have an event off-property. I'm sure I'll see you around later today, though, if you're planning to stay. I can have Nadia show you some of the wedding and honeymoon packages we offer. She pauses, and when she speaks again, her voice is soft but forceful. Of course, there are so many wineries in the area, so I understand if you're shopping around. I nod, setting my glass down. I'd love to talk to Nadia. I follow her out and watch as she walks briskly toward the house, her ponytail lifted by the light wind. My pulse pounds in my ears, and her last words echo there like a drumbeat. I understand if you're shopping around. A throwaway statement, maybe, or a polite way of asking me to look elsewhere.
8. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. The next morning, I ventured into Kieran's room where he was still sleeping soundly, then headed downstairs, tightening the knot of my robe. My body buzzed with the memory of Amelia. I wondered if she was thinking about me, too. I wanted to see her again, even though it still hurt me to think about betraying David, even though he had already betrayed me. I found Josh in the kitchen, hunched over the newspaper, sipping from a mug of coffee. In profile, he looked so much like his father that I almost did a double take. "Good morning," I said as he turned around. "Thanks for making coffee." "Aunt Camille did," he said. "She was up with Kieran earlier. She said she was going into town to get groceries." His eyes dropped back to the newspaper, and I noticed the dark circles ringing them. "Is everything okay? Camille said you went out with Michelle last night. How did that go?" "It was fine," he said, offering up no other details. "Is she coming by today? She can stay for dinner again. She has practice," he said shortly. "Says she can't miss it." "Well, tennis is important to her," I started, but he cut me off. "It's our 2-month anniversary, though, and it's just a practice. I thought she'd want to celebrate on the actual day, but I guess since I took her out last night, she thought that was the celebration." It was a rare burst of emotion. Josh barely spoke to me unless I initiated the conversation. "Oh," I said. "I'm sure you two will work it out." I stopped myself from saying anything else. I decided that no advice was better than bad advice. "Of course we will." He fixed me with his blue eyes, and I saw a side of Josh he rarely allowed me access to anymore, a reminder that he was sensitive and easily wounded. "We love each other, Mom." "Wow," I said, the admission catching me by surprise. "Love? I mean, it's so soon, and at your age." It was the wrong thing to say. His nostrils flared. "You weren't much older than me when you met Dad." His words felt like a slap across my face. David had been so different from other 20-year-old boys, so much more mature. But he had done the same thing my father did to my mother. He had cheated. "I just want you to be careful and take things slow," I said instead, making him roll his eyes. It was a benign statement that meant nothing. I suddenly wished David were here. He always said the right thing. Authority came easily to David in both work and parenthood, while I was constantly searching for the adult in the room before realizing it was me. "Sure, Mom," he said, somehow slinging Mom like an insult. When Josh had been entering the toddler years, I'd heard Mama nonstop from his perpetually needy mouth, dual syllables that seemed to carry on like a song stuck on repeat. It morphed into Mommy, soft and sweet and questioning. A little boy with jam-stained dinosaur pajamas and damp ringlets clinging to his neck, always instinctively reaching for my hand to curl snail-like around his own. Except my hands were always full. The final iteration, Mom, was as incisive as a stab wound. When Camille returned from the store, she told me she wanted to take Kieran to the library in town for a baby playgroup she'd seen a flyer for. I gratefully accepted the offer, and after I dropped them off, I drove straight to the Blossom and nosed the Escalade into a vacant parking spot. A shivery sensation flooded my body as I thought about Amelia's face under the moon, the giddiness of rushing to the barn where we couldn't be seen. It was like my nerve endings had lain deadened for decades and had sparked back to life. Mingled within the excitement was the guilt. There was work to do at the winery, and I should have been with Camille and Kieran, taking my sister around Napa, spending time with my son. And there was David, lodged in the back of my mind. The mystery of what he was doing, where he had gone, why he had ruined everything. Amelia wasn't in the tasting room or milling around like I'd pictured she would be. I walked around the winery looking for her, but she was gone. I was brought back to UC Davis all over again. Amelia's vacated dorm room. The lyric she slipped under my door the morning she flew to Provence, scrawled in her loopy cursive, "But I'll be back again." It was from a Beatles song. Amelia had loved John Lennon. When he was murdered a couple of years later, I'd thought of her immediately. The song was unusual and tragic, lacking the popularity of other Beatles hits, but it was Amelia's favorite, making recurring appearances on the cassette player in her dorm room as she swayed with her eyes closed. Later, I'd gone over the full lyrics, wondering if Amelia had been trying to tell me she loved me every time she played it. If she had been trying to tell me for a long time and I'd failed to hear her. My lower back broke out in a sweat as I returned to the driver's seat of the Escalade, ready to admit defeat. Before I heard my name, "Bev?" I practically jumped. Amelia strode toward me in a pair of cropped black pants, her hair in a loose bun. "I should have called first," I said apologetically. "I just thought, I don't know what I thought." She draped her arms over the window frame. "I have a meeting in an hour, but—" She peered into the Escalade. I glanced back with her and saw what she was seeing, Kieran's empty car seat. "I forgot you had another baby. David mentioned it, but Bev Jameson, with kids." She shook her head, smiling wryly. "I remember when you said you didn't want any." I remembered saying it. I remembered believing it. I had been stubborn and idealistic, and had been adamant about putting myself first, the way my mother never did. I'd wanted to travel the world, not remain in one place forever. "Kieran, he's 9 months old. He's so sweet." There was a squeezing sensation in my chest. Kieran really was such a sweet baby, and I needed to spend more quality time with him. What else did David tell you about our family? She shrugged. Nothing I didn't already know. I didn't want to think about what else she might already know. But no, David wouldn't have told her anything that would sully our family's reputation. Suddenly, I didn't want to think about anything. I didn't want to think about the questioning blue eyes, the hand falling out of mine, the spirit I'd been about to break. Your meeting is in an hour, I said hopefully, and her eyes flickered up to me, her head tipping in the tiniest nod. We walked up the stairs to her suite in silence, and I followed Amelia into the palatial bedroom. The door had barely closed before I pressed her against it and kissed her mouth, her cheek, her ear, her throat, the delicate, milky skin there. I traveled down her breasts, unbuttoning her silk blouse, teasing her nipple with my tongue, savoring the little gasps that came out of her mouth. Sex with David had been regular but perfunctory, dwindling from twice a week to once before it ground to a total halt. I unzipped Amelia's pants and let them fall on the floor at her ankles. This was one of the fantasies I'd had about her, undressing her, unwrapping her like a gift. Everything about Amelia was soft, even softer than I'd imagined. I gently parted her legs and took my time exploring her, with my mouth, with my fingers. Her fingertips migrated into my hair, massaging my scalp as a low groan escaped her throat. Afterward, she made us tea in the kitchenette of her suite, and we brought it out to the patio, where we watched the spiraling trellises of vines stretching into the southern sun. I wasn't sure if I'd see you again, she said. At the same time, I opened my mouth, my own awkward question tumbling out. So do you have anyone you're seeing back in New York? She laughed, soft curls falling out of her messy bun. No, it's difficult with how often I travel. And I guess I just haven't met the right person yet. Someone who made me want to settle down. I settled down with the right person, I said, and we still managed to fuck it up. Her eyes were downcast. Do you know who David cheated with? She paused, her lips forming a rosebud shape. If you don't mind me asking. I shook my head. He said I didn't know the woman and it happened only one time. Are you going to divorce him? She asked. I don't know. I know you came from a broken home, she said, bringing her teacup to her mouth. But coming from one is better than living in one. But their divorce didn't make it better, I said. Camille and I became their little messengers. They'd fight over us, use us to pass along information to make each other jealous. The idea of doing that to my kids? I rubbed my face in my hands, my skin stretching taut. I've done everything possible to not turn into my parents. You haven't, Amelia said, reaching for my hand. You're a great mom. I can tell by how you talk about them, and I know you love David. I did love them, but that love wasn't enough to make me a great mom. Thinking about my roots, the rotting soil of my dysfunctional family, only exacerbated the distance between loving somebody and actually being good for them. I thought about you after graduation, I said, meeting her eyes. I heard that you moved to New York and that you had that sommelier job lined up. I wanted to get in touch, but I didn't know what I would say. David and I had just gotten engaged, and I was happy, but I missed you. Amelia smoothed my wrist with her thumb. Why do you think I kept in touch with David? He was my friend, and we had wine in common, but we also had something else in common. Me, I said. You. Amelia looked at me with a mixture of empathy and curiosity. She took my hand in hers, cradling my fingers in her palm. I read her expressive face. Maybe she wasn't lost after all. Do you think David wants to make things work with you? Amelia said. I shrugged. I think so. Before this, I thought he'd do anything for me. I had friends whose marriages had ended. Camille's had ended, too, her heart broken. I'd listened to their stories, aching for the hurt they felt. But I had never once felt afraid that David would do the same to me. Never once had I questioned whether our marriage would meet the same fate. David and I knew everything about each other. We spoke our own shorthand. We were older but no less in love. Our love had mellowed into something deliciously warm and comforting, a climate I hadn't imagined ever changing. But he had either believed Josh about Abby or just wanted the problem gone, and I didn't think the situation had been quite that simple. I had iced him out, pushed his brochures for boarding schools back at him in a huff. We'd had shouting matches I was sure the boys could hear, and I had sobbed afterward as the rage subsided. I was more like Dorothy than I wanted to admit. In the aftermath, my relationship with David had been like a pond that had frozen over, going from deep to shallow before icing over completely. We skated around the surface, and any time I asked the wrong question or made a probing comment, another hairline crack forked out, threatening to plunge us both under to a depth that would burst our lungs. After Amelia left college, I chose a life with David. I loved my life with David. But maybe my feelings for Amelia had always been there, dormant but still existing underneath. Maybe I had always wondered. Tell me what you're thinking, Amelia said. I'm thinking, I said, that maybe you were right about the universe pushing people together when it's meant to be.
9. June. St. Helena, Napa County, California. September 2022. After breakfast, I sit down with Nadia on the little patio area behind the barn and let her show me the wedding packages the backyard offers. She flips through each photo on her iPad, describing their wine pairings, their farm-to-table catering services, even the names of photographers in the area. I smile and act impressed, but what I'm really watching is Sadie's house. My seat at this table offers an unobstructed view of her navy blue front door. She had mentioned an event off-site today, and about 10 minutes ago, I watched her exit the door in a hurry, her children filing after her, 2 blonde girls, the older one holding the toddler's hand, and a lanky teenage boy. Now I'm biding my time to make sure she doesn't come back, and to ensure nobody is watching before I make my way into the empty house. It's a crazy plan. I'm not someone who knows how to pick a lock, and there are probably security cameras, maybe even the kind that would alert Sadie on her phone if someone encroached on her property. It's for this very reason, that I know my chances of getting caught are high, that I've already packed my belongings into the rental car, ready to leave quickly when I have the answers I need. The idea of breaking into the house came to me shortly after my interaction with Sadie. There was something unsettling about her face, a hardness in the set of her jaw. She was hiding something. Moral of the story is, whatever you want, we can do, Nadia says, forcing my attention back to her. We're super relaxed about weddings around here. We've done big outdoor ceremonies, but ever since the pandemic, we've also seen a lot of the smaller micro-weddings, and we had one ceremony right in the tasting room. You can walk around and try to imagine where you see yourself. The whole vineyard is yours. I smile, trying to appear light and carefree. I love it here. I noticed during the tour that there's a beautiful pond. Have you ever done a ceremony back there? Nadia's face instantly darkens, but she recovers quickly. No, not yet. But I mean, all the decisions are up to you. Anxiety tightens my chest. I want to keep her talking. hoping the conversation will careen into some of the answers I need, but her attention is diverted by her ringing phone. "I'm sorry, I have to take this, but I'll be here later if you have more questions." I nod and watch her walk away, grateful she's given me the perfect opportunity to be alone. I don't know how long I have until Sadie returns, and I need to get into the house before she does. I grab my purse and start strolling toward the vineyard. I'm not alone as I move from row to row. There are vine pickers stationed above containers, carefully snipping bunches of grapes and sifting through them to avoid sunburned fruits and vine rot. None of them pay me much attention, and I quickly make a beeline for the house, my gaze darting around to make sure nobody is watching. The clock on my phone tells me it's almost noon. The gate creaks as I slip inside. I don't see any security cameras, but that doesn't mean they're not around. I don't expect the door to swing open when I pull on the knob. It almost feels like a trap. How could Sadie have left without locking her door? But then I remember the teenager who was the last one out of the house, his eyes focused on his phone. It's now or never, I tell myself, as I step inside and close the door behind me, my chest practically ready to capsize. Taking a deep breath, I raise my eyes to the first thing in my line of vision. I'm standing on a well-worn mat in a small foyer, and directly beside me is a gallery wall. I forget how to breathe. I'm face to face with the life I could have had with Josh, in photo form. The largest one is a tall canvas panel, the kind of professional family portrait that is Phoebe's bread and butter. Everyone barefoot in denim, kids bracketed by loving parents. Sadie is holding a blanket-bundled baby, and her smile is a joyous beam. Her loving, square-jawed husband has an arm protectively around her shoulders. Protective, but never controlling. And his eyes bore into me, still stormy blue, even in blown-out pixelation. I sink to the ground, tears blurring my vision, my breath coming in sharp gasps. As much as I might have secretly hoped that this was all a coincidence, these photos are undeniable. They're the essence of Josh, every angle and every facial feature. Andrew Smith and Josh Kelly are one and the same. My husband is alive. I don't know how long I remain there, a shattered shell, before standing up on numb legs and following the canvases through the foyer on some sadistic impulse into the living room, where they form a happy family trail, the road map of Andrew and Sadie's life. There they are in a maternity photo shoot, Andrew's hands cupped around Sadie's belly as she stands ethereal in a cream-colored gown, their eyes locking with what I can tell even from here is genuine affection and love. There they are in front of the trellises, everyone laughing, nobody looking at the camera, a candid moment of glee. There they are on the beach, holding hands, so young, even younger than when Josh and I met. I slump over again as I get dizzy and out of breath. Josh isn't dead. It's what I wished for 10 years ago, but I didn't wish for it to look anything like this. I force myself to keep moving, and when I stand up straight, I'm in front of a mantel buttressing a stone fireplace. There are 2 snow globes on the mantel's edges, framed photos lining the space between them, and the blood chills in my veins when I see who is in one of the photos. Bev Kelly, Josh's mother, on what looks like a pier, holding her granddaughters on her lap, one on each knee. So she knows Josh is still alive, and she's obviously a part of his new life. Bev, who never approved of me.
You've said that before, Joshua. You barely know her, and she barely knows you.
I had strained my ears to hear more of their conversation that day. Snippets of their voices had carried into the living room, especially Josh's as he became more heated. Kieran, sitting next to me on the couch, had warmed to me instantly. He was telling me about a new video game, inviting me into his world like he'd known me for years, and I felt bad for not giving him my full attention.
Not pregnant, but when you know, and I know.
He sounded defiant, and my heart swelled.
Don't go, the muffled response had been. A healthy relationship.
I couldn't make out the rest of her sentence.
I'm in love,
Josh's reply was loud, assertive, but I could tell he was defending himself. I listened for the reply, but I couldn't make out anything beyond whispers and one tiny sentence fragment. She doesn't know. Her last rebuttal was clear and firm. She deserves to know everything about you. Josh emerged from the kitchen and sat down beside me. When he raised my hand and kissed it, he was smiling. On the drive away from Mill Valley, I tried to suss out the root of Bev's hesitation. Why didn't she think our relationship was healthy? She's questioning us, I said, feeling like a rebellious teenage girl in the face of a practical parent, not the almost 30-year-old woman I was. Do you know why she's so doubtful?
She's not doubtful, Josh said without hesitation. She's just a worrier. She was worried we're moving too fast, that's all. It was nothing personal.
But his jaw was tight. She didn't like me, I said, my mouth curling into a pout. I hated how much it bothered me, but I'd just met my future mother-in-law, and I desperately wanted her approval. She does, Josh assured me. I heard her say something about how I deserve to know everything about you. Don't I already? Annoyance crossed Josh's face. I rarely ever saw him bothered by anything.
Of course you do, he said. You know me better than anyone.
Not more than half an hour later, he pulled over on the side of the highway, his blue eyes trained intently on my face, a wild spark within them that, by then, I recognized.
What are we waiting for? I'd marry you today. Let's do it. Right now.
Are you serious? I gaped at him. What about having our families and friends there? I hadn't even started looking at wedding dresses, or thinking about venues, or preparing for any of the traditional bridal rites of passage. All I had was a Pinterest board I'd been casually adding to as I saw my friends get engaged and married. Above all else, I'd visualized my loved ones in attendance. I knew my mother, and Phoebe, would be devastated to be left out. But Josh was convincing. It would be so romantic. We didn't need a show. We'd save the money we would have spent on a big ceremony and use it to travel together. And maybe I was afraid that if I said no, the bubble would burst. Ultimately, I saw his vision, and that's why we turned the car around and ended up getting married on a beach in Santa Barbara, barely 6 months to the day we met. We'd found an officiant who lived in town after a quick Google search, not giving any thought to witnesses or signing a license. We'd worry about the legalities another time. Our loved ones would have to understand. I walk deeper into the house, even though at this point, I don't know what I'm looking for. Andrew Smith doesn't exist. He's Josh Kelly. Or maybe Josh Kelly was the one who never existed at all. There's a soul-sucking finality to everything, a delayed shock that I won't let myself feel until I'm somewhere else. I'm not sure what pulls me toward the stairs, besides a tiny voice in my head telling me to keep going. There are school photos of the children lining the walls. The 2 girls are Sadie's spitting image, but the teenage boy's resemblance to his father is uncanny. Was he too young to remember the 6 months his dad was gone from his life? Or did Josh make up an excuse? Did he come home with a souvenir, telling him Daddy had been on vacation? When I reach the top of the stairs, I venture down the hall, past 3 bedrooms. The first is sloppy, with a tangled plaid bedspread and rock band posters, the obvious habitat of a teenager. The second has a pink canopy bed and a net of stuffed toys hanging from the ceiling. The third must belong to their youngest, with a vintage rocking horse in the corner and cubist paintings of farm animals framed on the walls. The biggest room, at the end of the hall, belongs to Sadie and Andrew. A 4-poster queen bed against the far wall, probably because the room isn't quite large enough to fit a king. There are nightstands on either side of the bed. Josh always slept on the right, so I open that drawer, expecting to find something of his, but all I see is a tube of L'Occitane rose hand cream. The nightstand on the other side, Andrew's side, apparently, holds a charging block and a case containing a pair of reading glasses. Josh had perfect 20/20 vision. Has his vision degraded in middle age? I leave the room, blowing out a frustrated breath. My phone vibrates in my purse, but I ignore it. Adrenaline keeps me moving forward, even as my instincts tell me I should leave before I get caught. A half flight of stairs takes me up to a third-floor loft, a small room with low ceilings. It looks like it's being used as an office, tidy but cramped, one of the walls slanting dramatically into a triangle to accommodate the dormer window. I sink into a desk chair and click the keyboard mouse, firing the desktop screen to life. But I don't have the password. I need to leave this place, this house, the backyard, Napa, and go home and figure out what I'll tell Kyle, Phoebe, my parents, everyone. Will I go to the police? If so, what will I say? I begin to rifle through the contents of a filing tray, a last-ditch effort before giving up and leaving the house. There are different printouts pertaining to the winery, papers likely awaiting organization. I glance at each one, not even knowing what I'm looking for, until I find it. My blood runs cold, a deepening chill collecting at the base of my spine. Cobble Hill Wine Bar, Grape Juice, a tribute to life after tragedy. It's an article about me. Andrew, Josh, has looked me up. He knows about my bar, about my life. It really was Josh whom I saw in Prospect Park and in front of Grape Juice. I fold the paper in half and shove it into my purse. I'm about to stand up when there's a tap on my shoulder. My heart races, and a deep male voice says, "What are you doing here?"
10. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. The next day, while Camille watched Kieran, Amelia and I spent the afternoon together in her suite at the Blossom. We rarely left the bed, even staying there to share a vintage bottle of Rousson, which tasted floral and herbaceous. It was irresponsible, shirking my duties at the winery, but home felt like the last place I wanted to be. I purposely lost track of time, having taken off my watch and left it on the nightstand. Amelia went down on me for what felt like hours, until my hips bucked uncontrollably, my fingers tangled in her hair, each wave of the orgasm stronger than the last. We lay together after, the ceiling fan doing slow laps overhead as Amelia mimicked its motion, tracing lazy circles on my stomach. It wasn't just sex, even though Amelia did things to my body that I never thought possible for a body to feel, like all my skin was on fire at once. It was the easy, playful conversations, no topic off limits, the way we fell naturally back into teasing each other, the same way we'd done in college. "I'm still terrified of heights," Amelia confessed. "Remember how we talked about driving up to the Sierra and doing a climb? Yeah, that was never going to happen." I nodded. It had been a plan we made, one that never materialized. "I still hate cooking," I said. "And I'm a winemaker who can grow grapes but not a garden. I have a black thumb. I kill almost everything I touch." "We're just a bunch of contradictions," Amelia murmured with a laugh. She opened up about her journey to become a sommelier after returning from Provence, and her struggle to be taken seriously in a male-dominated industry. "I've sat for the Master Sommelier exam twice," she said wistfully, "but I failed both times. I guess I shouldn't feel too bad. There are less than 80 Master Sommeliers in the world. It's like a club I'm desperate to join that doesn't want me." "Fuck them," I said, making her smile. She told me about the best wines she's ever tasted. A Brunello di Montalcino from Tuscany, ruby red and silky with dark fruit and wild herbs. A Trousseau from the French region of Jura, less renowned and more obscure, but with a mouth-wateringly juicy palate. She described the places she'd been in evocative, sensual detail, making me feel like I was there, but more making me desperate to go there myself. "I should have gone to Provence too," I said. thinking about that night in my dorm room, Amelia on the phone, David in my bed. 2 people I loved, but only one I'd ever said it out loud to. I watched her lips move, taking in every gesture she made, entranced by how she spun the details of her life since I'd last known her, ordinary to her but foreign to me. I tried not to think about David, but he slunk into my thoughts regardless. When Amelia spoke, it was like shining a spotlight on my relationship with David and the life we'd built, the resentment that had built up like scar tissue over the last few months. There were so many things I loved about David. His kindness, his big laugh, his pride when he talked about our kids, his work ethic, the dark blue jeans and flannels he wore, the way his hair grew long around his ears if he didn't cut it every 4 weeks. I'd loved his parents, Millie and Joseph, too. Millie, who always brought a homemade casserole when she came to visit, Joseph, who'd launch the boys up on his shoulders. They had passed away within months of each other, Joseph from a heart attack, Millie from an aneurysm. David had wept, and I'd held him in our bed, letting his tears soak my pajamas. He was certain they had been so in love that Millie's body hadn't wanted to exist apart from the man she had adored for almost 5 decades. Their marriage had fascinated me, but it was also a marriage from a different time. Millie served her husband his meals without complaint. She was content to raise David and run the household, while Joseph ran the winery. Millie was endlessly compliant. If ever she was unfulfilled, none of us knew it. Is that what David had expected from me? Did men seek to marry a woman like their mother? And had I led him to believe that type of marriage was what I wanted? Maybe it had been what I wanted. When I was young, after Amelia left, all I'd wanted was somebody who wouldn't leave me alone, somebody who would take care of me. And there was David. He was exactly who I needed at that time in my life, and my life had grown around him like skin surrounding a healed wound. But I had changed. What did I need now? I tried not to think about what would happen when Amelia left again, but it was hard not to imagine. She was leaving for Naples next week and told me about the wineries she'd visit there. The Olivella grapes, there's nothing like them. You'd be in heaven. She paused, her eyes flashing as they met mine. You know, you could come with me if you wanted. She said it lightly, a throwaway comment. But just like 2 decades ago with Provence, I knew she wasn't joking. I want to, I blurted out. I can't, but I want to. She arched an eyebrow. You'd even consider it? I shrugged. Yes. No. I mean, I can't take off without having things figured out here, but... I know, she said gently. We were both quiet as Amelia refilled her wine glass. If I even breathed, I knew it would break the spell. Amelia moved first, brushing her lips against mine. I could taste the wine on her tongue as it slipped into my mouth. David crept back into my head, my husband as a young man standing at my door with carnations, his eyes glimmering with hope. He'd asked me to be his girlfriend so quickly, leaning into commitment the same way most boys went out of their way to avoid it. He'd been encouraging about my classes, had even proofread essays for me, and made helpful suggestions about projects. Amelia pulled away, her voice breathless. This might sound like a cliché, but it's the same thing I tried to tell you back in college. You need to do what makes you happy, not what makes somebody else happy. Otherwise, you'll lose yourself. I already have, I thought sadly. Parts of me were like dead leaves, an untended vine, its grapes shriveled into puckered raisins. Amelia had blown sunshine and life into the dust-covered places. When had I gone away? I was happy until 3 months ago, until 4 weeks ago. Or was it only comfort disguised as happiness? In hindsight, I could see what I was blind to back then, that my personality had faded, like a garment put through the wash too many times. And in a surge of anger toward David, I said something bold. "I want to go to Naples," I murmured in Amelia's ear, my hand cupping the soft skin on her hips. Maybe I should have gone to Provence, too. Amelia smiled, leaning into my warmth. "You should go everywhere, Bev." When I got home, Josh and Michelle were at the kitchen table, textbooks in front of them. Such a wholesome picture that I couldn't help but relax. They didn't hear me come in. I watched Josh lean toward Michelle and kiss her cheek. My smile fell when I heard what she said next. "I don't think you should talk to him anymore. He obviously wants to fuck you." My body tensed. He sounded cold and possessive. "He's my friend," Michelle said. Her voice was timid. I sensed that this wasn't the first time they were having this argument. "Fight back," I wanted to say. For a second, I was afraid I had actually said it, because suddenly they both looked up in tandem. If Josh was surprised to see me standing there, he didn't show it. He twisted his puka shell necklace methodically. "Hi, Mrs. Kelly," Michelle said. "Hi, Michelle. It's just Bev," I said. "Bev," she repeated. "Sorry, I keep forgetting." "We were just studying for calculus," Josh said. "Aunt Camille took Kieran for a walk." He stretched his arms over his head. "Dad's still not back. Isn't this a bit long for him to be gone?" "He has a lot of people to meet with." "Usually he calls when he's gone," Josh said. "Has he called this time?" I nodded like a bobblehead. "Yes, late last night. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you." I turned to Michelle, eager to change the subject. "Michelle, do you have any matches coming up? Has your coach said anything else about the summer?" Her eyes flashed with something like a warning, and her gaze landed immediately on Josh, a wordless exchange so quick that it would be almost imperceptible to anyone not paying close attention. But I saw it. No updates," she said, turning back to her page and doodling a spiral in the margin with her pencil. "But Josh and I were actually thinking of going backpacking next summer, before college starts." "Backpacking?" I repeated. "I didn't know you wanted to do that, Josh." "I was going to talk to you about it," he said sheepishly. "I was hoping you'd think it was a good idea for the culture and stuff. You and Dad backpacked after college." "You're not even in college, though," I said. "Where would you want to go?" He shrugged, his broad shoulders rising. "Europe, probably. Italy or France. We'll see." His fingers wrapped around Michelle's. Michelle remained laser-focused on her page, almost like she was actively trying not to look at me. "That's exciting," I managed, my mouth cotton dry. "What about the training program in Florida, though?" Michelle's posture stiffened. "I haven't decided on anything. It's still early." I walked to the fridge and opened the door, letting the cold air chill my body. I'd prided myself on Josh being a gentleman, on being the perfect, respectful boyfriend just like his father. But ever since last year, he'd seemed moody and restless, never entirely happy. I should have been worried about Michelle breaking his heart, but I was far more concerned about what Josh might do to her if he didn't get his own way.
11. June. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 2022. I turn around slowly, terrified to see the man behind me who just tapped my shoulder. But as he comes into focus, I realize he isn't a man at all, but Josh Andrews' son, Declan. I've seen him in the photos on the walls, but in person the resemblance is a new wave of shock. He has his father's square jaw and cleft chin, the same slate-blue eyes and floppy hair.
"Who are you? And why are you in my dad's office?"
Declan asks, his voice laced with suspicion. My tongue feels too big for my mouth, sluggish and incapable of spewing out an excuse. "I'm, a decorator working with your mom. I was measuring the rooms. She said I could let myself in and out. I didn't know anyone else would be home." Declan furrows his brow, which makes him look even more identical to his father.
"Wow, again? She and my dad just renovated last year," he says, pulling an iPhone out of his pocket.
My breath hitches in my throat. He's going to call Sadie and tell her I'm here. But he doesn't make a phone call. His eyes are fixated on the screen, on a message there that he swipes away.
Don't tell my mom you saw me here. I'm supposed to be in school."
I hold in my sigh of relief. Of course. I'm heading out anyway. I have all the dimensions I need. As soon as I'm down the stairs and out the front door, I pick up my pace until I'm almost running to the parking lot. My purse flaps at my side, and my brain threatens to short-circuit from what I found in the office. I unlock the door to my rental car, get inside, back out of my parking spot, and nose the car onto the highway. I need to get as far away from the backyard as I can. My hands are shaking so hard that I can barely keep the car on the road. I pull off to the side, jam my hazard lights on, and put my forehead against the steering wheel in an attempt to center my breathing. The details of the last day I ever saw Josh rush to the surface. A morning so deeply embedded in my memory that it has become part of my DNA. The cloud-like pillows on the king bed in our Airbnb. The way Josh pressed me against the comforter, his breath tickling my ear. I was famished. We'd had sex twice and stayed up to watch the sunrise, and it was his idea to go and get us breakfast. He'd glanced at his phone to check the time. It was ridiculously early, but the sunrise had been worth it, and said he'd be back soon with the homemade donuts. We had plans that day to drive into Napa to visit some wineries. That night, we were due to have dinner with Bev in Mill Valley. He told me he wanted to show me where he grew up. My chest heaves, and bile crawls up my throat. I'm dizzy and nauseated and heartbroken and angry all at once. If Josh didn't send that final text from his phone, if someone else did, his hand must have been forced. A new life he suddenly had to step into because something in his old one had gone terribly wrong. That might be easy to believe, if not for the fact that he had already been with Sadie before me and had children with her. I'm torn between wanting to defend Josh, because I know he couldn't fake the way he loved me, and bitterly hating him for hiding so much about his past and his present. And there's another question that needs to be answered. Does Sadie know about her husband? Does she know what I know? That he's actually two people? I can't keep this in anymore. Can't carry it on my own. I pick up my phone with the intention of calling Kyle, but instead, it's Phoebe's name I click on in my contacts list. Phoebe, who knew Josh and was there at my rock-bottom worst.
"Hey, Junie, I was just thinking about you," she says, her face filling up my screen.
Her hair is in a messy bun on top of her head. Brooke and Brody's playroom in the background. The girls sprawled on the floor looking at books.
"I thought maybe we could do a couple's dinner this weekend, when you're home from the Finger Lakes. Kyle told me you were there, but you're back tonight, right?"
She squints at the screen. "Are you okay?"
"Josh is alive," I blurt out
as the tears start to fall. I explain it all to her, the words spilling quickly from my mouth.
"He was in Prospect Park the day you took our photos. That's why I ran off. I saw him, and he knew I saw him, and he ran away, and I saw his photo on the winery website and came here to find out the truth, and now I have proof he's alive."
Phoebe's face morphs into an expression of shock. She stands up and moves out of the playroom, her lips pursed.
"What are you talking about? You need to slow down." I'll explain it all later. But I saw him, Phoebe. I saw him in the park, and he has a wife and kids here, and he printed an article about me, and his wife says he's on a business trip, but I don't believe her. I stopped to take a breath. He's here. Josh. He lives here. Calm down, Phoebe says, motioning with her palm. You actually saw Josh? And where is here? Where are you? Well, I didn't see him yet, not here, I say. But it was him in the park when you were taking our photos. I'm sure of it. And he was outside the bar last week, obviously watching me. June, she says, her voice gentle. You've said that before. Did you actually see him in the park? At the bar? Did you see his face? Well, not exactly, but I now have proof it was him. I can feel myself losing steam, doubt creeping in. There were family photos in the house. Where exactly are you? Phoebe says. You need to come home, and we can figure it out from here, okay? Come over. I'll make us tea, and we can talk about everything. I can't, I say weakly. I'm in Napa. Josh is living at the winery where he grew up. You're in Napa? Kyle said you're up at the Finger Lakes. Please don't tell him. All I know is that Josh is still alive, and he's married to this woman named Sadie, and they own a winery, and all the pieces are clicking together. Josh grew up here at the same winery. Something forced him to leave me. Are you trying to say that he faked his own death? June, I love you, but do you realize how crazy that sounds? He's here, and he was looking for me, or else he never would have come to Brooklyn. I pause. And I've been having these flashbacks. Sadie, she was at Josh's funeral. I'm sure of it. And remember the party where I met Josh? He was with a blonde woman at first. He didn't say they were together, but it could have been her. I need to find out what's going on. Phoebe pauses. What you need is to come home. Kyle and I will help you through this. You know we will. We love you. She smooths the skin on her forehead. June, look, you and Kyle are getting married soon, and you feel guilty about moving on, so your brain is playing tricks on you. But you of all people deserve to be happy. Do you hear me? I push back. This isn't about guilt. It's about figuring out the truth. We all loved Josh, Phoebe says. But you didn't, I spit out, the venom taking me by surprise. The admission hangs between us, and she looks down. She doesn't want to meet my eyes and confirm it. I was just looking out for you, she says with a sigh. All I was going to say is, you can't just go digging into his past. Nothing you can do now will change that he's gone. Promise me you'll come home. I promise. I lie. When we hang up, my panic rises. I can't return to the backyard, and I can't go to a police station, ranting about my dead husband who isn't actually dead at all. But I can't go home yet either. Suddenly, it dawns on me that there is one place I haven't been. One other person I can talk to about Josh. Her voice floats through my head as clear and disapproving as the day I met her, part of a conversation I was never meant to hear. And she barely knows you. She was right about that. A mother knows best, and no mother knows better than Bev Kelly.
12. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. The heat of the day pressed against my back as I walked the rows, taking in the bare vines. The Chardonnay grapes were picked this morning under my orders. After a series of meticulous Brix measurements to test sugar levels, they'd then be sorted and prepared to move through the crusher, where its cylinders would work rhythmically to remove the stems, then break the skin and release the juices. I wondered what David would think about me making the decision without him. 2 calls had come in yesterday, both of which I ignored, from numbers I didn't recognize. David wanted to talk, but I wasn't ready to listen. I walked absent-mindedly between the bins, staring at the grapes I tended like babies. Wasn't this what I wanted? It wasn't just David's dream. I loved the winery, loved the process of creating something that could be bottled and enjoyed. Wine was what I knew. If I ended my marriage, if I told David it was over and started spending more time with Amelia, would I regret it forever? Camille was right. I had a family to think about, sons who relied on me. Camille had listened to me speak with a high degree of skepticism. "I think you're playing a dangerous game," she had said last night. The two of us cross-legged on the sofa as Kieran crawled on the rug. "You fall for people too easily, and you change yourself to make them happy, even if you don't realize you're doing it. It's like you're afraid to make them upset." "Maybe when I was younger," I said. "I see it now, but this is different. I feel more like myself somehow. I'm seeing Amelia again tomorrow." Camille raised her left eyebrow, the identical way I knew that I sometimes raised mine. "Okay, but I think you're using her to escape, and it's not a permanent solution to anything." I paused before telling Camille the rest. "She's heading to Naples after this. I was thinking of going with her, if you were willing to stay a bit longer and watch Kieran." She frowned, and I knew I'd gone too far. "Are you serious?" "I am serious. It's not like I'd be taking off forever, just for a week. I didn't know how long you planned to stay here, and you've been such a huge help with Kieran." Camille rubbed her temples. "But he's your son, Bev. And this is your winery. What about David? You've been avoiding his calls. That's what you do when you don't want to deal with something." She looked at me imploringly. "You both hate conflict so much, but sometimes you just need to have it out." She was right. If I shone a black light on my marriage, I would be able to see the phosphorescent bursts where David and I both retreated from conflict. The times I'd been annoyed at him but chosen to let it slide, the times he'd looked at me with frustration but rearranged his face into a more temperate expression. Nothing is wrong. And in our defense, it rarely ever was. We didn't fight, didn't take low shots at each other like my parents had. But maybe we had veered too far the other way. Our arguments were so infrequent that when they happened, they felt catastrophic. "I know I'm being selfish," I said. "It's not that I don't want to be here." I reached for Kieran's dimpled hand and held it loosely in mine. "But lately, I've wondered about what would have happened if I'd gone to Provence with Amelia instead of staying because of David." "I get it," Camille said. "But just remember that the grass isn't always greener somewhere else. I know David did something terrible, and I'm not telling you to forgive him. I don't know if I could. But you have the boys, and this place that you love so much." "I know," I said. Kieran pulled his hand away and palmed a wooden block instead. I couldn't explain to Camille how it felt like the things right in front of me were already slipping away. "Josh is at a tough age, too," Camille said. "He acts grown up, but he needs you, especially after last year. They all need you, Bev." I didn't want to think about Josh. He had once been so much like Kieran, innocent and cherubic, giggling joyfully over the smallest things. I blamed myself for turning him otherwise. After all, I had been the primary parent. Did he sense the whole time that motherhood hadn't fit me right? That when he tried to get my attention, my mind was elsewhere? Maybe the main reason I enjoyed working on the winery so much was because it took me away from who I was around the kids, allowed me to be a person with her own purpose. I was always waiting for whatever phase the boys were in to pass. Toddlerhood, preschool, childhood. It'll get easier, I'd told myself. Except it never did. Things only got different, and only when they got different did I desperately want them to go back to how they were before. I don't like the way he acts with Michelle, I told Camille. I'm afraid their relationship is getting too serious too fast. He was talking about backpacking through Europe with her. They've only been together for 2 months. Camille shrugged. Honestly, he's almost 18, right? He's not a kid anymore. I went backpacking not much older than him. So did you. And I'm not sure what you mean about Michelle. He's very sweet to her. But the comment didn't bring me any relief. Just like I once had blinders on when it came to David, Camille had tunnel vision when it came to her nephews. She couldn't see their faults, and nothing I could say would convince her otherwise. And it wasn't like I was going to bring up my concerns about my own son to Michelle. She would be even less receptive to a conversation about her boyfriend coming from his mother. How would I even start? And lurking underneath, like sediment at the bottom of a wine barrel, the thought that maybe I was the one with the problem, the one who refused to stop picking at suspicions. Maybe David had been right the whole time about Josh's involvement in what had happened to Abby, and my inability to let it go was what had driven him away. I met Emilia at the Blossom again. From there, we spent the day visiting different wineries, sun-warmed hours that passed in a blink, one long conversation I never wanted to end. Camille's words of warning all but evaporated in my head. It was as if the past 22 years hadn't transpired at all. I let my pinky finger migrate toward Emilia's as we walked, and I pulled her behind the brick wall of a cellar, slipped the straps of her dress down her shoulders, dragged my lips down her body. Her laugh was light and airy. I wanted to bottle the sound when she was gone. By the time we reached the last winery of the day, my head was fizzy with a combination of alcohol and anticipation. I rarely drank so much while breastfeeding Kieran, but I didn't want to say goodnight to Emilia. I wanted to wake up beside her the next morning, and the next morning after that. My grip on her hand tightened as our remaining time together dwindled. She leaned down and whispered in my ear, her breath warm on my neck. Remember, we're out in public, and if someone here knows you, they're going to wonder what you're doing holding hands with another woman. I don't even care, I said defiantly. David cares more about our image than he does about me. Guilt emerged with the words because I didn't actually believe that. Maybe I wanted to believe it because it would have made the choice easier to make. Emilia sighed. I know you guys are going through a lot, but I also need to be honest with you. The way David talks about your family, he loves you and the kids a lot. It was the last thing I wanted to hear. But Emilia had always been fair, never wanting to conceal something just because it was hard to digest. I know. I need to talk to him and figure it out. But we're here together now, so let's make the most of it, okay? She nodded, but there was sadness in her eyes. Okay. I led Emilia into the vineyard, where we stood still together. I lost myself in her kisses, in the hummingbird beat of her heart. I put my hand between her legs, my own body made weak by the breathy sigh she made. She whispered my name, and my head was full of fire as my mouth started to descend down her neck. Bev, I heard again. Except this time it wasn't coming from Emilia. I pulled away, tucking my hands in a ball behind my back, my heart threatening to crack through my ribs. And when I looked up, I was staring at Michelle, who was wearing jeans and a hoodie, her hands in her pockets. Michelle, I stammered, what are you doing here? Her eyes flitted from me to Emilia. I live here. This is my dad's winery. My head spun. How had I not realized we were at Younger Brothers? In my drunken, infatuated state, all the wineries had blended together. What would Rodney Young or Jen think if they saw me here with Amelia? Rodney and David played poker together once a month with some of the other winemakers. I knew they all talked. This is my friend. This is Amelia. She stepped forward, nodding at Michelle. Look, I'll give you two a minute, okay? I watched her wander away, her hair in a loose tumble down her back. When Michelle and I were alone, I grappled for an explanation, but I knew she'd seen us. Panic lit me up. Would she tell Rodney? Or far worse, Josh? Michelle, if you could keep this to yourself. Nobody knows I was here tonight. Don't worry, Michelle said. I won't tell anyone. My dad's out at some dinner thing anyway. I forced myself to meet her eyes, even though I wished the ground would swallow me up, and she must have wanted the same. Thanks, I said. Look, all of this is very complicated, so I appreciate you not saying anything. She tapped the toe of her sneaker on the ground. I figured it was complicated. I wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but my face was burning, my chest marbled with anxiety. Michelle's eyes were darting for an escape. I should go, I said, starting to walk in the other direction, back to the parking lot toward our shuttle. But something made me turn around. Maybe it was knowing I wouldn't get another moment like this with Michelle, one where embarrassment made us both nakedly vulnerable. Michelle, I said, you should go to Florida next summer. Focus on yourself. Europe will be there later, and if Josh really cares about you, he won't want you giving anything up for him. Okay, she said, confusion written all over her face. But when that melted away, there was something else in its place. Understanding, maybe, or even relief. But she didn't say anything else, and I didn't hang around longer. In the moment, I was glad I spoke up. But when it was already too late, the same way it had been too late with Abby, I wished I hadn't said anything at all.
13. June. Mill Valley, California, September 2022. A reverse address lookup for Bev Kelly turns up no results, nor does a Google search for her name. I don't have a phone number for her, and I have no idea if she has moved over the past decade. She could be living in a different state, a different country even. I try to remember the house Josh took me to when we visited Mill Valley so long ago. We had been so inescapably giddy about our engagement and had taken a road trip to surprise our parents with the news. Mine had been shocked, but had welcomed Josh into the family. Bev had been decidedly colder. Little details of the house in Mill Valley flit into my memory. The white exterior, bordered by bright gardens, a hobby Josh told me his mother got into after her retirement when they moved away from the Napa area. The inside, all vintage charm and cluttered with family tchotchkes. Josh had attended Berkeley and told me he had visited home on weekends often, easily able to commute. I rack my brain for the address of the house, but can't even recall the name of the street. I start to panic without any direction to go on. Then I remember Josh had been at the gym early on the morning we visited, and he'd emailed me the address, asking if I could drive. I never delete any of my emails. I open my email on my phone and navigate into the folder labeled Josh. And after taking a few moments to load, there it is. Mom. 10 Summit Avenue. I plug it into my GPS now, and am told I'll arrive in exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes. The drive passes in a blur, the vineyards that pattern both sides of the highway rising into parched foothills and trees. The closer I get to my destination, the more terrified I am about what I need to say to Bev. I know Josh isn't really dead. When did you find out he wasn't? After Josh died, Bev had softened to me, and we'd found solace in our shared mourning. But when I'd started ranting my conspiracy theories at the funeral, I could sense her sympathy morph into frustration and horror. The funeral was the last time we'd ever seen each other. There was nothing linking us together afterward. Until today, my last contact with her was an email 6 months after Josh died, apologizing for my behavior at the funeral. It was something my therapist encouraged me to do, a phone call I needed to make. I took the easy way out and sent the email instead. I'd been drunk on my grief, and the idea of hearing Bev's voice was too heavy to bear. Her response had been short. "No need to apologize. It's a hard time for everyone." My fingers gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned bone white. Bev should have been the one apologizing to me. She knew how much I loved Josh, and she never once tried to contact me after learning he was alive. I arrive in Mill Valley shortly past 2:00. I park on the street outside the house, somehow relieved that it looks the same as it did in my memories. The landscaping is immaculate, with the delicate pink sumac and yellow-eyed asters. My panic rises as I walk up the flagstone pathway leading to the front door, and my hand is a sweaty fist when I knock. At first, there are no signs that anyone is on the other side, and I wonder if maybe Bev isn't home, or if she really has moved over the past decade. But then I hear light footfalls. The door swings open, revealing a petite, gray-haired woman, her smile falling as soon as she sees my face. "June," she says, the one syllable of my name landing like a dull thud between us. "Hi, Bev," I say. My former mother-in-law looks almost exactly like I remember her, except with more lines around her eyes, more white in her hair. She's thin and elegant, her skin burnished by the California sun, her eyes pale green behind a pair of tortoise-shell glasses. The shock on her face mirrors the fear in mine. "I'm sorry to just drop in, but I was in Napa, and I need to talk to you. Is it okay if I come in?" My voice is steady, somehow so much more assured than I actually feel, and I have to fight to keep the accusation out of it. I suppose so," she says, her mouth still slightly agape. "I'm so surprised to see you here. We haven't talked in such a long time." She inches the door open. "I wasn't expecting company. I was just about to do some gardening." The house looks different than it did when Josh and I came here. She has renovated, replacing the older flooring with shiny bleached hardwood, the wall paint now a muted gray. The vibe is beachy and relaxed. Kieran's video game console is gone. The last time I looked him up, he was in college and doing some backpacking. Bev is an empty nester now, which must be difficult, given the way Josh used to talk about her warmth as a mother. On the wall is a black and white sign that reads, "Family is everything." Despite the sentiment, or maybe because of it, I shudder. "We can sit outside," Bev says, as I trail behind her through the sunny home and onto a deck overlooking a backyard resplendent with flowers and plants. She gestures to the plush patio furniture, and I sink onto a chair while she goes to the kitchen to make lemonade. I briefly check my phone. One missed call from Kyle. She returns with the lemonade, a pitcher and 2 ice-filled glasses, and perches on the chair across from mine, like she's afraid to sit down. I suck in a short breath, then force myself to speak. Once, I'd been so eager to impress my soon-to-be mother-in-law. Now it's taking all my resolve not to lash out at her. "I know you're wondering why I'm here. I think there are some things we need to discuss." Her smile is tight. "You're in town for work? Business for the bar?" I try to conceal my surprise that she even knows about the bar. She must have looked me up after Josh was gone, kept up with my life, the same way Andrew Smith had. "Yes, well, sort of. I'm here looking at some wineries. I actually just got engaged last month, and we're looking at possibly getting married out here." I watch her face carefully. Her gaze flickers to my ring finger. "That's wonderful," she says. "Congratulations. You deserve to find love again. Josh would have wanted that." I purse my lips, not wanting to think about what Josh would have wanted. "The thing is," I say, "I know Josh isn't really dead." Her expression sags, her eyes hooded and sad, and she opens her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. "I'm not actually here on business.
I found a website for the backyard winery, and I know Josh is alive and that he's living there as Andrew Smith. He's married to a woman named Sadie, and they have a family, but you know that already. The truth hangs between us, as thick and impenetrable as steel. Bev's eyes dart around, like she's looking for an escape route. Her hands tremble in her lap. It's not what you think, she says. It's really not. Josh is dead, June. I'm sorry for what you've had to go through, thinking he wasn't. What you think you saw wasn't Josh. Cut the shit, Bev, I say, my voice laced with venom. Your picture is on their mantel at the backyard. How long have you known? June, she says. There is a man at the backyard who looks identical to Josh, and that's because he is identical to Josh. Josh has a twin brother. The world starts spinning around me. Forming a sentence seems impossible, but I force myself to cobble my words together. Josh doesn't have a twin. Come on, Bev. Bev gets up and pads back inside the house, and momentarily, I think she doesn't intend to come back. But when she returns, it's with a photo of two floppy-haired teenage boys standing side by side without touching, their arms crossed, both of them gangly, their features slightly too big for their faces, but with the promise of handsome to come. One of them is wearing a puka shell necklace. Bev is standing to the side, dwarfed in height by both of them. Josh and Andrew, she says. I promised Josh I'd never tell you about Andrew. But here we are. I saw Josh in New York, I say, unable to stop staring at the photo in front of me. Just last week. He was watching me in Prospect Park, and again in front of my bar. Are you telling me it was Andrew I saw? Andrew hasn't been watching you, Bev says. I'm quite certain he hasn't traveled to New York, and he and Josh hadn't spoken for many years by the time you met Josh. I finally managed to snap my gaze up. What do you mean, you promised Josh you wouldn't tell me about him? Josh and I told each other everything. He never could have left out his twin brother. Josh asked us not to mention Andrew to you. He didn't want everything being dredged up all over again. When Josh died, the boys hadn't spoken in over 10 years. Even when their father passed, that didn't bring them together. Bev looks into her garden, into the beautiful rainbow of flowers, and her shoulders slump, the light breeze blowing her sleeve against her clavicle. What happened was an accident, she mutters, as if she's in a trance. A tragedy. An accident. A tragedy. Words I've heard so often that they've lost all meaning. An accident? What kind of accident? I probe, unmoving in my seat. Are you talking about what happened to Josh? Or something else? Bev's faraway expression snaps back to me, like she doesn't realize what she has said. It's in the past, and that's where it belongs. I press her, not ready to move on. But whatever it was, you're still in contact with Andrew. I saw your picture at his house. What was it that made Josh hide his brother? What did Andrew do? When Bev speaks, her voice is sharp. Who said Andrew did anything? Sometimes bad things happen, and there's no logical explanation. They just do. I sense that extracting any more information from her will be challenging, but I'm here, and I can't give up. I piece together the details I have so far. There was an accident, and it caused the estrangement between Josh and Andrew, something bad enough for Josh to conceal his brother's entire existence. The Josh I knew was loyal and loving. He adored his family. It would take an unthinkable betrayal for him to excise his own twin from his life. And there's only one type of betrayal I can think of. Did something come between them? Or someone? I can tell by Bev's tense posture that I've struck a nerve. I point to the photograph on the table. They were what, 16 here? When did things fall apart between them? Bev takes a long sip of lemonade. In those few seconds, I sense her brain whirring, trying to come up with a response that will get me to stop asking. She must be protecting Andrew. Whatever he did, it was bad enough for Josh to turn on him, but not for his mother to cut him off. Andrew went away to boarding school for his senior year. We felt like it was the best thing for both of the boys, having some separation. I sense from the stiffness in her words that she doesn't believe what she's saying. Why didn't Josh want me to know about Andrew? I ask. Please, Bev. It's important for me to know. Bev opens her mouth, but my phone's ringtone cuts off whatever she was about to say. I go to silence it and see that it's Kyle again. His texts flash across my lock screen, and I quickly swipe them away. June, what's going on? Phoebe called me. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, panic flaring up. I know I should call Kyle. I need to call him, to explain and reassure him. But more than that, in this moment, I need to focus on what Bev is telling me. I put the phone on vibrate and choose my past over my future. Why, Bev? Why didn't Josh want me to know? He wanted to tell you on his own terms, she says, exhaling slowly. I encouraged him to be honest with you, but none of it is my story to tell. Josh was my son, and I'm not going to betray his memory. We lapse into stonewalled silence. She has all the answers, but she's not giving them away. As frustrating as it is, I can see where Josh got his loyalty, and it's strangely comforting that a part of him lives on in his mother. I ask another question, pulling us closer to the present, unsure of how Bev will react. Where was Andrew on the day Josh died? At the vineyard, Bev says. He didn't take it well, hearing about Josh. In spite of everything, he still loved his brother. I think he held out hope for a reconciliation. I try a different entry point. Andrew took over the winery, and he changed its name and apparently his last name. Why does he go by Smith? It's his wife, Sadie's maiden name, Bev says, finally latching onto a question she's willing to answer. Before Andrew proposed to Sadie, her father was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. They know he didn't have much time left. It was important to her to honor him. Andrew understood that, and he was eager to rebrand, put his own spin on things. My heartbeat is in my ears. There's so much more Bev isn't telling me, and so much Josh kept from me on purpose. My phone vibrates. Another call from Kyle. With each missed call, he slips further away. I can't let this visit leave me with more questions than answers. Why would he want to rebrand the winery? Wasn't it a family-owned business for generations? Was it because of the accident you mentioned? Did it happen at the vineyard? Bev scrapes her chair backward, its legs screeching against the stone. I've said too much, my rapid-fire questions scaring her away. I'm done talking about this, June. I've learned that nothing good will come from living in the past. And you should too. She meets my eyes, her gaze watery but focused. Josh wouldn't want you dwelling there. It's almost a threat. I stand up, wanting to shake Bev's frail shoulders, needing more information to spill out of her. But it's clear she has locked herself up like a vault. I follow her to the door. I home in on the anger, a much more productive emotion. In New York is a fiancé who would do anything for me, and an hour and a half away is a woman who knows more than she's letting on. And somewhere out there is Andrew Smith. If Andrew is looking for me, he knows where to find me. Bev, I say as we pass through the kitchen, you never wanted me to marry Josh. What exactly was it about me that you didn't like? She doesn't answer me, doesn't stop walking until she's at the front door. When she turns around, her mouth is pressed in a firm line. There was never anything about you I didn't like, June. All I wanted was for everyone to be careful. I nod, accepting her lie. And the last thing I see before exiting her home is the mantra displayed in black letters on her sunny living room wall. Family is everything.
14. Bev. St. Helena, Napa County, California, September 1999. I tossed and turned in bed that night. Michelle could tell Josh about what she saw, and then I'd be the villain to my children, to David. But something Michelle had said nagged at me. I figured it was complicated. What exactly did she mean by that? In the morning was the crush. The white grapes had already been sorted for quality, their stems removed. From there, the mechanical crusher compressed the grapes to release their juice and separate their skins. I watched the cylinder squeeze the grapes, sucking their skins off, leaving the must behind, the flavor for the wine itself. Normally, the crush was one of the most satisfying parts of the process, but I couldn't help but see myself in the machine, rotating between the cylinders, crushed under the weight of the decisions I'd made and the choices yet to come. I always wondered why they called it a crush. When you like someone, David had once said early in our relationship, the two of us cramped in my dorm room bed. It sounds violent, don't you think? It is, I'd teased. It feels like all the air is sucked out of your lungs. I feel like the air is easier to breathe with you around, he'd murmured. It was the kind of romantic sentiment I was used to hearing from David, but his words had still leveled me into contented silence. I'd liked how his body was wrapped around mine, the warmth of his arms around my bare chest. I stood beside the machine, feeding it de-stemmed grapes, hypnotized by its mechanical hum. After I stopped cranking the crusher, I went back to the house. But as soon as I opened the front door, I could hear the phone ringing. When I saw the 805 area code, I answered it, my pulse racing. "Andrew," I said, the 2 syllables of his name twisting my voice with emotion. "Hi, Mom," he said. It had only been a month since I'd seen him. 1 month since David and I drove him to the lime-grassed campus of the Dunn School in Los Olivos, his possessions packed neatly into 3 suitcases. David had been nervous on the drive. I could tell by the tight grip of his hands on the steering wheel, even as he hummed along to the radio. And I had spent the hours tamping down tears. It felt like we were abandoning Andrew, as much as we tried to sell the virtues of the school to him, the beautiful setting, the top-notch education. "You're such a smart kid," David had said. "You'll fit right in. It'll be a fresh start." In the rearview mirror, I'd noticed Andrew wince. He never should have needed the fresh start. When he was gone, I still felt his hand in mine, the warm weight of it, his nervousness to start school as a kid, the constant tug at my side, the blue pools of his eyes. Later, his voice, froggy with puberty, asking me to check over his homework. He took such care, such pride in everything he did. So many times since we'd left him at Dunn, I imagined him dropping my hand and deciding to hate me. "How are you?" I said carefully. "How is it there? I've been thinking about you, but you said you didn't want us to call right away." Andrew had told us before he left that he wanted to be the one to make contact, that he didn't want us checking in before he had time to settle. "I didn't," he said. "I'm fine. Classes are good. It feels kind of like home, actually, with the vineyards all around." My mouth formed a wobbly smile, but a tear slid down my cheek. David was the one who had made all the arrangements for Andrew to attend. He had pulled strings with the friend of a former client in the admissions office, and I had been equally grateful and repulsed by his cool head under pressure, his ability to sweep the mess under the rug. When I learned that the Santa Ynez Valley was literally in the school's backyard, I had felt a warped degree of relief, imagining Andrew looking out of his window and seeing vines climb into the distance, just like I was at home. I pictured us gazing into the same setting, telling myself it would feel like home to him. David had tried to assuage my doubts about it all. "He's a gifted kid, Bev. He'll do better there. The public school system wasn't serving him well. He has a bright future. We don't want this following him around." Even when it was just the 2 of us, he hadn't wanted to talk about the real reason. To him, the lie had become the truth. "That's great," I said. "We miss you here. I miss you." "I know," he said. "I do too. But I'm doing well. And it was good to see Dad." What? My heart dropped like a stone. Yeah, Dad was here. Didn't you know? He said he was on a business trip. He just stopped in for a bit. He told me you wanted to come too, but couldn't get away. Everything I couldn't say burned in my throat. David had covered for me the same way I was covering for him back at home. When I kicked him out, he hadn't gone to be with some mysterious mistress that my imagination had conjured up. He had gone to see our son, the son who might still be under our roof had I gotten my way. That's right, I said, choking up. I love you, Andrew. I know, Mom. I love you too. How is Kieran? I miss him. Good, I said, nodding as the tears crested my eyes. He's good. Getting bigger. And Josh? He said. Good. I was surprised he'd even asked about Josh. Josh had never once asked about Andrew. I'll see you at Thanksgiving, he said. It'll be good to be home. After we both hung up, I cried in earnest, sinking down onto the kitchen floor with sobs racking my body. Even though it had been a short conversation, a normal one with no audible resentment on his end, I wondered if he sensed my immense guilt and understood the real source of it. Andrew was always perceptive, wired into my moods and sensing my shifting energy. Had he been around after I made David leave, he might have asked, Mom, what's wrong? And I might have broken down and told him. The boys had always been opposites, the balance between them uneven since they were born. Andrew had needed a short NICU stay to be hooked